Chapter 3091. After Realm Lord Wu Yin nodded, the Sky Mountain Palace Master immediately returned to the Sky Mountain Palace and began to make arrangements. There was no need for the Hidden Star Palace to continue to exist. He wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible. At the same time, he issued one order after another. The army of the Sky Mountain Palace marched out, passing through countless cities and headed towards the Hidden Star Palace. Such a blatant attack was naturally noticed by the Hidden Star Palace immediately. After Feng Qin subdued the 3 territories, he hurriedly returned to the Hidden Star Palace. From now on, you will be in charge of the 5 territories. Feng Qin transmitted his voice to Qiqiu. No matter what happens, you must ensure that the 5 territories are not infiltrated by spies. Don't worry, Qiqiu replied. After instructing Qiqiu, Feng Qin stood on the city wall and looked at the distant sky. There, on the barren plain, there was suddenly a cloud of dust that flew up and covered the entire sky. A powerful aura rushed towards him. Feng Qin knew that the people of the Sky Mountain Palace had arrived. Roar! A deafening roar came from the other side. Feng Qin knew that the people of the Desolation Palace had also arrived without even turning his head. Moreover, the person leading the team this time was the Desolation Palace Master. He was considered one of the best among the Great Tribulation Supremacies, but he personally led the team. It was enough to see how much he hated Feng Qin. Rumble! The 2 forces converged in front of the Hidden Star City and forced the Hidden Star Palace to surrender. Feng Qin, you dare to kill the people of the Sky Mountain Palace. You deserve to die. Today, the Sky Mountain Palace will flatten the Hidden Star Palace. The 5 territories under the Desolation Palace were forcibly taken away by you. If it weren't for Realm Lord Wu Ye's order that Great Tribulation Supremacies are not allowed to take action, how could you have survived until now? The Desolation Palace Master roared angrily. Now that Realm Lord Wu Ye had given the order, Great Tribulation Supremacies could take action. This time, they were bound to annihilate Feng Qin in one fell swoop. Feng Qin raised his head, glanced at everyone, and grinned. What's wrong? The Baron Ancestor, the Heavenly Mountain Palace Lord, and the Heavenly Mountain Ancestor didn't come? The 3 of them were experts close to half-step universe god level. If they were there, Feng Qin might be afraid. However, what was a mere desolate palace master worth? Humph! To deal with an ant like you, why would the palace master and the ancestor need to personally take action? The person who spoke was the leader of the team from the Sky Mountain Palace. He was Shan Hong's master and also the senior brother of the Law Hall's head. In the Sky Mountain Palace, he was known as the Dragon Mountain Taoist. Obediently commit suicide here, and I can let all the disciples of your Hidden Star Palace go, the Desolate Palace Master sneered. Feng Qin shook his head and shrugged. As long as I'm here, the Hidden Star Palace will exist. His voice contained a wisp of determination. His attitude was very firm, and he had no intention of compromising. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. The Dragon Mountain Taoist growled and attacked like thunder. All of you hold the fort here. Let me kill the Hidden Star Palace Master. As soon as the Dragon Mountain Taoist's voice fell, he leaped and released an extremely powerful force above his head. This was the power of 9 disasters. As everyone knew, the 3rd minor realm of the god level was the Tribulation Master level. The Tribulation Master level was divided into Junior Tribulation Master and Grand Tribulation Master. The difference between them was the 3 disasters and 9 disasters. Any Junior Tribulation Master had to pass through the 3 disasters to succeed. As for Grand Tribulation Master, he had to pass through the 9 disasters, and every disaster was extremely difficult. Once he passed through the 9 disasters, he would be able to break through to the legendary sector, Lord level. However, there was only a gray light above the Dragon Mountain Taoist's head. This meant that he had only passed through 1 disaster. First disaster, Grand Tribulation Master? Feng Qin murmured. and a bright light shot out from his dark eyes. It was time to let the world know what Fong Qin was capable of. Voila! Fong Qin quickly raised his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the void. Suddenly, the star-concealing sword appeared. Rumble! Majestic sword chi shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire world. The atmosphere in the air was extremely oppressive, and the sword chi on Fong Chen's body pierced through time and space. The chaotic sword body was also activated to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 7th move of the invincible sword technique, the space-time sword explosion. Buzz! The 2 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated, and the violent immortal star power was injected into the hidden star sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Fong Qin flicked his wrist and slashed out with the sword. Immediately, a crack was torn open in the vast sky. At the same time, the hidden star sword exuded a terrifying power. Die. Seeing this, Dragon Mountain Taoist sneered again and again. His attack was incomparably powerful as it bombarded the hidden star sword. Crack! When the hidden star sword hit Dragon Mountain Taoist's body, it cut off his arms as if they were tofu. Taoist Dragon Mountain let out a miserable shriek. Then his body was cut in half by the sword. The violent immortal star power corroded Dragon Mountain Taoist's internal organs, and in the blink of an eye his vitality was completely gone. Boom! The body that was cut in half suddenly exploded, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The whole place shook vigorously. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. Their hearts were trembling and their bodies were shaking. A terrifying aura quickly spread out, and layers of powerful ripples slowly spread in the void. Roar! In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were celebrating. This scene was too shocking. The palace master killed a Great Tribulation supremacy with a sword. This was too powerful, right? On the other hand, the people from the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were completely dumbfounded. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Even the Desolation Palace master was a little stunned. How is this possible? The Desolation Palace master cried out. Dragon Mountain Taoist may have only passed one tribulation, but he is extremely powerful. He kept shaking his head, unable to accept the fact in front of him. Whoosh! Fong Qin stood on the city wall with the hidden star sword in his hand. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace have repeatedly attacked the Hidden Star Palace. From today onwards, the Hidden Star Palace will launch a counterattack. Anyone who insults the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fong Chen's long sword pointed at the place where Dragon Mountain Taoist died. This scene was extremely shocking. At the same time, it also greatly mobilized the momentum of the Hidden Star Palace. They were celebrating. You killed Dragon Mountain Taoist? After being stunned, the Desolation Palace master pointed at Fong Qin and scolded angrily. Dragon Mountain Taoist is an elder of the Sky Mountain Palace, but you killed him. You are dead. The Sky Mountain Palace master will not let you go. Fong Qin sneered. If I didn't kill him, would the Sky Mountain Palace let me go? In the face of Fong Chen's question, the Desolation Palace master was speechless for a moment. Fong Qin swung his long sword and pointed at the Desolation Palace master. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the Desolation Palace. However, you have repeatedly tried to kill me. If it weren't for someone saving me, I would have died in your hands. Fong Qin said calmly, Today, you have been harassing and attacking the Hidden Star Palace. With all kinds of grievances added together, we have long been irreconcilable. Humph! The Desolation Palace master tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. He snorted coldly and regained his calm. Hidden Star Palace master, you are too arrogant. The Desolation Palace master said, Dragon Mountain Taoist is strong, but he is only a tribulation supremacy. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed him? Fang Qin did not speak and looked straight at the Desolation Palace Master. I have to admit that your potential is strong. You are the only one I have met in countless years. Even in the eastern region, no one can compare to you. Unfortunately, you will die in my hands in the end. The Desolation Palace Master was a tribulation supremacy. He was very confident in his strength. Is that so? Fang Qin said. Dragon Mountain Taoist also said the same thing, but he is dead and I am still alive. No matter how strong you are only a saint venerable martial artist, and I am a tribulation supremacy. This is the gap. The gap between realms cannot be made up with other things. The Desolation Palace Master said sinisterly, so accept the baptism of death. Fang Qin flicked his sleeve. Come at me if you have the guts. This battle was the battle to establish the Hidden Star Palace's position. They must fight with momentum. Therefore, Fang Qin was not prepared to hold back. Boom! Fang Qin waved his hand, and a shocking stone tablet soared into the sky. When it flew to the highest point of the sky, countless rays of light fell from the stone tablet. The rays of light fell extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it connected with the ground, forming a light curtain with a powerful aura. Dragon Sealing Formation. As the voice fell, the sealed sky tablet in the sky suddenly swooped down. As it swooped down, the falling rays of light also constantly changed their trajectory. Dong! Amidst everyone's shock, the sealed sky tablet fell with endless power, forming the core of the Dragon Sealing Formation. Formation rise. Fang Qin suddenly raised his palm, and immediately, violent power surged in the Dragon Sealing Formation. This was the strongest state of the Dragon Sealing Formation, with the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation, and the power of the sealed sky tablet as the foundation. Humph, a mere formation, and you want to trap me? Seeing Fang Qin set up the Dragon Sealing Formation, the Desolation Palace Master did not panic at all and sneered. However, when he looked at the sealed sky tablet, his eyes were slightly burning. Time stop. At the same time, Fang Qin looked at the Desolation Palace Master and spat out 4 words. Suddenly, everything in the Dragon Sealing Formation became quiet. The restless power instantly stopped, and even time stopped flowing. The Desolation Palace Master's body was also stiff on the spot. Fang Qin raised the Hidden Star sword again and performed the space-time sword explosion. How can you resist my attack now? Fang Qin looked down at the Desolation Palace Master from above and asked coldly. This? The Desolation Palace Master was shocked. How is this possible? His heart was filled with great shock. However, at this critical moment, he had to break the time stop first. Buzz. In the Desolation Palace Master's dantian, a scorching aura quickly spread out. At the same time, countless bright lights scattered in all directions, and there were some subtle changes in the space-time in front of him. An ant will always be an ant. Even if he has mastered a powerful ability, he can't defeat the strong. The Desolation Palace Master was arrogant and looked down on Fang Qin and the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of his heart. When I trample you under my feet, you will understand that all your efforts are in vain. Foundation can't be made up with other means. The Desolation Palace Master said coldly, My foundation is not something you can imagine. Chapter 3092. The foundation of the Desolation Palace was not something that the Hidden Star Palace could compare to. No matter how strong the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was, the gap in cultivation realm could not be made up. Although the Hidden Star Palace Master's strength was beyond the Desolation Palace Master's imagination, the Desolation Palace Master was still fearless. However, the Master of the Desolate Palace did not show any fear. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Crack! When an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his dantian, a trace of ripple appeared in the surrounding still void. Desolation, destruction. At this time, the Desolation Palace master stomped his foot, and his entire body instantly rose by a lot. He stepped on the void, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Qin as he said sinisterly. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the soles of his feet and spread across the ground. Wherever that aura passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This is the Desolation Aura. Fang Qin said in a low voice when he saw the situation, "You should be proud to be able to die under my Desolation Aura." The Desolation Palace master sneered, and his cold voice came from the void. Back then, the Desolation Palace was built because there was a desolate dragon stone mineral vein buried under the Desolation Palace's headquarters. The first Desolation Palace master took a fancy to this desolate dragon stone mineral vein. Hence, he built the palace there and named it the Desolation Palace. The desolate dragonstone was a very special mineral. It contained an extremely powerful desolation aura. The desolation aura could cause many plants to wither and could even cause a martial artist's vitality to dry up. Almost every Desolation Palace master would go deep into the underground mineral vein to absorb a large amount of desolation aura to temper their bodies. All along, the Desolation Aura had been the trump card of the Desolation Palace. However, the Desolation Palace master had no other choice now. He used it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the Desolation Aura filled the entire land. Fang Chen's time stop also suffered a great impact. However, it was a super powerful space-time doctrine technique after all. Even the Desolation Aura could not completely remove the effect of time stop. Time stop. Fang Qin opened his palms, and countless brilliance fell from his palms. In the next moment, the ripples in the void stopped. At the same time, the world around the master of Desolation Palace calmed down again. Even though he had the chi of desolation protecting him, his movements were still somewhat restricted. Kill. The Desolate Palace Lord also realized this problem. He wanted to kill Fang Qin before time stop completely froze. Desolation. He let out a furious roar and spread open his palms. A terrifying desolation aura rapidly gathered together. Finally, he struck out with his palm. This palm strike was earth-shattering, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Space-time sword explosion. With the combination of time stop, the power of the space-time sword explosion was even more powerful. At the same time, the immortal star power in his body gushed out crazily. A powerful consciousness floated in the air, and the vast power of the soul Tao condensed into a powerful soul spear. Kill! Fang Qin let out a furious roar as his frenzied attacks collided with the palm of the master of the Desolate Palace. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying desolation aura spread and surged in the void as if it was going to devour the sky. The hidden star sword and the palm of the master of the Desolate Palace collided, and a powerful force erupted as the two of them clashed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a terrifying suction force suddenly filled the air. The strongest bloodline in the world, the black hole bloodline. Buzz. As soon as the black hole bloodline appeared, it displayed an extremely strong suction force. The vast bloodline was like a terrifying black hole that devoured the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The desolation aura that the master of the Desolate Palace was proud of couldn't resist the suction force of the black hole bloodline. In the blink of an eye, the desolation aura was completely devoured by the black hole bloodline. Without the protection of the desolation aura, the power of the master of the Desolate Palace decreased sharply. Kacha! The power of the hidden star sword increased again, and it instantly exploded as it slashed down. Clang! The palm of the master of the Desolate Palace was instantly broken and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out as a miserable cry came out of his mouth. No. At this moment, the master of the Desolate Palace felt a trace of horror as he cried out miserably. However, Fang Chen's thunderous attacks came wave after wave, and he couldn't resist at all. Without the desolation aura, what do you have to fight me? The hidden star sword cut through the sky and pierced through the head of the master of the desolate palace. Don! The master of the desolate palace fell just like that. The whole place shook vigorously. In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe everything that had happened before their eyes. Not only did he kill Taoist Dragon Mountain, but he also killed the master of the desolate palace. Wasn't he too strong? Most importantly, the master of the Hidden Star Palace was only a holy venerate. The master of the Hidden Star Palace had broken an iron law. Before him, the strongest holy venerate could only match a junior tribulation supremacy. However, after him, a holy venerate could actually kill a senior tribulation supremacy. This was an earth-shattering change. If the news were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire primordial chaos. Even those high and mighty sovereigns would pay attention to this place. Run! The troops of the Desolate Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace were filled with fear. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately the vast and mighty crowd dispersed like a swarm of bees. "Want to leave?" Fong Chen sneered. He had given them a chance back then, but they didn't cherish it. Those who dare to provoke the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fong Chen pressed his hand down. Instantly, the entire world came to a standstill. Kill them and protect the Hidden Star Palace. Under the leadership of the Vice Palace Master Shuozhan, the people of the Hidden Star Palace rushed out of the city and mercilessly killed the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace in the wasteland. Due to Fong Chen's heaven-defying time stop, the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace couldn't move at all and were slaughtered. Rip! Cold light flashed, and one by one, the martial artists fell into a pool of blood. The wasteland was instantly dyed red with blood. Fong Chen stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking at all of this indifferently. In this world, the strong were respected. If one wanted to live, then one must learn to be cruel. If he didn't kill them today, he might die in their hands soon. The Hidden Star Palace was created by him, and he would never allow any force to destroy it. This was also a method to intimidate the enemy. Slaughtering the troops of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace, as well as beheading the Dragon Mountain Taoist and the Desolate Palace Master, was to announce to the world that the Hidden Star Palace was not something that anyone could provoke. In the blink of an eye, the joint army of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace was completely annihilated. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The entire wasteland was filled with the cold smell of blood, and the howling of countless ghosts was endless. Take away all of their sumer rings. Vice Palace Master Shuozhan stood in a pool of blood and commanded everyone. In a short while, they had finished cleaning up. At this time, Fong Chen stepped out and floated above the wasteland. "You all go back first." Everyone retreated and returned to the city. Crash! Fong Chen spread out his hands, and terrifying flames instantly filled the sky. Burn, purify. The fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, a huge sea of fire appeared on the wasteland. Within the sea of fire, the flames burned everything. Corpses piled up like mountains. Blood spread all over the wasteland. The smell of blood in the air, and so on. Everything completely disappeared from the world after being burned by the flames. After doing all this, Fong Chen flung his sleeves and returned to the Hidden Star Palace. This day was destined to be the most dazzling day of the Hidden Star Palace. Once the news spread, the entire boundless world was in an uproar. The 36 palaces were all shocked. Some of the palace masters were tongue-tied, and some did not dare to believe it. Even Realm Master Wu Ye was a little stunned, and then laughed wildly. Fong Chen's strength was beyond his expectations, and it made him even more delighted. Continue to pay attention. I want to see how strong this guy is, and how terrifying his strength has reached. This was Realm Master Wu Ye's order. In addition, The other palaces were inquiring about Fong Chen's news. Some wanted to be on good terms with the Hidden Star Palace, and some thought that the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was too strong, and he would be a great threat in the future. They wanted to borrow the hands of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace to destroy him. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were the most furious. The joint army of the two palaces came out in a mighty manner and pressed down on the Hidden Star City. However, they were all wiped out in the end. Even the Dragon Mountain Taoist and the Desolation Palace Master were killed. Fong Chen's action completely angered the two palaces. Chapter 3093. Sky Mountain Palace. Although it could only be considered average among the 36 palaces in the boundless world. However, since it could establish a palace, its foundation was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now, someone had seriously challenged the dignity of Sky Mountain Palace. If Sky Mountain Palace did not take action, how could they survive in the boundless world in the future? I'm afraid Sky Mountain Palace's old ancestor will not be able to sit still this time. Who would have thought that a weak martial artist from back then would grow to this level? The news that came from True Martial Domain's True Martial Mountain Range was even more shocking. Hidden Star Palace Master actually killed Scarlet Sun Domain's Heavenly Sun Domain and Black Turtle Domain's Chinhao. What does this mean? Most importantly, True Martial Domain's Domain Lord personally stepped in for him. This is thought-provoking. The palace masters of each of the 36 palaces were discussing among themselves. They knew that there would definitely be a storm coming. They only needed to watch the show in the dark and wait for the war to end before making a decision. Whether Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were destroyed or Hidden Star Palace collapsed, the following battle was very crucial. Of course, many palace masters were still guessing Boundless Realm's attitude. Now that Desolation Palace Master had taken action, it was obvious that Boundless Realm had taken back his original order. In that case, was he also secretly watching which side he supported? News about Fong Chen spread in the boundless world. Many people even took the opportunity to spread the news. Sky Mountain Palace in a dazzling palace. This palace was called the Sacred Palace. It would not be opened normally. It would only be opened when the Sky Mountain Palace was in a life and death crisis. Today, the doors of the Sacred Palace were open, and an endless stream of experts entered. Inside the Sacred Palace, Sky Mountain's old ancestor sat at the highest position. His hair was white, and his face was withered. He looked like an old man who was about to die. However, no one dared to ignore him. Beside him was the Tian Shan Palace Master. He stood quietly. Every time someone entered the Sacred Palace, he would nod in acknowledgement. Not long after, no one came in from outside the Sacred Palace. The Sky Mountain Palace Master looked down. There were a total of 20 people. These 20 people represented the various palaces. "Everyone, it's my honor to have you all here," Sky Mountain's old ancestor said slowly. "Ancestor of Tian Shan, what are you saying? Back then, if it weren't for you, the betrayal of my Blackwater Palace would not have been suppressed so easily. Now that the Heaven Mountain Palace has encountered such a thing, how can my Blackwater Palace sit by and do nothing?" The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Lord. That's right. What happened to the Sky Mountain Palace today is our tomorrow. If we don't work together to get rid of this brat, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. Many of the palace masters who came today stood together with the Sky Mountain Palace and intended to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. Including the Hidden Star Palace, there were a total of 37 palaces. 11 of them chose to stand with the Sky Mountain Palace. The rest chose to wait and see. 11 palaces. In addition to the Desolate Palace and the Heaven Mountain Palace, there were a total of 13 palaces. Although they were all palaces belonging to lower middle forces, when all these forces gathered together, it was still shocking enough. Some of them were there to return favors, while others were there to exchange benefits with the Celestial Mountain's ancestor. In short, they had come to the sacred palace for the same purpose. "Old ancestor of Tian Shan, I wonder where the Realm Lord is," the Scarlet Mountain Palace Master asked. As soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of many people. Although Realm Lord Boundless did not care about the battles between the 36 palaces, this time was different from the past. The other party was the Hidden Star Palace Master. Realm Lord Boundless had once issued an order not to allow Great Tribulation supremacies to take action for him. Who could guarantee that Realm Lord Boundless would not appear when they dealt with the Hidden Star Palace? Immediately, everyone looked at each other, waiting for the Celestial Mountain's ancestor to speak. A smile appeared on the Celestial Mountain's withered face. He slowly said, "Everyone can rest assured about this problem." Before the army of the Sky Mountain Palace was dispatched, the Palace Master personally went to Boundless City to meet Realm Lord Boundless. Although the Realm Lord did not say it explicitly, his attitude has already made it clear that he will not interfere in this matter. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go together and directly kill the Hidden Star Palace Master," the Blackwater Palace Master said. According to the analysis of the intelligence, the Hidden Star Palace Master's cultivation should be at the late stage Holy Venerate realm, but his true combat strength has already surpassed that of a 3-disaster Tribulation supremacy. I even suspect that he has reached the 5th disaster or even the 6th disaster level. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master pondered. Such strength has already surpassed most of the Palace Masters. In the territory of the Boundless Realm, he can already be considered a top Tribulation supremacy. If nurtured with his potential, it will not be long before he can step into the realm of a Realm Lord. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master only wanted to make one point clear. The Hidden Star Palace Master was a formidable opponent, and he could not be underestimated. Moreover, it is rumored that the Hidden Star Palace Master's sword skills are extremely powerful, and he even has the heaven-defying space-time stoppability. Before dealing with him, we must be careful and not fail miserably. Hearing this, the Blackwater Palace Master directly said, "Scarlet Mountain Palace Master, aren't you overestimating that guy? How strong can a mere late-stage Holy Venerate be, no matter how strong he is? His heaven-defying space-time stoppability is a joke in my opinion. The Desolate Palace Master's death can only be attributed to his inferior skills. In the face of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Although some of us here are not as strong as the 5th disaster and 6th disaster supremacies, we can easily defeat them. But if we join forces, we can even kill the 9-Nan Grand Tribulation supremacy in seconds. So, as long as we join forces, the Hidden Star Palace will be destroyed." The Blackwater Palace Master was extremely confident because, when he was young, he was also known as a genius. Now he was a 5th disaster supremacy and could fight above his level. "Everyone." The voice of the Heavenly Mountain Patriarch drew everyone's attention back. In the following time, he began to explain to everyone how to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. Once the 13 palaces worked together, they would definitely exterminate the Hidden Star Palace and not leave any future trouble. Therefore, everything had to be planned properly. With the Heavenly Mountain Palace as the leader, the other palaces were secretly plotting to destroy the Hidden Star Palace. However, in these few days, an unexpected and mysterious guest came to the Hidden Star Palace. Hidden Star City, City Lord Manor. Fong Chen, a man in a star robe, sat in the garden and drank to his heart's content. "Ha ha ha, you have quite a lot of good wine." The man in the star robe took a gulp and finished the wine in the cup with a smile. "Since Big Brother Deadstar is here, how can I not take out the best wine to entertain you?" Fong Chen said. "You brat, this wine must have come from Lu Xingkong, right?" Fong Chen was stunned for a moment and then gave the Deadstar Realm Lord a thumbs up. As expected of Big Brother Deadstar, "You can even taste this," Fong Chen said. I once met Lu Xingxing in the immortal Divine Mountain and obtained some of his good wine. By the way, Big Brother Dead Star, why did you suddenly come to the boundless world? Fang Qin remembered that the Dead Star Realm Lord had always been guarding the Dead Star Realm and almost never went out. My clone is guarding the Dead Star Realm. My original body came this time to discuss some matters with the true Martial Realm Lord. I heard about your news from him and specially came to see you. Oh! Fang Qin was puzzled. Why was the Dead Star Realm Lord looking for the true Martial Realm Lord? Don't underestimate the true Martial Realm Lord. To be able to become the strongest Realm Lord in the Eastern region, his strength is not as simple as it seems. The Dead Star Realm Lord said meaningfully. Moreover, the true Martial Realm Lord also has a backer in the northern region. The Dead Star Realm Lord was famous in the immemorial primal chaos and was a peak Realm Lord. In comparison, the true Martial Realm Lord was much less famous. The reason was that the true Martial Realm Lord had never entered the northern region. Otherwise, his name would have spread far and wide. At the same time, Fang Qin was also shocked. The Dead Star Realm Lord actually came in person. It should be an extremely important matter. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. How long has it been since we last met? You have already grown to such an extent. Truly enviable, Dead Star Realm Lord said with a smile while looking at Fang Qin. I'm just lucky. The Dead Star Realm Lord shook his head. If one is lucky and can obtain the recognition of a bloodline king, wouldn't everyone in the immemorial primal chaos become one of the candidates for the bloodline king? Being able to obtain the recognition of a bloodline king was a kind of capital in itself. Chapter 3094. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do to call Emptiness Star Sector Master Brother. Although Emptiness Star Sector Master was only a sector lord, he was famous and had a high status in immemorial chaos. The Emptiness Star Sector that he had created had nurtured countless supreme experts in immemorial chaos. Although Zhan Wu Sector Master had a backer in the northern region, he wouldn't dare to attack Emptiness Star Sector Master if he were to fall out with him. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure would drink with Fang Qin in Hidden Star City? How do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. He knew that Boundless Sector Master had chosen to protect Fang Qin because he had made a deal with Dragon Elephant Sector Master. Now, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were completely enraged. Half-Step Universe God experts would definitely take action. Emptiness Star Sector Master was still worried about Fang Qin. If Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace must be destroyed. Fang Qin's eyes flickered and he said, As for the other palaces, as long as they don't get involved, I won't attack them. After all, there were 36 palaces in Boundless World. If Hidden Star Palace were to start a war and destroy the other palaces, Boundless Sector Master wouldn't be able to stand it. Ancestor Sky Mountain and Ancestor Desolation are both half-step universe God experts. Do you have the confidence to deal with them? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. Fang Qin remained silent. Although he could fight across realms, the difference in realms was too big and he couldn't make up for it. However, he wasn't a weakling who would be trampled on. If he was really forced into a corner, he wouldn't mind activating the Immortal Scepter again. I will stay here for a while. If it doesn't work, I will take action, Emptiness Star Sector Master said. Fang Qin raised his head and looked at Emptiness Star Sector Master gratefully. However, he didn't plan to ask Emptiness Star Sector Master for help. After all, if he couldn't even get through this, what right would he have to stay in Boundless World in the future? After Desolation Palace Master died, the entire Boundless World became turbulent. Although it appeared to be calm on the surface, everyone knew that this was the prelude to the arrival of a storm. Many forces were secretly paying attention to Hidden Star Palace's direction. This time, to the Hidden Star Palace, it was a certain death situation. If they could pull through, they would surely become an emerging force in the endless world. By then, even the other palaces in Boundless World would be fearful of Hidden Star Palace. For half a month, the Heavenly Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace remained silent. No one made a sound. Just when everyone thought that the Sky Mountain Palace was going to endure it, silently Yi Fuqian thought, was of I to even the other palaces in the 36 palaces were shocked. Who would have thought that in the past half a month the Sky Mountain Palace had already roped in the 11 palaces to their side? This was simply a huge investment. Big move. I did not expect Sky Mountain Palace Master to be so determined. The 13 palaces have formed the Star Resistance Alliance. It seems like Hidden Star Palace is done for. Unless Boundless World Lord comes out personally, no one can stop them. Many palace masters in Boundless World side. Sky Mountain Palace did not take action. Once they took action, they did not leave any chance for Hidden Star Palace. How will Hidden Star Palace deal with it? How will Hidden Star Palace Master resolve this situation? Everyone was curious. Countless eyes were on Hidden Star Palace. They wanted to see if this rising star would fall because of this situation. If he could survive this calamity, then he would definitely become the most eye-catching prodigy expert in the Boundless World. Time passed. On the third day after the Star Resistance Alliance released the news, more than 20 experts with strong aura left Sky Mountain Palace and headed to Hidden Star Palace. This time they went alone. They didn't bring the mighty Alliance army with them. This was because they were the top tribulation supremacies below the Realm Lord. More than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. The sky above Hidden Star Palace was oppressive. Countless martial artists felt the pressure was too great. Some weaker martial artists even fainted on the ground. The day had finally arrived. Led by Sky Mountain Palace Master, more than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. They floated in the air and stared at Hidden Star City. Hidden Star Palace Master, come out and face your death. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch flung his sleeves and stroked his white beard as he said coldly. His voice spread throughout the world and resounded through the clouds. On the city wall, Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back. What should come will come in the end. There was no fear on Fong Qin's face. He looked calmly into the distance. The 13 palaces have joined forces to fight against Hidden Star Palace. What a big move. After sweeping his gaze across everyone, Fong Qin sighed. Hidden Star Palace Master, you are too cruel. You relied on your strength to wantonly kill your comrades. Today, we have come to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, Blackwater Palace Master shouted angrily. Hearing this, Fong Chen's gaze changed slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He muttered to himself, do you have the right to do so? In the clouds of the void, Empyrean Star Realm Lord stood on a cloud and looked down. He was paying attention to Fong Chen's every move. If the latter was in danger, he would immediately take action. Humph! A mere Saint Venerate martial artist dares to be so arrogant. You deserve to be killed. Scarlet Mountain Palace Master sneered. Previously, you killed Desolate Palace Master for no reason. From then on, you have become a sinner of Boundless World. Now, we will kill you on behalf of Boundless World. Desolate Palace Master's face was frosty. He said coldly, not only you, but Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. In his opinion, Hidden Star Palace should not exist in this world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything would return to its origin. For no reason. Fong Qin sneered. I would not refute if others said this. However, you, Desolate Palace Master, are shameless enough to say such words. This is really an eye-opener for me. Some people can even throw away their dignity for their own selfish reasons. I think you have lived in a dog's stomach for the past few million years. Facing Fong Chen's mockery, Desolate Palace Master was furious. You, until now you're still putting on airs. What's the use? Desolate Palace Master sneered. As long as I give the order, the joint army will flatten Hidden Star Palace. At that time, you will personally witness the destruction of Hidden Star Palace. Fong Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped at Desolate Palace Master. Do you believe that if Hidden Star Palace is destroyed, the first person to die will be you? Many palace masters were stunned. They did not understand where Fong Chen got the courage to threaten a half-step universe god. Among the 20 people present, there were a total of 5 half-step universe gods. The rest were Great Tribulation Masters. Some of them were not as strong as Desolate Palace Master, but most of them were Great Tribulation Masters above the 5th Disaster Realm. There were even a few who had reached the 8th Disaster Realm. However, facing more than 20 experts, Fong Chen was so calm. Where did his confidence come from? It's useless to say more. Let me twist his head off. The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Master. He was a 6th Disaster Master. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a black light and whizzed out. Go to hell, boy. Blackwater Palace Master roared and slammed his palms toward Fong Chen. Suddenly, a mighty black water flow emerged from his palms. The black water flow contained an extremely cold air. It was many times stronger than the annihilation cold water that Fong Chen had encountered in the Cosmos God world. Blackwater Palace Master's black sky water is extremely corrosive. Even an Emperor realm, primordial spirit might not be able to resist it. When Blackwater Palace Master attacked, everyone nodded gently. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. Chapter 3095. Splash! Black heaven water streaked across the Blackwater Palace Lord's palm and formed ripples in the sky. Hiss! 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 Everyone could feel the powerful corrosive power of the black heaven water. Not good. It's the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace. Vice Palace, Lord Shuizhan, and the others in Hidden Star City had anxious expressions, but they could not do anything. A battle of this level had already surpassed their imagination. More than 20 Great Tribulation Supremacies had disdainful looks in their eyes. I've experienced the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace, Lord, before. It's extremely corrosive, and ordinary people cannot block it. That's right. Even if he has a strong physical defense, he cannot block it. It's useless no matter how great his potential is. Before he grows up, he is just an ant. That's right. Geniuses that have fallen cannot be called geniuses. Only prodigies like Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian can be called supreme prodigies. Many experts said one after another. When they spoke of Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, their expressions became serious. Those 2 prodigies were legendary supreme prodigies. They had left behind countless legends along the way. It was a miraculous life. The 2 of them had already made a name for themselves in the northern region. Black heaven water? Fong Chen's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the Blackwater Palace Lord and then shook his head. While the black heaven water was extremely corrosive, he had the strongest flame in the world and did not fear anything. Everything in the world had a counter. Black heaven water was extreme yin, and the fire source bloodline was extreme heat. 1 yin and 1 yang, they countered each other. Fong Chen did not block it with his physical defense like everyone had guessed. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Dong! Around his fist, there were sounds of vibrations, and wisps of flames enveloped it. Is this guy crazy? He wants to use flames to burn the black heaven water? Ha ha ha, he's an idiot. Doesn't he know that the black heaven water is least afraid of flames? There was once a Great Tribulation Supremacy who used flames to burn the black heaven water. In the end, nothing was left of him. Everyone laughed crazily, their faces full of mockery. However, Fong Chun remained indifferent. Seeing Blackwater Palace Lord's attack rapidly descend, he gently punched out. Die! A cold glint flashed across the Blackwater Palace master's eyes. He roared furiously, and the power around his body erupted. The might of the black sky water was unleashed to its limit. In an instant, the black heaven water enveloped Fong Chin. Upon seeing this, Blackwater Palace Lord was secretly delighted. However, in a mere breath's time, the black sky water that enveloped Fong Chin was rapidly dispersing. Blackwater Palace Lord was shocked when he saw this. He focused his gaze and was shocked to find that there was a ball of scorching flame on the surface of Fong Chen's skin that was driving the black heaven water away. What kind of flame is this? Blackwater Palace Lord cried out involuntarily in horror. However, it was too late. The power of the fire origin bloodline was pushed to the limit. The terrifying flame almost instantly dispersed the surging black sky water. At the same time, Fong Chen's flaming fist landed on Blackwater Palace Lord's body. Dong! Blackwater Palace Lord's vision turned black. His body was hit by a powerful force, and he flew back like a kite. Boom! With a deafening sound, Blackwater Palace Lord's body smashed into the ground. What? Blackwater Palace Lord actually lost? The people who had mocked Fong Chin earlier, including Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch, were all stunned. Then they quickly looked at the Blackwater Palace Lord and were completely stunned. This was because Blackwater Palace Lord's aura was already gone. What did this mean? They were extremely shocked. Killing Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch and even dispersing the black sky water. Wasn't this too domineering? What kind of flame is that? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch exclaimed inwardly. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chin. Impossible. Black sky water is not afraid of any flame in the world. That's right. It must be an illusion. How can black sky water be dispelled? Several great tribulation supremacies couldn't believe it and shouted crazily. Fong Chin stood with his hands behind his back. He floated in the air and looked ahead, coldly. What if that flame is the strongest flame in the world? It's not an exaggeration to call it the ancestor of all flames. Fong Chen's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression was grave as they stared at Fong Chin. Hidden Star Palace Lord, it seems that we have underestimated your strength. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch clenched his fists. He was extremely furious. Who would have thought that Blackwater Palace Lord would be killed in one move? However, even if you have the strength to kill Blackwater Palace Lord, so what? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch looked down at Fong Chin with disdain. Behind him, many great tribulation supremacies regained their composure after the panic and stared at Fong Chin angrily. Countless cheers sounded in Hidden Star City. He could even destroy black sky water and kill Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch. If he could do this, what else could Hidden Star Palace Lord not do? They had crazy thoughts in their minds. Perhaps Hidden Star Palace Lord would create a miracle today, a miracle that belonged to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! A breeze blew past. Fong Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in the void, surrounded by sword chi. His entire being was like a long sword standing proudly. Indeed, there are several half-step universe gods among you. If I were to fight alone, I would definitely not be a match for you. Fong Chin shrugged and continued. However, I am still standing here and have killed Blackwater Palace Lord. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch looked gloomy and stared deeply at Fong Chin. The latter opened his palm and a violent wind blew. Dust flew and a terrifying aura filled the air. Swoosh! A ray of black light burst out from Fong Chen's body. When it reached the sky, the black light exploded and a dazzling steel appeared. Sealed sky steel. The sealed sky steel was personally refined by great Emperor Feng Tian. At its peak, it could seal heaven and earth. Today, Feng Chen fully activated it. "What's that?" everyone exclaimed when they saw it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind grew stronger and stronger. The sealed sky steel in the sky spun rapidly and released an extremely powerful sealing force. Sealed sky steel, seal heaven and earth. With Feng Chen's shout, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be blocked by a layer of invisible force. Sealing? Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch sneered. "Let's join forces and destroy it." Rumble. Under the command of Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch, many Great Tribulation supremacies joined forces and released a dazzling attack toward the void. Dong! When their power collided with the invisible force, it only caused a slight ripple. The power of sealed sky steel was even stronger. "Since I knew you were coming, how could I not prepare a greeting gift?" Feng Chen smiled strangely. With a tap of his foot, he arrived on top of the heaven's sealing monument. At this moment, he stood on sealed sky steel and looked down at everyone below. The Blackwater Palace Lord was just an appetizer. "Believe me, some of you will die soon." Feng Chen's voice spread. Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch and the others were furious. "Kid, do you think you can stop us with this mere seal? Ridiculous. Even a realm lord wouldn't dare to face our combined attack. What's this seal?" Although they were trapped in the seal, they were not afraid. Hiss! Under the effect of sealed sky steel, the seal had completely covered the surroundings. This place had become a void cage. The immortal star power in his palm also quickly merged into the seal. "I've cultivated for countless years and finally had a flash of inspiration a few days ago," Feng Chen said. "This seal was born from sealed sky steel and is also rooted in sealed sky steel. Let's call it the Evil Killing Formation." The Evil Killing Formation was the name of this seal. It meant to kill all evil in the world. This was what Feng Chen had comprehended from sealed sky steel and gradually perfected it. He didn't want to use it so soon, but he couldn't resist the combined attack of many Great Tribulation supremacies led by Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch. The Evil Killing Formation can seal heaven and earth. Of course, this heaven and earth was only a small area and couldn't be compared to when sealed sky steel was at its peak. It couldn't be compared to sealed sky, Great Emperor either. However, it was enough to deal with Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch and the others. Chapter 3096. The Evil Killing Formation could kill all the demons in the world. It was a powerful formation that Feng Chen had created after comprehending the sealed sky tablet and combining it with his own formation doctrine. As soon as the formation appeared, the entire world was filled with a mighty killing aura. Even Ancestor Tian Shan, who was a half-step universe god, was shocked by the aura. However, Ancestor Tian Shan was someone who had seen the world. After a short moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. He swung his sleeve and swept past the Evil Killing Formation. He then stared coldly at Feng Chen. "Did you really think that a mere formation would be able to trap us?" Ancestor Tian Shan said coldly. With the power of the 13 palaces and over 20 Great Tribulation honorables joining forces, it would be a huge joke if they still could not completely destroy the Hidden Star Palace. Hence, the Star Resistance Alliance could only succeed and not fail. Feng Chen opened his hand and immortal star power poured into the sealed sky tablet continuously. As time passed, the power of the Evil Killing Formation grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire sky changed color. In the clouds and the void, Absolute Star Boundary Lord, who was dressed in a starry robe, could not help but sigh when he saw the scene. This guy actually managed to comprehend such a powerful formation. Absolute Star Boundary Lord revealed a bitter smile. His burning gaze gradually shifted away from the sealed sky tablet. Isn't it too extravagant to use the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation? Even in the ancient era, Only great Emperor Feng Tian would be able to do such a thing. At the same time, Absolute Star Boundary, Lord sighed. He did not expect Feng Qin to be so lucky to obtain the sealed sky tablet of great Emperor Feng Tian. In the eyes of many experts, the heaven-sealing tablet was a priceless treasure. With the sealed sky tablet and the evil killing formation, Ancestor Tianshan and the others will not be able to do anything. Originally, Absolute Star Boundary, Lord was still worried. However, he was completely relieved when he saw the scene. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying the sealed sky tablet was. With the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation, Feng Qin seemed to have taken the crucial step. After today, he will be invincible under the Realm Lord. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it also proved that the heaven-sealing monument was of great help to Feng Qin. Rumble. The terrifying, evil-killing array isolated Tianshan's sex patriarch and the others from the outside world. The evil-killing array was filled with a fierce killing aura. Suppress. As soon as Feng Qin said that, all the murderous aura gathered rapidly and swept towards the patriarch of Tianshan and the others. Let's work together to break his formation. The old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain roared. Immediately, more than 20 great tribulation supremacies attacked together. Their attacks were so powerful that when all of their attacks converged together, even the heavens seemed to be collapsing. Dong dong dong. However, when these attacks landed on the evil killing array, they did not cause any damage. Instead, they were rapidly rotated by the sealed sky monument and absorbed. Seeing this, the eyes of Tianshan Mountain's ancestor and the others constricted. They stared at the heaven-sealing tablet in disbelief. Attack the core of the formation. At this moment, the old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain realized that something was wrong and shouted anxiously. At the same time, many experts began to attack the sealed sky monument wildly. However, they had underestimated the power of the sealed sky monument. After all, it was created by the sealed sky great emperor. Although Feng Qin could not fully activate it, even a small part of its power was enough to intimidate everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Any attack that landed on the sealed sky monument would quickly disappear. In the blink of an eye, the Tianshan sex patriarch and the others felt that they had exhausted too much energy and could not continue like this. Patriarch, what should we do? The Tianshan Palace master asked anxiously as he rushed over. Such a huge formation must consume a lot of energy. I don't believe that a mere sacred venerate can maintain it for a long time, the Tianshan sex patriarch said gloomily. Everyone, don't stop. Attack with all your might and exhaust the energy of the formation. When the Hidden Star Palace master can no longer maintain it, it will be time for us to counterattack. Okay. The Tianshan Palace master nodded and joined the battle. Whoosh! Feng Qin grabbed the void and the dazzling Hidden Star sword landed in his hand. The 13 Palaces alliance against the Hidden Star Palace is really giving me face. Feng Qin licked his dry lips and said eerily, Since you are giving me face, I can't be rude. Whoosh! As he spoke, Feng Qin waved his hand. Immediately, a resplendent sword light shot out from the Hidden Star sword. Crack! The closest 6th Tribulation Supremacy was caught off guard and was penetrated by the sword light. Dong! His body exploded with a loud bang. Next, I will play with you. The corners of Feng Qin's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with a sinister and terrifying smile. In the next moment, Feng Qin's figure flashed and shuttled through the evil killing formation, constantly performing invincible sword techniques. With the help of the evil killing formation, almost every sword strike hit the opponent. Crack! Another palace master fell with another sword strike. Damn you, I will kill you. The person who spoke was the desolate patriarch. His hatred for Feng Qin had reached an unparalleled level. Now that he saw Feng Qin trap them with the evil killing formation and kill them wantonly, he was furious. Dong! 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 The desolate patriarch threw a punch, and a terrifying desolation chi quickly spread out. Desolation chi? Seeing this, Fong Qin sneered. The hidden star sword was thrown out again, and a dazzling sword light pierced through the desolation chi and dispersed it. Crack! The desolate patriarch's attack was broken, and his physical body was suppressed. Damn it! The desolate patriarch roared in anger. If it weren't for the evil killing formation, he would have killed Fong Qin. The evil killing formation was much more powerful than he had imagined. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the sky-sealing tombstone continued to absorb the power of everyone's attacks and became stronger, the power of the evil killing formation also increased rapidly. As for Fong Qin, he was like a fish in water. After a long while, the blade of the hidden star sword was already stained with blood. There were 7 corpses on the ground. 7 great tribulation supremacies had died, just like that. Don't scatter, gather together. The heavenly mountain patriarch blasted out a palm and felt the power of the sky-sealing tombstone rebound. He quickly retreated and roared. The remaining dozen or so great tribulation supremacies quickly gathered together. When they saw their dead companions on the ground, they were also stunned. This formation is too evil. We are restricted too much in it. Heavenly Mountain Patriarch, what should we do now? If this continues, all of us will die here. More than 20 great tribulation supremacies joined forces to deal with a holy venerate, but they ended up like this. It's really... For a moment, everyone was in deep thought. Some people's faces were gloomy, while others had gloomy expressions. For them, things had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Star Palace Master was unexpectedly powerful. Now that things have come to this, we can only cut off all means of retreat. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch said in a deep voice, "That stone tablet is very evil. It will absorb the power of our attacks. The stronger it is, the stronger the formation will be, and our strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, our top priority should be to destroy that stone tablet." Everyone's eyes were shocked as they looked at the sky-sealing tombstone that was emitting multicolored light. In the clouds and the void, whoosh! Dead Star Realm Lord looked down with a smile. Suddenly, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure silently appeared. Without looking back, he knew that the person was definitely a Realm Lord. And in the boundless world, who else would dare to be so unscrupulous other than Realm Lord Wuya? Realm Lord Wuya, Dead Star Realm Lord said with a smile. What, a busy person like Dead Star Realm Lord also came to my boundless world? Realm Lord Wuya asked. Dead Star Realm Lord smiled without saying anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle below. What do you think of the Hidden Star Palace Master of my boundless world? Realm Lord Wuya changed the topic. His potential is unparalleled, and his future achievements are limitless, Dead Star Realm Lord said. A smile appeared on Realm Lord Wuya's face as he looked at Fong Qin with a deeper gaze. He had thought of countless scenes, but he had never thought of this scene. More than 20 great tribulation supremacies had joined forces, but they had been defeated by Fong Qin alone. If this news were to spread, the entire eastern region would be shaken. It was no wonder that the true martial Realm Lord had personally stepped forward for such a prodigy. Chapter 3097. The current battle had already exceeded Realm Lord Wu Ye's expectations. As the Realm Lord, there were very few things that could surprise him. However, at that moment, Fong Qin used a unique method to give people a visual shock. He was too strong. Compared to other Paragon sovereigns, Fong Qin's strength was simply unparalleled. The situation in Boundless World hasn't changed for a long time. Some palaces have already forgotten the original oath. It's time to borrow the hands of Hidden Star Palace Master to clean up, murmured Realm Lord Wuya. At this moment, outside Hidden Star City, everyone was crazily attacking the sealed sky monument, but Fong Qin was still shuttling through the evil killing formation. slashing the experts with his sword. Pucci, with a swing of his sword, a great tribulation supremacy expert died. Run. In the blink of an eye, several great tribulation supremacies had fallen under Fong Chen's sword. At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They roared into the sky, their hearts filled with fear as they desperately tried to escape. Damn it! Ancestor Tian Shan glanced at everyone. There were more than 20 people when they came, but now there were only 8. His heart was filled with anger. Suddenly, his mind shook, and a trace of ice-cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! He quickly retreated and arrived in front of the 2 palace masters. Listen to me, both of you. Ancestor Tian Shan pretended to tell the 2 of them how to escape. When the 2 of them came close, Ancestor Tian Shan roared and slammed his palms on their heads. Crack! Their skulls were instantly shattered. At that moment, Tian Shan Mountain's ancestor quickly grabbed the 2 of them and threw them toward the sky-ceiling tablet. No, the others were in disbelief when they saw the scene. The dignified ancestor Tian Shan had actually done such a despicable thing. In order to survive, he would do anything. Ancestor Tian Shan. Someone roared, his eyes scarlet. Dong! At this moment, the bodies of the 2 palace lords that had been thrown out by the Tian Shan patriarch crashed into the ceiling sky monument and exploded instantly. A terrifying force swept out and drowned the sealed sky monument. Hiss! At this moment, the evil killing formation shook and showed signs of shattering. Crack! Patriarch Tian Shan gathered all his strength and struck the weakest part of the evil killing formation, tearing open a crack. Let's go. At this moment, Ancestor Tian Shan couldn't care less. With a flash, he escaped from the crack. Whoosh! At the same time, the hidden star sword burst out. Crack! Across the boundless void, the hidden star sword heavily injured the heavenly mountain old ancestor. Blood splattered all over the sky. The heavenly mountain old ancestor left behind an arm and escaped with heavy injuries. Truly laughable. You all view him as your leader. Yet in this life and death crisis, he is using your lives to escape. I feel pity for you all. Fong Chen floated in the air, looking down and sneering. Damned old ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain. The few surviving experts had ferocious looks on their faces as they fell into a deranged state. If we can't live, the Heaven Mountain Palace won't have any peace either. In the next moment, they joined forces and surrounded the Sky Mountain Palace master. Kill! Among the few of them, there was an expert of half-step universe god level like Ancestor Baron. The master of Heaven Mountain Palace was killed without any resistance. Damn it! I can't kill my enemy with my own hands. If there is an afterlife, I will destroy the Heaven Mountain Palace at all costs. The remaining few roared at the sky, their voices filled with unwillingness. I can give you all a chance to take revenge. Seeing that everyone was blinded by hatred, Fong Chen's cold voice rang out. Make a martial oath to join the Hidden Star Palace and never betray it. Then I will let you all go. The few of them looked at each other. Impossible. Ancestor Baron did not even think and rejected. Then you can go to hell. The Ancestor Baron had gone through the previous battle and was heavily injured. His combat power had decreased sharply. The strong restriction of the evil killing formation prevented him from unleashing his full strength. Fong Chen did not hesitate to use the invincible sword principle. The space-time sword explosion exploded in the void. Crack! The Ancestor Baron's body flew out. One of his arms was broken and blood spurted out. Kill him. Fong Chen stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground and said in a low voice. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Ancestor Baron, I'm sorry. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The Ancestor Baron's body was drowned in the dazzling attack. Angry screams could be heard endlessly. After a long while, There were only 5 people in the evil killing formation. The 5 of them glanced at Fang Qin, their faces filled with helplessness. However, they would do anything for revenge. We originally did not have any deep hatred with the Hidden Star Palace. We came here because we believed the words of the ancestor Tian Shan. However, he betrayed us at the critical moment and did not hesitate to use our lives in exchange for his freedom. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I would rather die in battle than be betrayed by my companions. The ancestor Tian Shan will definitely die. For revenge, I am willing to join the Hidden Star Palace, as long as they could survive. So what if they joined the Hidden Star Palace? This battle had already proven the strength of the Hidden Star Palace. Perhaps they would have a different future after joining? Soon, the 5 of them made a martial oath. Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the sealed sky monument. Being impacted by the power of self-destruction, the light around the sealed sky monument dimmed a lot. Fang Chen knew that he definitely could not use the sealed sky monument again in the short term. However, this battle had already achieved his goal. It was enough to intimidate the people of the endless world. Huff! Without the restraint of the evil killing formation, the 5 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately felt the pressure decrease. Palace Lord, the ancestor Tian Shan has an irreconcilable hatred with the 5 of us. Wait until we kill him, then we will serve you. One of them cupped his fists at Fang Qin. After saying that, the 5 figures flickered and disappeared into the void. On the endless wasteland it was dilapidated. Blood flowed like a river, and thick smoke billowed. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and sighed with emotion. Voila! Dead Star Realm Lord and Boundless Realm Lord appeared together. Hidden Star Palace Lord, this move of yours is really ruthless. Boundless Realm Lord said with a smile. I can imagine that not long later, the Sky Mountain Palace will definitely be stirred up by the 5 of them. With their addition, your Hidden Star Palace is fully deserving of being the strongest palace in the endless world. Realm Lord. Fang Qin nodded lightly at Boundless Realm Lord. Dead Star Realm Lord looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Although you killed in all directions and intimidated everyone, the difference in cultivation realm is still huge. I hope you can work harder and step into the Realm Lord realm as soon as possible. I definitely will. Fang Qin clenched his fists tightly. His heart was burning. Hidden Star Palace Lord slaughtered over a dozen experts under Hidden Star City with his own strength. Only a few people like the ancestor Tian Shan escaped. The 13 Palace Alliance could be said to have suffered heavy losses. When this news came out, the entire endless world was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were tongue-tied. The other palace lords were incomparably shocked. They could not imagine how the Hidden Star Palace Lord defeated everyone. Could it be that his strength was already comparable to a Realm Lord realm expert? In an instant, discussions regarding the Hidden Star Palace Lord spread throughout the entire endless world. As for Boundless Realm Lord, he was chatting with Fang Chen in the Hidden Star Palace. After knowing the relationship between Fang Chen and Dead Star Realm Lord, Boundless Realm Lord sighed. I didn't expect this. Boundless Realm Lord said. After this battle, your name will spread far and wide. In the endless world, no one will dare to provoke you. Speaking until here, Boundless Realm Lord paused for a moment before continuing. I wonder if you are interested in being the Grand Commander of the endless world. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The Grand Commander's position was second only to the Realm Lord. In the endless world, it was equivalent to being below 1 and above tens of thousands. Seeing Fang Chen's hesitation, Boundless Realm Lord continued. If the Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, it will have to rely on the resources of the endless world. If you become the Grand Commander, it will be relatively easier. Moreover, if the experts from the other 8 realms know that your combat power is comparable to a Realm Lord even though your cultivation is at the Holy Venerate realm, They will definitely suspect that you have secrets on you. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. If you become the Grand Commander of the Endless World, they will also weigh the pros and cons before taking action. Moreover, after becoming the Grand Commander, you can even head to that region to cultivate. Fan Chen's expression changed as he recalled the words that the dragon elephant Realm Lord said to him before he left. Chapter 3098. The battle shocked the world. Fan Chen had perfectly demonstrated what a genius was with his invincible attitude. A true genius was above everything. He should have the mentality of being invincible and the strongest in the world. In the history of the Boundless World and even the Eastern region, there had never been such a powerful Holy Venerable. In a way, Fan Chen's fighting power had broken the record that had been sealed for countless years. Even the two most dazzling geniuses in the immemorial chaos were ashamed of their inferiority when they were at the same level. If Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua knew about it, they would be shocked too. In people's knowledge, no matter how strong a Holy Venerable was, he could not match a great Tribulation Master. However, Fan Chen had killed more than a dozen great Tribulation Masters by himself, and there were even half-world gods among them. Of course, a large part of the reason was the sealed sky tablet, but Fan Chen's fighting power was strong enough. Whenever people thought of this shocking battle, they would sigh. He was too strong, so strong that it made people feel despair. After this battle, Fan Chen naturally became the strongest god in the boundless world. Even the top 10 palaces did not dare to provoke Fan Chen. They even deliberately lowered their status and sent envoys to send gifts to befriend the Hidden Star Palace. Anyone could see that after this battle, the Hidden Star Palace would rise in all aspects. It was naturally the best thing to befriend the Hidden Star Palace at this time. In stark contrast to the Hidden Star Palace was the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. The leader of the Star Resistance Alliance was the old ancestor of the Sky Mountain Palace. The real leaders of the resistance against the Hidden Star Palace were the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace. The real foundation of the Desolation Palace was the old ancestor of the Desolation Palace. Now that he had died in the battle, the Desolation Palace was in chaos. Under the strong encirclement and suppression of the few surviving palace masters, the huge, desolate palace disappeared in just 3 days. The destruction of the Desolation Palace directly led to the acceleration of the changes in the boundless world. However, when those palace masters were leading their vast and mighty armies toward the Heavenly Mountain Palace, something unexpected happened. The Sky Mountain Palace, which had once been incomparably glorious, was now in ruins. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in smoke. It was as if it had just experienced a shocking battle. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain Palace had lost his mind and stepped onto the demonic path. He cultivated an evil demonic art and devoured the strength of all the disciples of the Heavenly Mountain Palace for his own use. By the time everyone arrived, the Heaven Mountain Palace had already completely disappeared from the boundless world's history. As for the Tian Shan Patriarch, he was nowhere to be found. Fan Chen was also stunned when he heard the news. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect has walked the path of evil. He betrayed the boundless world and became the enemy of the entire eastern region. In the days to come, he will become a street rat. There is no need to fear him. Although he felt a little uneasy, Fan Chen didn't care too much about it. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect had cultivated for countless years, and his potential had been squeezed dry. Even though he was a half-step world deity, it was still extremely difficult for him to step into the realm of Sector Lord. As long as he didn't become a Sector Lord, he wouldn't be a threat to him. Plus, the Sector Lords in the Eastern region wouldn't allow a demon like Tian Shan Ancestor to exist. One could imagine how miserable the fate of the ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain would be. Palace Master, the leaders of the 11 palaces, including the Bright Dragon Palace, are waiting outside the hall. At this moment, Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan hurried in. In the garden, Fang Chen sat alone on the stone stool and drank spirit-tempering wine. The crisis had been resolved. Sector Master Zhu Xing had left to settle his own matters. As for Sector Master Wuya, he had returned to Boundless City. Let them come to the meeting hall. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Chen said slowly, "In this battle, many leaders of the 11 palaces were almost killed. However, there were still some old men who came out and quickly stabilized the situation. They knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. After eliminating the Desolate Palace and Heavenly Mountain Palace, they personally came to express their gratitude and even declared that they would join the Hidden Star Palace forever." Behind the door of the meeting hall, some old men slowly walked out from the crowd. The expression on their faces was completely different from when they had entered. When they had entered, their faces were solemn. Some of them were even against joining the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they came out, every one of them was glad that they had made the right decision. Sector Master Wuya definitely thinks highly of such a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to be the Grand Commander. That's right. In this way, we won't lose anything and can even benefit from it. With Hidden Star Palace Master's monstrous potential, perhaps in the future, our boundless world will be able to dominate the eastern region. At that time, us old men will definitely enjoy better treatment. Ha ha ha. Everyone had already gone far away. However, hearty laughter could still be heard. Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan accompanied Fang Chen out of the meeting hall. In the distance, Chi Qiu had also rushed over. Palace Master. Chi Qiu cupped his fist towards Fang Chen. His gaze towards Fang Chen was even more fervent. He couldn't imagine that Hidden Star Palace Master had actually created an unimaginable miracle in such a short period of time. I'll have to trouble the two of you in the following period of time. Fang Chen said with a smile, "Palace Master, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Vice Palace Master Shui Zhan hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubts. Fang Chen waved his hand. "I know what you're worried about. I've also considered this point." Fang Chen said, "Now, I'm the commander of the boundless world. In terms of power, I absolutely suppress them. Even if they want to rebel, they also need to have the strength. In front of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Moreover, in the following period of time, the strength of our Hidden Star Palace will definitely increase rapidly. When our Hidden Star Palace is strong enough to make them tremble, even if they have second thoughts, they will have nothing to fear. All disobedient elements were suppressed. Palace Master is really amazing." When Chi Qiu heard this, he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Thinking back to back then, he actually foolishly ran over to challenge Fang Chen. It was really laughable. "All right, I'll leave the matters of Hidden Star Palace to you two to handle. I have something to do in the boundless world." Fang Chen finished speaking and directly left Hidden Star Palace. However, before leaving, Fang Chen told the two to pay more attention to Chuan Yun's sect below. Chuan Yun City, one of the 72 cities under the Bloody Battle territory. Because the Hidden Star Palace Master walked out of Chuan Yun City, the current Chuan Yun City was even more bustling. It had vaguely become the most central and most prosperous place in this world. And as the overlord force of Chuan Yun City, Chuan Yun sect was even more favored by countless people. Is the news true? Chuan Yun sect master, who was dressed in a black robe, had a face full of excitement after hearing the news. "Sect master, the news came from Hidden Star Palace," the subordinate said in a low voice. "Good, that's great. Pass down my order. In Chuan Yun City, hold a banquet for 3 days to celebrate the triumphant return of Hidden Star Palace," Chuan Yun sect master said. At the same time, he was also incomparably grateful. If it weren't for the two siblings Bai Feng and Bai Yan who brought Fang Chen back, how could his Chuan Yun sect have today? From today onwards, Bai Feng will be the next sect master of Chuanyin sect, and Bai Yan will be the saintess of Chuanyin sect. Her status is equal to mine. In the entire boundless world, anyone who had a relationship with Fang Qin or had a chance encounter with him were all proud of the Hidden Star Palace Master. At all times, they were flaunting that they had once spoken to the powerful Hidden Star Palace Master. Apart from the boundless world, the other 8 great realms in the eastern region were also shocked after receiving the news. Damn it, we can't avenge Heavenly Sun's supremacy. This voice came from the Scarlet Sun world. If Chun Hao didn't die, his strength wouldn't be weaker than the Hidden Star Palace Master. He killed the future of my Black Turtle world. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. This voice came from the Black Turtle world. Apart from these 2 great realms who were hostile towards Fangchen, the other realms were very friendly. True martial domain. This kid. Qi Zhan ate a peach and shook his head with a bitter smile. With the help of the true martial domain lord, his physical body had been reconstructed, and his strength was still recovering. Qi Zhan, this guy is amazing. The true martial domain lord sighed. With the cultivation of a saint venerable, his attack power is invincible under the domain lord. I even feel that he will create a terrifying legend. This was because such a monstrous genius had never appeared in the history of the immemorial chaotic world. Chapter 3099. Eastern Regions, 9 Great Regions. Everyone's gaze was focused on the boundless world. Many world lords were envious that the boundless world had produced such a genius. It was too shocking. Of course, most of them were jealous. As for Fang Qin, who was in the eye of the storm, he had silently arrived at the boundless city. As the core authority of the boundless world, this place was very prosperous. Martial arts flourished, and experts were as common as clouds. Have a seat. In an elegant garden, Boundless sat on a stone bench and pointed to the stone bench beside him as he spoke to Fang Qin. You're now a commander. There's no need to restrain yourself. Boundless smiled. Fang Qin nodded and slowly sat down. You want to enter that place to cultivate so soon? Realm Lord Boundless asked. Fang Qin was silent as he looked at Boundless. The latter waved his hand and grinned. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say anything more. Now, I'll tell you about the situation of that region. I hope you'll be able to gain something from it. In the following time, Boundless began to introduce that legendary region to Fang Qin. Do you know what's the westernmost region of our boundless world? Boundless asked. Border mountain range. Fang Qin was a little confused. He didn't understand why Boundless would ask this. Then, do you know why the border mountain range exists? Fang Qin shook his head. He really didn't know. On the other side of the border mountain range is the Sky Heart world. Boundless said, Sky Heart world is the most mysterious world in the eastern region's 9 great regions. This world specializes in cultivating one's mental state. When cultivated to the extreme, one can condense heart force. The strength of heart force was unimaginable. Sky Heart world cultivates the heart. Although he knew about the Sky Heart world, Fang Qin didn't know that they focused on cultivating their mental state. Mental state was something that every martial artist had to face. Some people were very strong, but their mental state wasn't enough. Hence, they couldn't break through. Mental state cultivation was like cultivation. It was a long process. Since ancient times, mental cultivators were very mysterious. Their methods were unpredictable and terrifying. The Sky Heart realm had always been low profile in the eastern region, but no one dared to look down on it. No one dared to provoke it. The border mountain range separates our boundless world from the Sky Heart world, and that legendary place is located within the border mountain range. Realm Lord Boundless continued. Hearing this, Fang Qin was shocked. The border mountain range was the most dangerous place in the boundless world. There were powerful demonic beasts running amok there, and there were even more hidden dangers. That place was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary martial artists would not dare to enter that place. Even the palace masters of the 36 palaces would turn pale at the mention of that place. No one had expected the legendary place to be there. In the legendary place, there's a boundless amount of energy. If one could obtain it, they would be able to temper their fleshly bodies, achieving a supreme physique. The boundless Realm Lord spoke. In the boundless realm, I'm the only one who has entered it before, but I failed. Feng Chen was stunned. The gaze he used to look at Realm Lord Wuya with flickered. Realm Lord Wuya had once entered, but failed. However, even if he failed, he was still so powerful. What if he succeeded? For a moment, Feng Chen's thoughts flickered. No one knows how the legendary place was formed. Throughout history, those who were able to temper their bodies in the legendary place would have their fleshly bodies become unbelievably powerful. You'll know all this after you enter. Realm Lord Boundless continued. Now, I'm going to tell you something else. Feng Chen perked his ears to listen. We're not the only ones who know about the legendary place. The Sky Heart World also knows about it. Furthermore, they've grasped the method to enter. What? Feng Chen exclaimed. The Sky Heart World could enter the legendary place? Our boundless world calls the legendary place the boundless sacred ground, while the Sky Heart World calls it the Sky Heart Sacred Ground. The two entrances, the two inheritances, are connected together, forming an extremely terrifying legendary place. This time the Sky Heart World also sent experts to enter the legendary place. After you enter, you must be careful. The heart force of the Sky Heart World is already very powerful. In addition to the terrifying aura of the legendary place, their heart force is even more terrifying. Realm Lord Boundless reminded. Feng Chen nodded. I'll be careful. For a total of 3 days, Realm Lord Boundless gave Feng Chen many books. The majority of them recorded all the information about the boundless sacred ground. Of course, the information was basically what Realm Lord Boundless had seen when he entered when he was young. It wasn't comprehensive. So many years have passed. Perhaps the situation in the boundless sacred ground has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Realm Lord Boundless said, Voila! Feng Chen stood up and slowly closed the book. Realm Lord, can we set off now? Feng Chen asked. Let's go. I'll bring you there now. Realm Lord Boundless said, the main purpose of this trip to the boundless sacred ground is to temper your fleshly body. You have the primal chaos sword body and are a natural-born body refiner. If you can activate the primal chaos sword body's ultimate state, then your fleshly body has a high possibility of entering the Emperor Realm. Hearing this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. The Emperor Realm was something that everyone yearned for. If the Immortal Scepter could unleash such a powerful force after entering the Emperor Realm, what would happen if the fleshly body entered the Emperor Realm? Thinking of this, Feng Chen shook his head and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. He followed Realm Lord Boundless to the border mountain range. A few days later, in the sky above the border mountain range, Feng Chen and Realm Lord Boundless stood in the air. Looking down, one could see countless flashes of lightning, snow, and rain intertwined to form the terrifying border mountain range. What a terrifying aura! In the border mountain range, there was a unique aura being emitted. If not for the protection of the primal chaos sword body, it would be impossible to resist. At this time, Feng Chen finally understood why no one dared to come to the border mountain range. The environment here is enough to make a minor tribulation venerable martial artist lose their way. Realm Lord Boundless' voice sounded. What kind of method could create such a terrifying environment? Feng Chen shook his head and sighed. The environment here was not like this originally. After countless years, after being baptized by the aura of the legendary place, it gradually changed and became like this, Realm Lord Boundless said. Feng Chen was dumbfounded. Just by being infected by the aura, it became so terrifying. Then what about the real legendary place? The entrance to the boundless sacred ground is in the depths of the border mountain range. Following Realm Lord Boundless Finger, Fong Qin saw a shining place in the depths of the border mountain range. Let's go over. At the same time in the Sky Heart world, outside the border mountain range, two figures stood side by side. One of them was the legendary Sky Heart world overlord. Qing, your cultivation talent is very strong. In the vast Sky Heart world, no one can compare to you. Entering the Sky Heart sacred ground this time, your only goal is to receive the baptism and stimulate the primal chaos heavenly heart. Sky Heart world Lord instructed. By the side, a green-haired lady in green nodded. Okay, I'll send you in now. After speaking, Sky Heart world Lord waved his hand and a dazzling light flashed. A cone-shaped light shot into the depths of the border mountain range. Dong dong dong. Following which, a deafening sound could be heard. The door to the Sky Heart sacred ground had opened. Just at this moment, Sky Heart world Lord sensed movement from the other side of the border mountain range. There are also experts from the boundless world that entered. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Hidden Star Palace Master. Qing, when you enter the Sky Heart sacred ground, you must be careful. If you meet the Hidden Star Palace Master, you must endure. I will. The figure of the green-haired woman in green clothes gradually disappeared into the bright light. Looking at her disappearing figure, Sky Heart world Lord shook his head. Qing, don't blame me for being too heartless. It's because you have the primal chaos heavenly heart. Once it awakens, your potential will be boundless. At that time, the major characters in the northern region will be extremely happy, and I will be able to obtain the Sky Heart Diamond. Sky Heart world Lord clenched his fists tightly as his eyes shone with a fiery light. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time in the cultivation of the heart. No one could understand his thirst for a breakthrough. He must obtain the Sky Heart Diamond, and the green-haired lady in green was his bargaining chip to obtain the Sky Heart Diamond. Qing, maybe in the future, you will thank me for everything I've done for you. Sky Heart world Lord said. After all, that was the primal chaos heavenly heart. To a heart cultivator, it was the most dreamy thing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder rumbled from both sides of the border mountain range. The legendary place quietly closed. Chapter 30-100. Boundless Sacred Ground. The air around Fong Qin was filled with a piercingly cold and domineering aura. This aura caused Fong Qin's body to tense up. He slowly raised his head and suddenly realized that the endless sky was covered with dark clouds. Thick lightning dragons were constantly swimming in the dark clouds, causing explosions from time to time. The terrifying explosive force caused the sky to tremble. The rolling thunder was like smoke spreading out. The entire area was filled with a murderous aura. The chaotic sword body was automatically activated. Powerful sword chi surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense to resist the terrifying pressure. What a strong pressure! Is this the legendary place? Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was quite excited. Such a place was the best opportunity to refine his physical body. Using lightning to refine my physical body. Fong Qin's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the terrifying lightning in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, Fong Qin stomped his feet and his body flickered. He instantly shuttled through the void and appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Dong! The thick lightning dragons seemed to have sensed the approach of a human expert. They opened their bloody mouths and roared into the sky, constantly spewing out terrifying lightning. Rumble. Fong Qin closed his eyes and opened his palms, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. In the beginning, the explosion of the lightning dragons could still hurt Fong Qin. However, as time passed, Fang Qin had already adapted to the terrifying lightning. Awesome! After a while, Fang Chen's body was bathed in lightning and he roared excitedly. As expected of boundless sacred ground, it was amazing to refine one's physical body. The lightning was different from the outside world. It contained the exclusive power of the physical body. Using it to refine one's physical body was the best method. At the same time, in a forest in boundless sacred ground, two humanoid beasts stared at the terrifying lightning in the distant sky with their dark eyes. And the human martial artist who was bathed in lightning. The humans have appeared again. One of the demonic beasts in blue said coldly. His face was cold, as if he hated humans to the core. This human is not simple. He can bathe in lightning to temper his body. Another person said, "We can't let him continue refining. Otherwise, once he succeeds, our region will be conquered by him. He's currently tempering his body and can't afford to be distracted. This is our best chance. Let's attack and kill him." The two humanoid demonic beasts quickly left the forest and approached Fang Qin. Dong dong dong. Fang Qin could clearly feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. At the same time, he felt a tremor in his mind. It was as if a brand new door to the cultivation of the physical body had been opened. I see. A smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. If he continued to temper himself, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to touch the door of the Emperor Realm. Once his physical body stepped into the Emperor Realm, he would be truly invincible under the universe God Realm. Two demonic beasts are approaching. The star-hidden sword said through sound transmission. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword suddenly appeared. The sword was surrounded by a biting cold sword chi, which resonated with Fang Chen's chaotic sword body. "Master, there's killing intent on them," the star-hidden sword said. Immediately after, a loud and clear sword cry was emitted from the sword. In the next moment, the hidden star sword shot out explosively. Puff! A terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and struck the two demonic beasts. Courting death, the two demonic beasts sneered and immediately attacked. They raised their palms, and the lightning in the sky began to undergo a tremendous change. Oh no! Fang Qin said in his heart. His body flashed, and he smashed the lightning that was approaching him. He forcefully retreated from the Thunder Dragon vortex. They can control the Thunder Dragon? Fang Qin was dumbfounded. No, they can't control it. They can only influence it. Even if they could influence the trajectory of the Thunder Dragon, it was still very impressive. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The two demonic beasts used the terrifying Thunder Dragon to force the star-hidden sword back. Fang Qin jumped down and firmly held the star-hidden sword in his hand. At the same time, he looked at the two demonic beasts with a dignified face. "Why did you attack me?" In the sky, the Thunder Dragon was quickly dissipating. The dark clouds that covered the sky also gradually drifted away. The sky returned to its clear state. The two demonic beasts sneered. "Human, you want to occupy our territory. You should be killed. This is our territory. You humans have invaded our territory time and time again. Furthermore, you want to absorb all of the lightning energy. That is impossible." Hearing this, Fang Qin frowned. Could it be that there were demonic beasts in boundless sacred ground? And from their tone, it seemed that they were of the same race. Thinking of this, Fang Qin shook his head slightly. He thought that he could focus on tempering his body. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at this time? Boy, go to hell! One of the demonic beasts roared and attacked Fang Qin. Space-time, sword explosion. Fang Qin shouted and displayed the invincible sword technique. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out and instantly penetrated the demonic beast's defense. Pucci! The demonic beast's blood spurted out as his body retreated. "This is the aura of the Tianyi Sword Emperor," The demonic beast's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily, "You are the successor of the Tiani Sword Emperor?" After the other demonic beast heard this, its face suddenly changed and asked sternly. Before Fang Chen could fight, the two demonic beasts once again launched the fiercest attack, as if they wanted to kill Fang Chen directly. What's going on? Could it be that the Tiani Sword Emperor has a grudge with them? Fang Chen naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the Tiani Sword Emperor. He guessed that his sword Dao Aura was slightly similar to the Tiani Sword Emperor, so the two demonic beasts in front of him misunderstood. Thunder reverse. The two demonic beasts unleashed their strongest power, and Fang Chen could not suppress them for a while. After a while, the two demonic beasts became more anxious. A human martial artist in the Holy Venerable Realm could force them to this point. Damn it, he must have inherited the legacy of the Tiani Sword Emperor. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. One of the demonic beasts looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, it absorbed the power of thunder in the air and unleashed its strongest attack. Crack! However, at this moment, the reincarnation sword shuttle in the dark cave mountain had an unexpected change. It took the initiative to come out of the dark cave mountain and blocked in front of Fang Chen, emitting dazzling sword chi. Crack! The strongest thunder attack that the two demonic beasts were proud of was easily blocked by the reincarnation sword shuttle. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the reincarnation sword shuttle was rapidly absorbing the power of thunder. Moreover, its aura seemed to be able to restrain the two demonic beasts. Thump, thump, thump. The two demonic beasts felt the terrifying aura and quickly retreated. When they steadied themselves, their pupils suddenly shrank and their bodies trembled. Reincarnation sword shuttle? Almost at the same time, the two demonic beasts cried out. Their eyes were full of horror. Let's go. The two demonic beasts almost did not hesitate. They flashed and quickly fled. Swoosh! The reincarnation sword shuttle released a powerful sword light that pierced through the void and slashed into the distance. Crack! Blood spurted out. The two figures, in a sorry state, fled quickly. The air was filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. Fang Chen carefully observed the reincarnation sword shuttle and was full of doubts. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear? According to the expressions of the two demonic beasts, Fang Chen guessed a possibility. Their tribe had a grudge against the reincarnation sword emperor. After recognizing the reincarnation sword shuttle, they were very frightened. Otherwise, why would the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear and help Fang Chen resist their attack? This scene made Fang Chen realize that the boundless sacred ground was not as safe as he thought. Leave here as soon as possible. At the same time, a piece of news spread rapidly in the boundless sacred ground. As soon as the news came out, it shocked all the demonic beasts. What? The common successor of the reincarnation Sword Emperor and the Tiani Sword Emperor appeared here? Oh my God, is he going to kill us all? At all costs, we must kill the successor of the reincarnation Sword Emperor. This is our territory. What the reincarnation Sword Emperor gave to us, we will pay him back 10,000 times today. Pass down my order. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this person. For a time, all the demonic beasts in the boundless sacred ground were looking for Fang Chen. Chapter 30-101. In the dense forest, everything was verdant and lush. In the depths of the forest, there was a mountain stream. Above the cliff, a waterfall flowed down. In the stream below, there was a blue stone. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on it, letting the waterfall hit him. From the towering cliff, the waterfall swooped down. The impact was so powerful that it was shocking. However, Fang Chen was fearless. He used the powerful impact to temper his body. In front of him, the star-hidden sword was inserted horizontally in the stream, and his whole body was exuding layers of sword chi halos. Beside him, the reincarnation sword shuttle also floated in the stream. seeming to be vigilant of the changes nearby. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the reincarnation's sword shuttle floated out of the water, bringing up countless waves. Following that, a powerful sword aura emanated from its body. At this time, the star-hidden sword also made a sword sound, rose from the ground, and appeared in front of Fong Chen's chest. Clatter! Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shook his wet hair. Then he held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared ahead. In a few breaths, a human-shaped, demonic beast appeared. Human? A sword practitioner? Seeing Fong Chen under the waterfall, the human-shaped, demonic beast was overjoyed, and his eyes were full of cold, killing intent. If I kill you, I will be rewarded. Thinking of this, the human-shaped, demonic beast took action. Swish! Fong Chen took the initiative and directly performed the space-time sword explosion. At the same time, when the human-shaped, demonic beast approached him, he spat out 4 words. Time stood still. Buzz! The ripples that were spreading out in the void were instantly sealed. Everything, including the human-shaped, demonic beast, quieted down. How could it be? The humanoid demonic beast's heart was filled with shock. He roared hysterically, but it was to no avail. Crack! When the human-shaped demonic beast was struggling, he felt a cold light flashing in front of his eyes. Then his neck was extremely cold and blood spurted out. When time stop lost its effect, his corpse fell headfirst into the stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After its death, the human-shaped demonic beast finally returned to its original round shape. There were 2 heads on his shoulders, and his body was huge. It was a type of demonic beast that had never been seen before. One of the heads had been pierced through by Fong Chen. As for the other head, it seemed to still be alive. You want to leave? Fong Chen could tell what the head was thinking. With a swing of his sword, he nailed it into the stream. Roar! A miserable shriek came from the head. The humanoid demonic beast was dead. 2 heads and a body like a golden lion. What kind of race is this? Fong Chen was a little confused. A few days later, Fong Chen was besieged by 2 humanoid monster beasts. In this battle, he discovered a shocking scene. This race seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara sword shuttle. After a tough battle, Fong Chen killed the 2 human-shaped demonic beasts and hid in the most secluded place. If I want to temper my fleshly body in the boundless, sacred ground, I have to resolve my worries. Sitting cross-legged, Fong Chen murmured. At present, the human-shaped demonic beasts had been chasing him, so he couldn't temper his fleshly body in peace. This was a serious waste of his time and caused him to be on edge all the time. What I've encountered now are some ordinary demonic beasts. I think the king of this race is very likely to have reached the Sector Lord Realm. He's definitely a strong opponent. Fong Chen thought to himself. This race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor very much, and he had the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They regarded him as the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and were bound to kill him. Then, if he wanted to turn the tables, he had to do something with the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the Samsara Sword Shuttle in his palm. Hiss! At this moment, dense sword chi emerged from the Samsara Sword Shuttle and finally entered Fong Chen's forehead. Dong! Fong Chen's mind shook, and in the next moment, he found a lot of information emerging. 2-headed race. Fong Chen's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect the Samsara Sword Shuttle to send him such information. Soon he was immersed in the sea of information sent by the Samsara Sword Shuttle. After a while, he finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that this race was called the 2-headed race. In fact, this race was also an overlord in the ancient times, and there were even unparalleled demonic beasts comparable to sovereign realm experts in the race. At their peak, they could grow 9 heads and were invincible in the world. However, after the Battle of the Gods in the ancient times, the nine-head race was heavily injured and their strength decreased sharply. As time passed, they continued to decline. In addition, the world changed greatly and the Age of Doom came. Generation after generation, the nine-head race disappeared completely and was replaced by the two-headed race. Now, the most powerful bloodline of the nine-head race could only grow 3 heads, which was already the absolute king of the two-headed race. Because most of the people in the race were two-headed, they changed the name to the two-headed race to warn the people not to waste any time. They must cultivate hard and strive to restore the glory of the nine-head race as soon as possible. I didn't expect the two-headed race to have such a glorious history. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the two-headed race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor was that he had once killed the most monstrous genius in their race, who was also the most promising genius expert to reach the nine-head realm. At that time, that expert had already condensed 4 heads. The Samsara Sword Emperor's actions completely infuriated the two-headed race. They couldn't do anything to the Samsara Sword Emperor, but they hated his descendants and all sword cultivators. In addition, the Tianyi Sword Emperor had also once killed an expert of the two-headed race. This was also the reaction of the two-headed race when they saw the aura on Fong Qin's body. Now, in the eyes of the two-headed race, Fong Qin was the joint successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor and the Samsara Sword Emperor, and they had to kill him. Fong Qin curled his lips and felt somewhat helpless. This was completely an undeserved disaster because the Samsara Sword Shuttle was somewhat related to the Samsara Sword Emperor. However, it had nothing to do with the Tianyi Sword Emperor. However, it was useless to talk about this now. The most important thing now was to activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and suppress the two-headed race. According to the information given by the Samsara Sword Shuttle, there is a sword tomb in the boundless sacred ground that has the aura of the Samsara Sword Emperor. If I can enter it, I can completely activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and easily suppress the two-headed race. Now, the key to everything was the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Sword tomb. Fong Qin licked his dry lips. With the hatred that the two-headed race had for him, it was almost impossible to enter the sword tomb quietly. In that case, he could only kill his way through. The legendary place was divided into 2, but they were connected to each other. On one side was the boundless sacred ground, and on the other side was the Heavenly Heart sacred ground. At this moment, the demon experts in the Heavenly Heart sacred ground were very puzzled when they learned about the situation in the boundless sacred ground. What's going on? Why is the two-headed race so furious? Yes, could it be that another human sword cultivator has entered their territory? A great demon shook his head gently and his eyes flashed. If it's just an ordinary sword cultivator, it shouldn't be enough to anger the two-headed race and make a move. There is only one possibility for such a situation. The great demon paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly, unless that sword cultivator is the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor. What? The crimson, great demon from before cried out. The successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor? He licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Then should we interfere?" The blue great demon shook his head. "Let them fight with each other first, and we can reap the benefits in the dark. The most important thing now is to find a way to dig out the heavenly heart of chaos in that woman's body for our use." Hearing the words, "heavenly heart of chaos," the red great demon's face flashed with joy. "Don't worry, leave it to me. The heavenly heart of chaos hasn't appeared for a long time, and this time I won't let her slip away. Want to use our special environment to activate the heavenly heart of chaos? What a joke!" The blue great demon sneered, and his body emitted a biting cold intent. The heavenly heart, sacred ground, paid close attention to the situation in the boundless sacred ground. On the contrary, the two-headed race of the boundless sacred ground was also secretly vigilant against the heavenly heart, sacred ground. They were also afraid that the heavenly heart, sacred ground would come out to make trouble at the crucial moment. No matter what, The successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and the Heavenly One Sword Emperor must die. Chapter 3102. Boundless Sacred Ground. As time passed, Feng Qin finally realized how powerful the two-headed clan was in this place. There are tens of thousands of two-headed clan members, and they are basically all tribulation masters. Feng Qin could not help but sigh. Ever since the four-headed supreme talent of the two-headed clan died, they have been hiding here to cultivate. The harsh environment caused the deaths of some of the weaker, two-headed clan members. The survival of the fittest was magnified 10 times over here. For countless years, the weak had basically died, and those who could survive had basically adapted to the harsh environment of boundless sacred ground. And they had basically cultivated to the tribulation master realm. Therefore, although there were only tens of thousands of them, they were powerful and could not be underestimated. Feng Qin also learned from the other two-headed clan members that the cultivation of the current clan leader had reached the terrifying half-step universe god level. If it were an ordinary half-step universe god, Feng Qin would not be bothered, but the two-headed clan leader was different. It was said that he was trying to break through to the third head, and once he succeeded, he would definitely step into the Sector Lord realm. Even with his current cultivation, he could fight against a Sector Lord expert. Therefore, Feng Qin could not fight against the two-headed clan leader for the time being, unless he had enough power to activate the power of the immortal scepter. Seems like I need to speed up. Feng Qin muttered to himself. Puchi! A bright sword light swooped down and killed a two-headed clan member that was suppressed. Then, Feng Qin's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Deep in boundless sacred ground, Wind Thunder Platform. The reason why it was called Wind Thunder Platform was because it was the place where the power of lightning was the most concentrated in boundless sacred ground, drawing lightning into the body and tempering the fleshly body. This was a place that martial artists of the boundless realm who focused on the fleshly body yearned for even in their dreams. The Wind Thunder Platform towered into the clouds, and lightning flashed, forming a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, dense lightning dragons were constantly swimming, bombarding the Wind Thunder Platform from time to time. The explosive power of the lightning on the Wind Thunder Platform was too terrifying, and even an ordinary tribulation master might not be able to withstand it. But today, a strange scene appeared on the Wind Thunder Platform. Rumble. Suddenly, the vortex above the Wind Thunder Platform began to tremble. Then, a golden light spread out from the vortex and dived down, shooting into the Wind Thunder Platform. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, in the base of the two-headed tribe, a figure instantly floated in midair. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the distant horizon. That was where the Wind Thunder Arena was located. Wind Thunder Arena. The two-headed patriarch murmured. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In the next instant, his figure flashed and broke through the void. He stepped on the lightning and flashed towards the Wind Thunder Arena. Hoo hoo hoo! 15 minutes later, the two-headed patriarch arrived at the bottom of the Wind Thunder Arena. It has finally appeared. The two-headed patriarch was extremely agitated. His body was trembling. With a stomp of his feet, he disappeared into the terrifying Wind Thunder Platform. Boom! In the next instant, the horrifying whirlpool in the sky above the Wind Thunder Platform surged down. Countless lightning dragons gathered together and enveloped the entire Wind Thunder Platform. What happened here shook the entire boundless sacred ground. Even Feng Qin, who was hiding in the dark, felt the pressure in the air and the aura of lightning from afar. What happened? Feng Qin was very surprised. He spread his consciousness into the void. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Platform was surrounded by extremely dense lightning energy, and in it, tens of thousands of lightning dragons danced together. That phenomenon was too terrifying. That is the Wind Thunder Platform. Realm Lord Wu, you had also told Feng Qin about the situation of the Wind Thunder platform. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered in the Wind Thunder platform. Could that news be true? At this moment, Feng Qin recalled a legend that he had once read in a book in Boundless City. He originally thought that the legend was illusory and definitely not true. But now, the legend had actually appeared. According to legend, there was a lightning treasure suppressed inside the Wind Thunder platform. Every time the wind and lightning above the Wind Thunder platform entered a state of reversal, the Wind Thunder platform would open. At this time, the lightning treasure would also appear. Thinking of this, Feng Qin was extremely excited. Master, the Wind Thunder platform is very dangerous. The star-concealing sword reminded. The immortal scepter also suddenly appeared in front of Feng Qin, emitting bits of star power. I can feel the aura of the reincarnation Sword Emperor in the Wind Thunder platform. The immortal scepter said, I think the reincarnation Sword Emperor should have been to the Wind Thunder platform back then, and the legendary owner of the lightning treasure is very likely to know the reincarnation Sword Emperor. In that shocking battle back then, it was said that someone secretly helped. Could it be this lightning expert? Feng Qin exclaimed. The matter was getting more and more confusing, but it made him even more curious. Use the reincarnation sword shuttle and see if you can enter the Wind Thunder platform, the immortal scepter said. If the reincarnation Sword Emperor had really been there, the reincarnation sword shuttle would definitely be able to bring him in. Okay, I'll go now. Feng Qin did not care so much and rushed to the Wind Thunder platform at full speed. That's a human warrior. Kill him. In the process of rushing, Feng Qin's traces were exposed, and he was chased by the two-headed clan. Pucci! He killed a two-headed clan member in front of him with a sword and continued to move forward without saying a word. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen two-headed clan members had died in the hands of Feng Qin, which angered the two-headed clan even more. Damn it! Inform the clan members to gather at the Wind Thunder platform and encircle the human warrior. A great tribulation venerable raised his arm and shouted, ordering the two-headed clan to encircle Feng Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! And this great tribulation venerable caught up with Feng Qin at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Feng Qin was a little surprised that there was someone in the two-headed clan who was faster than him. It was really surprising. Human, you're dead. Ku Tuo's figure flashed and blocked in front of Feng Qin. He was a great tribulation venerable who had passed the 7 disasters and was extremely powerful. You can't stop me, Feng Qin said calmly. You're courting death. Ku Tuo suddenly punched out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The fist shadow suddenly exploded and a terrifying aura swept Feng Qin away. Chaotic sword body. Feng Qin shouted and activated the chaotic sword body to form the strongest defense, blocking Ku Tuo's punch. This is... Ku Tuo's pupils shrank, and he cried out, Chaotic sword body? Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Ku Tuo's eyes became stronger. A sword cultivator with a chaotic sword body? I can't let you live. Ku Tuo's killing intent surged. He quickly punched out with both fists, each of which could tear the sky apart. Time stop. Feng Qin whispered softly. Suddenly, the void froze, and even Ku Tuo's body was imprisoned. Space-time sword explosion. At the moment when the void froze, Feng Qin performed the invincible sword technique. The terrifying invincible sword qi condensed into an incredible sword light and shot out. No. Ku Tuo's eyes widened, and he shouted in his heart. However, he could not move his body. Pucci! At the critical moment, Ku Tuo burst out with his strongest power and returned to his original body. The 2 evil heads weakened the power of time stop, and his body moved a little with difficulty. It was this slight movement that allowed him to successfully avoid being hit in his vital parts. The bright sword light pierced through his thick arm and blood splattered into the sky. Bang! Then Fang Qin kicked Ku Tuo away and leaped into the air, disappearing into the mist. Damn it! Ku Tuo looked at his bleeding arm and roared in anger. At the same time, all the two-headed race in the boundless, sacred ground gathered toward the Wind Thunder platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Wind Thunder platform was in front of them. As for Fang Qin, he also felt an immense pressure. The two-headed race was coming from all directions, converging on him endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped in front of the Wind Thunder platform. At this time, he had no choice but to enter the Wind Thunder platform alone. Human, you are dead. Ku Tuo chased after him and stared at Fang Qin angrily. Cut the crap. Just kill him. Someone from the two-headed race said coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. Seeing this, Fang Qin took out the Samsara sword shuttle from his bosom. Buzz! Layers of sword chi halo enveloped the reincarnation sword shuttle. The latter began to shake and crazily absorb the aura in the Wind Thunder platform. Reincarnation sword shuttle, it's up to you. Fang Qin gritted his teeth and stepped onto the Wind Thunder platform with the reincarnation sword shuttle in his hand. Boom! The terrifying thunder dragon swooped down and bombarded Fang Qin. In the blink of an eye, the power of thunder completely submerged Fang Qin's body. Kill! Many two-headed race members rushed toward Fang Qin crazily, but they were stopped by Ku Tuo. Stop! Ku Tuo glanced at everyone. The Wind Thunder platform is a forbidden area. Don't you want to live? Chapter 3103. The Wind Thunder platform was a forbidden place. It was too terrifying. As members of the two-headed clan, they had lived here for a long time and naturally knew about it. But at that moment, all the members of the clan were overwhelmed by hatred. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to kill Fang Qin. So, they rushed directly to the Wind Thunder platform. Fortunately, they were stopped by Ku Tuo. Whoosh! Whoosh! After hearing Ku Tuo's voice, everyone was enlightened. Their bodies trembled and they quickly retreated. Seeing the Wind Thunder platform in front of them, they gasped in their hearts. That was close. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Soon, they retreated to a safe place and focused their attention on the Wind Thunder platform. That guy entered the Wind Thunder platform. He will definitely die. Humph! How can he resist the power of the Wind Thunder platform? That's right. Only our clan leader has the ability to enter the Wind Thunder platform. Whispers came from the crowd. Everyone thought that Fang Qin would definitely die in the Wind Thunder platform. Only Ku Tuo sighed in his heart. He looked at the top of the Wind Thunder platform. There a storm was raging and lightning was flashing. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Maybe he can survive. This was what Ku Tuo thought, because he had seen Fang Qin with his own eyes with a chaotic sword body. Such a demon might really survive in the Wind Thunder platform. Humph! So what if he can resist the lightning of the Wind Thunder platform? Our clan leader has entered the Wind Thunder platform. If we meet him, he will definitely kill him. Soon, Ku Tuo calmed down. Cold light flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, even if we don't meet him, as long as he dares to appear, we will definitely be able to kill him with the power of all the two-headed clan members. Elder Ku Tuo, what should we do now? Someone asked. Wait. Ku Tuo closed his eyes and slowly sat on the ground. He uttered a word. Seeing this, the others also gathered around Ku Tuo, waiting for the strange changes in the Wind Thunder platform to end. Inside the Wind Thunder platform was a space of lightning. It turned out that Fang Qin's guess was correct. The Samsara Sword Emperor had been here before. The Samsara Sword Shuttle used the aura left by the Samsara Sword Emperor and successfully brought Fang Qin to this space. Is this the inside of the Wind Thunder platform? Fang Qin murmured. He raised his head and looked up. Terrifying lightning filled the sky. At the front of the vast land, there was a shocking statue of a lightning dragon. That is, Fong Qin cried out involuntarily when he saw the thunder dragon statue. I didn't expect it to be the lightning lord. The immortal scepter sent out ripples of astral power as it spoke telepathically. Thunder Lord. Fong Qin asked in surprise. This wind thunder platform was built by the Thunder Lord. The lightning in the boundless Holy Land came from the Thunder Master. The lightning whirlpool in the sky above the wind cloud platform was also created by the Thunder Master statue. Fong Qin listened attentively as the immortal scepter quickly introduced the legend of the Thunder Lord. The Lightning Lord was a powerhouse who stood shoulder to shoulder with Old Master. His attainments in the Lightning Tao were unparalleled. It is said that the Lightning Lord is able to control all the lightning in the Chaos Realm, and he is able to inflict lightning punishment on anyone in the world. Hearing this, Fong Qin was shocked. Inflicting lightning punishment on everyone in the world was too terrifying, wasn't it? Could it be that the tribulations experienced by tribulation supremacies were also controlled by the Lightning Lord? Every Tao, when cultivated to the extreme, can erupt with unexpected energy. The Lightning Lord's means are not something you can imagine. The immortal scepter said, the Lightning Lord only cultivated here, and he created such a terrifying place. Do you see the Thunder Dragon statue? The immortal scepter asked. Fong Qin nodded. All the pressure in the lightning space came from the Thunder Dragon statue. The Lightning Lord personally restrained that Thunder Dragon statue. It is said that his partner back then was a Thunder Dragon who unfortunately fell in a war. From then on, the Lightning Lord would personally restrain the Thunder Dragon statue wherever he cultivated, the immortal scepter said. The Thunder Dragon statue is the origin of all the lightning in the boundless Holy Land. As long as you can control and refine it, you will be able to control all the lightning power in the boundless Holy Land. At that time, your physical body will also reach an incredible level. Fong Qin curled his lips. Was it so easy to refine the Thunder Dragon statue that was personally restrained by the Lightning Lord? The Samsara Sword Emperor has been here before. All hope is on the Samsara Sword Shuttle, the immortal scepter said. The reincarnation Sword Shuttle also let out a series of cries as if it was responding to Fong Qin. Fong Qin gently stroked the Samsara Sword Shuttle, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. At this moment, Fong Qin was shocked to find that there was actually someone on the Thunder Dragon statue. That is, needless to say, who else could be here except for the two-headed patriarch? Swoosh! At this moment, the two-headed patriarch also noticed Fong Qin. He turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Then he turned around and continued to absorb the lightning power. Does he also want to control the Thunder Dragon statue? Fong Qin asked. What should I do next? Buzz! A ray of light came out of the Samsara Sword Shuttle and shot into Fong Qin's mind. You mean, let me enter the Thunder Dragon statue? Fong Qin was shocked. Once he got close to the Thunder Dragon statue, he would definitely fight with the two-headed patriarch. Let's go all out. After thinking for a while, Fong Qin gritted his teeth and moved forward quickly with the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Human! On the Thunder Dragon statue, the two-headed patriarch stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Fong Qin coldly. I didn't expect that the two-headed clan didn't kill you. Instead, they let you enter the Wind Thunder Arena. The two-headed patriarch was surprised. However, in his eyes, Fong Qin was no different from a dead man. You can be proud that you died in the Wind Thunder Arena. Then, the two-headed patriarch's body flashed, and he dashed towards Fong Qin. The rolling lightning power rushed towards him. Fong Qin immediately felt immense pressure. The strength of the two-headed clan leader was much stronger than that of the ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain. Too strong. This was the strongest enemy that Fong Qin had encountered so far. A half-step universe god was comparable to a real sector lord. Evil killing formation. Of course, since Fang Qin came, he was prepared. Before the two-headed patriarch got close, he activated the sealed sky monument and set up the evil killing formation. Boom! 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 Terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings and intertwined with the lightning power, forming a powerful evil killing formation. Trying to trap me with a formation? The two-headed patriarch sneered and attacked the evil killing formation. However, after attacking for a while, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. What kind of formation is this? The two-headed patriarch slammed his fist on the evil killing formation, and a terrifying aura spread out. His body retreated step by step. Why is this aura so familiar? The two-headed patriarch stabilized his body and took a deep breath to feel the familiar aura in the evil killing formation. After a while, he exclaimed, "Sealed Sky Emperor, how is this possible?" He shook his head crazily and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How could he have the sealed sky monument of Sealed Sky Emperor? Thinking of this, the two-headed patriarch's eyes burned with passion as he stared at Fang Chen. He could not imagine that the guy in front of him was the common successor of three supreme experts: the reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Tianyi Sword Emperor, and the Sealed Sky Emperor. Of these three people, which one of them wasn't a super powerhouse who could take charge of an area on their own? With a stomp of their feet, the Chaos Realm would tremble thrice. However, the inheritance of the three of them was in the hands of one person. How terrifying was that? This damned guy is too lucky. The two-headed patriarch's eyes were burning with killing intent. No, there is a special aura in his power. Suddenly, the two-headed patriarch discovered this scene. Starlight flickered around Fang Chen, and the star power surrounded him. Although it was very faint, the two-headed patriarch still noticed it. The books in the clan have recorded that there were unparalleled experts in ancient times who could use all the star power in the world for their own use. Could this be the legendary star power? The two-headed patriarch's heart was in turmoil. If his guess was correct, wouldn't it mean that the guy in front of him was also the successor of the immortal emperor? This time, the two-headed clan master looked at Fang Chen with even more solemn eyes. Who was the immortal emperor? He was the ruler who really stood at the peak of the chaotic realm. Even the reincarnation Sword Emperor, Tianyi Sword Emperor, and other unparalleled experts were no match for him. So many powerful inheritances appeared in the same person. What is going on? Chapter 30-104. At this moment, the two-headed patriarch's heart was filled with killing intent. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before, and Fang Chen had succeeded in making him feel such a strong killing intent. He stomped his foot and his figure flickered. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he turned into a stream of light and charged towards Fang Chen. Lightning kill! In the next moment, a furious roar came from the two-headed patriarch's mouth. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly emerged from his body. This bolt of lightning fused with his essence blood, erupting with an unimaginable power. It was too tyrannical, causing people's expressions to change when they talked about it. Go to hell! This was the two-headed patriarch's strongest move. He had once used this move to resist the attack of a sector lord. Huff, huff, huff! The blood-red lightning contained the powerful bloodline power of the two-headed patriarch. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Chen. So strong! Fang Chen also felt the power of the blood-red lightning. He naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to face it head-on. Time stop. With a thought, he executed the time stop technique. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The blood-red lightning that was right in front of him stopped abruptly and was imprisoned in the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could clearly see that the blood-red lightning that was imprisoned was constantly struggling. The terrifying power that emerged from within was actually counteracting the time stop. This was an extremely terrifying technique. If he didn't have the evil killing formation, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Let's go! Fang Chen already had a plan in mind. He wasn't a match for the two-headed patriarch for the time being, and it wasn't wise to face him head-on. The previous attack was just a disguise. His real goal was to use the evil killing formation to temporarily trap the two-headed patriarch while he entered the Thunder Dragon statue. Swoosh! For Fang Chen, who was a space-time martial artist, flying within the evil killing formation was extremely fast, and there was almost no obstruction. In just a breath's time, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Thunder Dragon statue. Buzz! At this moment, the Samsara sword shuttle also began to move. It emitted circles of sword light ripples, which quickly wrapped Fang Chen and brought him into it. Crack! The instant Fang Chen disappeared, the still space shattered. The blood-red lightning broke through the seal and struck the evil killing formation with a power that made people tremble. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The indestructible evil killing formation shattered under the heavy blow of the blood-red lightning. After escaping, the two-headed patriarch looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on the Thunder Dragon statue. Damned fellow! He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with rage. He had searched this place for a very long time, but he still couldn't find the entrance. On the other hand, the other party had easily entered. It must be the reincarnation sword shuttle. Thinking of this, he became even more furious, but there was nothing he could do. I don't believe that you'll keep hiding in there. With that, the two-headed patriarch began to carefully search the Thunder Dragon statue, looking for flaws. Thump! 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 The deafening sound was transmitted into Fang Chen's mind. In a vast sea, Fang Chen's body fell into it. Boom! Countless thunder dragons swooped down. When they touched the sea, they exploded. Fang Chen lowered his head and looked down at the sea. Suddenly, huge waves surged in his heart. The place where he was at this time was actually a thunder sea. What a terrifying thunder sea! Fang Chen felt that his body was being corroded by the sea. From this, it could be seen how powerful the corrosive power of the Thunder Sea was. The heart of the Thunder Dragon statue is in the depths of the Thunder Sea. If you want to refine it, you need to find the heart. The reincarnation sword shuttle sent a message to Fang Chen. The latter was stunned and then said, "The power of thunder in the Thunder Sea is too strong. If I'm careless, my soul will be destroyed. This is just the surface of the Thunder Sea. With my current physical strength, how can I enter the depths of the Thunder Sea?" Buzz! The reincarnation sword shuttle suddenly vibrated and left Fang Chen's body. It floated on the surface of the Thunder Sea, emitting a powerful halo of sword chi. Fang Chen was surprised to find that when the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared, the mighty power of thunder on the surface of the Thunder Sea was crazily converging toward the reincarnation sword shuttle. What's this? Fang Chen was stunned. Is it because of the relationship between the Thunder Lord and the reincarnation sword emperor? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was relieved. Swish! After the reincarnation sword shuttle sent a thought to Fang Chen, it plunged into the depths of the Thunder Sea. In this regard, Fang Chen shrugged and was a little speechless. The reincarnation sword shuttle allowed him to use the tremendous power of thunder on the surface of the Thunder Sea to refine his body. And it went to the depths of the Thunder Sea first to find the heart and activate the hidden power inside. After being stunned for a moment, Fang Chen looked around and curled his lips. It's worthy of being carved by the Thunder Lord. The space inside is so mysterious. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The laws inside the Thunder Dragon statue were much more mysterious than the laws of the ancient Saint Chaos. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the Thunder Lord was. He controlled all the thunder punishments in the world. This was enough to make countless Tribulation Master experts panic. The power of thunder in the Thunder Sea is very rich. It's just right to refine my body. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to refine his body. Using lightning to refine one's body was the simplest and most violent method. Outside the Thunder Dragon statue, half a month had passed, but there was still no news of Fangchen. The two-headed patriarch was a little speechless. He had searched for so long, but he could not find any flaws. The power of thunder inside the Thunder Dragon statue must be very strong. I can feel that the power of thunder inside the Wind Thunder platform seems to be gathering inside the Thunder Dragon statue. It's too difficult for his body to resist this terrifying power. The two-headed patriarch said eerily, perhaps he has already died in the Thunder Dragon statue. Let's wait for a while. If there is still no breakthrough, we'll leave this place. Finally, the two-headed patriarch made his decision. Outside the Wind Thunder platform, in the vast wilderness, countless two-headed patriarchs were waiting anxiously. Elder Ku-Tua, do you think the patriarch will meet that human? Yes. What if the patriarch doesn't meet him and he's lucky enough to escape? He's the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and has the Samsara Sword Shuttle. He must die. Many patriarchs looked at Elder Ku-Tua expectantly. The latter pondered. The Wind Thunder platform is a forbidden area. We're too weak. We'll be courting death if we go in. As for whether that human is dead or not, I'm not sure. But it's very likely that he has died in the patriarch's hands. The changes in the Wind Thunder platform made many patriarchs think that this was a great opportunity. The patriarch even rushed into the Wind Thunder platform at once to look for the Thunder treasure. For countless years, they felt that this was the closest they had come to success. I wonder if the patriarch will succeed. Some patriarchs said expectantly, he'll definitely succeed. Our two-headed clan has been dormant here for countless years. It's time for us to rise again. Back then, that old bastard Thunder Lord suppressed our two-headed clan here and almost wiped us out. We have to take revenge for this. Humph! When we get the Thunder treasure he left behind, the overall strength of our two-headed clan will definitely increase rapidly. By then, the patriarch might be able to condense a third head. Most importantly, our two-headed clan can leave this damned place. As long as we go to the outside world, we'll have abundant cultivation resources. Plus, our two-headed clan has outstanding potential. It won't be long before we can dominate a region. Many patriarchs seem to have begun to imagine the two-headed clan rising again and dominating a region. Let's wait for the patriarch to come out first. Only Ku-Tua was relatively calm. After so many years, he had a deeper understanding of the Thunder Lord. The Thunder Lord's strength was too strong. The Thunder treasure he left behind would not be easily obtained by others. However, deep in his heart, he still hoped that the patriarch could succeed. Humans have already begun to invade this place. If we can't break through the restrictions, the two-headed clan will definitely be wiped out in tens of thousands or even millions of years. Ku-Tua thought to himself. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. Whoosh! 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 Just then, the sky above the Wind Thunder platform suddenly changed. Vast and mighty thunderbolt energy gathered toward the vortex in a frenzy from all directions. At the same time, within the vortex, a frightening thunderbolt light pillar rapidly condensed and shot down, smashing into the Wind Thunder platform. Chapter 3105. The Wind Thunder platform changed, and all the power of thunder in the world gathered in the horrifying vortex. Then, with the speed of lightning, it condensed into a thick pillar of lightning. Boom! The thunderbolt light pillar swooped down and smashed into the Wind Thunder platform. And it had been going on for a long time. What's going on? This scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. The aura from the lightning pillar made them feel pressured. Some of the weaker, two-headed clan members kept retreating, their faces pale. The others looked at the Wind Thunder platform, dumbfounded. What was going on with the endless pillars of lightning that rushed into the Wind Thunder platform? I know. Suddenly, An excited shout came from the crowd. Immediately, countless gazes gathered on him. The clan leader must have obtained the treasure of thunder. That's why this is happening. After hearing his words, everyone's mind suddenly shook as they thought of this. It's possible. The treasure of thunder requires a huge amount of power of thunder to nurture. This scene proves that the clan leader has obtained the treasure of thunder. They didn't believe that a human swordsman could obtain the treasure of thunder before the clan leader. Ha ha ha, this is great. Our two-headed clan can finally rise. When I get out, I will kill all the human warriors and drink their blood. Ha ha! Countless two-headed clan members were overjoyed. In billions of years, this was the closest they had ever been to their goal. Everyone, let's do it. Even Kutua stood up excitedly. The clan leader has obtained the treasure of thunder. He needs a huge amount of power of thunder to nurture it. As two-headed clan members, we can't just stand by and watch. Everyone, follow me. Use the power of the two-headed clan's bloodline to control the power of thunder in the air and send it into the wind thunder platform. Even if it was just a little bit of Weibo, it was a form of support for the clan leader. Okay, let's support the clan leader together. The two-headed clan members were overjoyed. They all activated their bloodline power to control the power of thunder around them. In this way, the power of thunder above the wind thunder platform became more intense. The thick pillar of lightning was even larger, endlessly sending a large amount of lightning-attributed energy into the wind cloud platform. At this moment, they were completely unaware that they were not helping the two-headed patriarch, but the human swordsman whom they hated to the core. Inside the Thunder Dragon statue, in the Sea of Lightning, after half a month of bitter cultivation, Fang Chen's body had become even stronger. On the surface of his skin, other than the luster of sword qi, one could faintly see the luster of lightning. He could feel that his physical body was only a step away from the half-step martial emperor realm. Wang, lightning flickered, helping him resist the powerful pressure coming from all directions. He successfully dove down 100 meters, and the pressure here was even greater. Boom! Boom! The chaotic sword body was pushed to the maximum. Within the Sea of Lightning, the sword qi was intertwined with the power of the lightning. Just one more step. Fang Chen checked his body and started preparing to break through to the half-step emperor realm. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and activated the chaos sword body to absorb the lightning energy. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon statue shook, and the Sea of Lightning rippled. While Fang Chen was still in shock, he suddenly realized that a torrent of lightning fell from the sky and rushed into the Sea of Lightning, drowning him instantly. After being stunned for a short while, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. This is great. With the help of the torrent of lightning, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the half-step Emperor realm. Absorb it like crazy. At this moment, Fang Chen completely opened up his body. The terrifying power of lightning continuously hit his body. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. This was a sign that his physical body had become stronger. Soon, in just half an hour, Fang Chen realized that he was very close to the half-step Emperor realm. Dong! Just as he finished speaking, his body shook, and the Sea of Lightning stirred up huge waves. The power of lightning that rushed into his body stopped abruptly. He felt that he had a shocking power that he could not release. Is this the half-step Emperor realm? Fang Chen looked at his body and murmured. After cultivating in the Sea of Lightning for half a month, he finally stepped into the half-step Emperor realm with the help of the terrifying power of lightning. After his physical body reached the half-step Emperor realm, Fang Chen's power was even more terrifying. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out lightly. Suddenly, the Sea of Lightning was forcefully separated, and the Sea of Lightning was constantly rippling. After a long while, the Sea of Lightning returned to normal. So strong! Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light. Now, I can kill a tribulation's supremacy with just the strength of my physical body. If he were to fight against Tian Shan Mountain's old ancestor and the others, he would be able to fight without the help of the heaven-sealing monument. If I continue to cultivate in the Sea of Lightning, it's not impossible for my physical body to reach the Emperor Realm. Fang Qin was full of confidence. Since ancient times, it was harder to cultivate the physical body in the later stages. Under normal circumstances, stepping into the Emperor Realm was already very monstrous. Even in the entire Eastern region, there was only one half-step Emperor Realm, and that was Realm Lord Wuya. As for the Emperor Realm, there was no one in the Eastern region. This kind of powerhouse had the power to split heaven and earth. With a punch, heaven and earth would collapse and mountains and rivers would tremble. They only existed in the legendary northern region. Continue. Soon, Fang Qin adjusted his emotions and prepared to continue. His cultivation time was too short and his cultivation level was too low. If he wanted to make up for the lack of cultivation level, he could only break through to the Emperor Realm with his physical body. In this way, he would have the strength to fight when he went out. I must succeed. Thinking that he had not found his wife, Star and Moon, and the others, he was even more determined. He had walked step by step from the ancient sword continents, Shengfeng Nation, to here. What else could he not do? Break through. With a roar, Fang Qin began to break through to the Emperor Realm. Boom! 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 Above the Sea of Lightning, the power of lightning gathered again. This time it was stronger than before. It swooped down and overturned the Sea of Lightning. At the same time, the power of lightning in the entire boundless sacred ground was constantly thinning. The changes in the wind-thunder platform of boundless sacred ground were noticed by the great demons of the sky-heart sacred ground. However, they did not have time to care. This was because the human lady was trying to activate the heavenly heart of chaos. Moreover, she seemed to have found the threshold. Therefore, these great demons could not wait any longer and directly attacked her. Outside a dense forest, two great demons stood side by side and floated in the air. Should we attack? Looking at the depths of the forest, the red great demon could not wait any longer. Attack! The blue great demon said in a low voice, after entering, "Capture her first and let her live." Whoosh! 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 The two half-world deity demons shuttled through the forest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the depths of the forest. Here, the green-haired lady in green sat cross-legged on a blue stone. She was surrounded by light. In front of her chest, spots of chaotic light flickered. Heavenly heart of chaos! Seeing that, the two great demons' eyes burned with excitement. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the green-haired lady in green was rapidly absorbing the power underground. Kacha! The red, great demon attacked. With a palm strike, he separated the space. Bang! The activation process of the green-haired lady in green was interrupted. She spat out blood. Her face was pale. After seeing the two great demons, she struggled. Human, the heavenly heart of chaos is not something you can control. Hand it over obediently, the blue great demon said in a hoarse voice. The red great demon approached quickly, step by step. Seeing that he was about to arrive, the green-haired lady in green clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a raging fire appeared around her body. At the same time, the chaotic light in her chest quickly entered the fire. Boom! Suddenly, the fire expanded and turned into a sea of fire. Oh no! She is burning the heavenly heart of chaos! The blue great demon exclaimed. At the same time, he attacked at lightning speed, wanting to stop her. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the fire, the green-haired lady in green gradually faded until she disappeared. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind blew, and the sea of fire was annihilated. The ground was a mess, but there was no trace of the lady. Damn it, she escaped? The red great demon roared furiously. She burned the heavenly heart of chaos and used an escape technique. Her body can't withstand it. She can't run far. Chapter 3106. Boundless Sacred Ground. Fang Qin, who was in the Sea of Lightning, was madly absorbing the power of lightning to break through to the legendary Emperor Realm physical body. Crack! The bones in his body cracked, and cracks appeared on his bones. The pain quickly spread throughout his body. Fang Qin gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that this was the most important and the most difficult step to break through to the Emperor Realm physical body. Although it was painful, he had to persevere. Absorb. He roared and his eyes turned red. He activated the chaotic sword body to the extreme. Only by absorbing the power of lightning could he break through to the Emperor Realm physical body. The sea of lightning rumbled, and the vast power of lightning continuously drilled into Fang Qin's body. As time passed, Fang Qin's physical body started to fester as if it was about to collapse. However, his will was firm and he persevered. As time passed, his physical body grew stronger. At this moment, outside the Wind Thunder platform, many two-headed clan members were staring at the whirlpool in the sky. They used all their strength to control the power of lightning and teleported into the Wind Thunder platform. Bang! Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth and his body twitched. In a moment, he lost his life. This was not the first time such a situation had happened recently. In order to support the clan leader to control the lightning treasure, they had also given their all. That person had died because he had used up too much energy. Continue to persevere. Ku Tua shouted, I can feel that the power of lightning between heaven and earth is becoming thinner. This is the sign that the clan leader is controlling the lightning treasure. Under his command, everyone unleashed the last bit of power in their bodies. In the sky, the horrifying lightning pillar released an aura that could split a mountain and ruthlessly struck the Wind Cloud platform. The indestructible Wind Thunder platform also started to shake. Hiss! At this moment, Ku Tua realized that something was wrong. What's going on? His eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Ku Tua was shocked to find that there was no power of lightning in the air. He spread his consciousness and covered the entire boundless sacred ground. This time he was even more shocked. In just a breath's time, the power of lightning that covered the entire boundless sacred ground had disappeared completely. That is Dong. In the sky, the terrifying vortex exploded with the most dazzling light. Under everyone's gaze, it merged into the lightning pillar and rushed into the Wind Thunder platform. Disappeared? Kuchuo exclaimed. The moment the whirlpool disappeared, he actually couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Soon after, joy instantly surged in his heart. Did you succeed? Other than a lightning Tao supreme treasure, what else was there that could instantly suck up all the lightning energy in the boundless sacred ground? Ha ha ha, the patriarch must have succeeded. It's time for the two-headed race to rise. Countless clansmen roared excitedly. However, they did not know that everything they had done with all their might was just to help Fang Qin. After gathering all the lightning energy in the boundless sacred ground and combining it with the lightning energy in the lightning sea, Fang Qin began his final charge. Dong dong dong. The terrifying lightning struck his body mercilessly. At this moment, he was in a semi-conscious state. His physical body was infinitely close to the martial monarch realm. The lightning sea set off stormy waves, and the reincarnation sword shuttle at the bottom also underwent a great change. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a terrifying sword chi burst out from the reincarnation sword shuttle. Then a joyful voice sounded. After countless years, I finally regained my strength. As he spoke, the reincarnation sword shuttle completely absorbed the Thunder Heart and completely awakened. After awakening, the reincarnation sword shuttle found the abnormal movement in the lightning sea. Then he saw Fong Qin, who was trying to break through to the martial monarch realm. Oh no, he can't hold on any longer. He needs my help. After regaining its strength, the reincarnation sword shuttle became even more powerful. Moreover, after absorbing the Thunder Heart, the sword shuttle contained extremely powerful lightning energy. Let me help you. Fong Qin, who was in a semi-conscious state, suddenly heard a trembling voice in his mind. Then he felt the familiar sword chi enveloping him. Is that the reincarnation sword shuttle? The reincarnation sword shuttle came to Fong Qin and burst out the most brilliant power. At the same time, it completely injected the power of the Thunder Heart that it had just absorbed into Fong Qin's body. Thump, thump, thump. With the help of the Thunder Heart and the protection of the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fong Qin's breakthrough process became much easier. Crack! After holding on for a while, his bones became crazily stronger. At the same time, his body seemed to be reorganized. Every corner of his body changed dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, all the lightning energy was absorbed by Fong Qin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even the majestic lightning sea evaporated in an instant. The martial monarch realm. The reincarnation sword shuttle withdrew the sword chi and suspended in the air, saying happily, ordinary people could not break through to the martial monarch realm with their physical strength. And the person in front of him was just a martial artist at the god realm. If the big shots in the northern region knew about it, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. At this time, Fong Qin's body was suspended in the air and he had fallen into a coma. It could also be said that his physical body was transforming. The day when the transformation of his physical body is completed is the day when he truly steps into the martial monarch realm, the reincarnation sword shuttle said. Now, Fong Qin was no longer in any danger, so the reincarnation sword shuttle was relieved. Spring went and autumn came. Time flew. After being in a coma for 9 months, Fong Qin finally woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to test his physical strength. Boom! He punched out lightly, and the Thunder Dragon statue was directly smashed. Outside the Thunder Dragon statue, the two-headed patriarch sat cross-legged, waiting for Fong Qin to appear. It had been nearly a year, but he really could not find the flaw of the Thunder Dragon statue to enter it. Unless you die in it, I will definitely wait for you to appear, the two-headed patriarch said coldly. Crack! Just as he finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon statue in front of him suddenly shattered without any warning. A powerful force hit him in the face, and the two-headed patriarch's body flew out directly. His internal organs were shaken. He spat out blood, and his face turned pale. What's going on? The two-headed patriarch cried out in horror. The Thunder Dragon statue actually shattered? What the hell was going on? However, when he saw Fong Qin walk out of it, his anger instantly burned. Human, you finally appeared. The two-headed patriarch stomped his feet and rushed toward Fong Qin. Boom! His all-out attack landed on Fong Qin's body, and a terrifying force exploded. Die. Fong Qin did not dodge. He was secretly happy. This time, Fong Qin would definitely die. However, in the next second, an extremely terrifying force quickly rebounded. Crack! One of his arms was directly broken, and his body flew out again. How is this possible? He looked pale and his body trembled. He could not believe the fact in front of him. As expected of the martial monarch realm physical body, you can shatter the Thunder Dragon statue with one punch. Fong Qin grinned. The reincarnation sword shuttle said, the strength of the martial monarch realm physical body is not limited to this. When you completely control it in the future, you will know how terrifying it is. Fong Qin nodded and kept the reincarnation sword shuttle. Then he slowly looked at the two-headed patriarch. The attack of the two-headed patriarch could threaten ordinary sector lords, but it could not break his defense. Two-headed patriarch, Fong Qin said, you have obtained the Thunder Dao treasure? The two-headed patriarch asked in shock. You can think of it that way. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and said with a smile, How could this be? The two-headed patriarch shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the fact in front of him. He had worked hard for countless years for the Thunder Dao treasure, so that the two-headed patriarch could rise completely. But now the Thunder Dao treasure was obtained by a human sword cultivator. Is this the fate of the two-headed patriarch? The two-headed patriarch was disappointed. My strongest attack could not even break his defense. How can I fight him? In less than a year, Fang Qin was like a different person. And the reason for all this was the terrifying power of thunder left behind by the Lightning Lord. The two-headed patriarch would never have dreamed that Fang Chen's physical body could break through because of the contribution of the tens of thousands of two-headed patriarch. Chapter 3107. He was the only person in the eastern region to break through to the Emperor realm in billions of years. Even Sector Lord Wu had yet to break through to the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fang Chen was the strongest existence in the eastern region in terms of the physical body Dao. The two-headed patriarch's attack was terrifying, but in front of Fang Chen he couldn't even break through his defense. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's physical body was. An Emperor realm physical body wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. Lightning, exterminate. The two-headed patriarch wasn't willing to give up. He roared and used the last bit of energy in his body to unleash his strongest trump card. At the same time, he burned the two-headed patriarch's bloodline power to control the lightning energy in the void. However, what shocked him was that there wasn't a trace of lightning energy in the void. Did it all disappear? Thinking of this, the two-headed patriarch looked at Fang Chen dumbfoundedly. He recalled the scene just now, and his heart was in turmoil. No. He roared to the sky and attacked regardless of the consequences. Rumble. Facing the two-headed patriarch's strongest attack, Fang Chen didn't even move. He just looked at him quietly. Kacha! When the two-headed patriarch's attack landed on Fang Chen, it was instantly devoured by the Emperor realm physical body's powerful defense. At the same time, the powerful backlash sent the two-headed patriarch flying. If Fang Chen didn't control his power, the two-headed patriarch would have died. Puchi! The two-headed patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he fell to the ground, panting. Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of him, looking down at him from above. Do you still want to continue fighting? Fang Chen asked. The two-headed patriarch looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. His heart was in turmoil. After a while, he lowered his head and admitted defeat. His opponent had obtained a lightning supreme treasure. His defense was so strong that even an ordinary sector lord couldn't compare. Even if he continued to fight, he would still die. He might as well admit defeat. I've lost. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. The two-headed patriarch said in a deep voice. Fang Chen sized up the two-headed patriarch carefully and said, I'm only here to look for opportunities and temper my body. And now I've got everything I want. Fang Chen didn't have any enmity with the two-headed race. It was only because of the Samsara Sword Emperor. Back then, the reincarnation Sword Emperor had killed the strongest prodigy of the two-headed race, but he had left behind his descendant. There must be a reason for him to do so. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and counteracting. Everything had to be left with a chance of survival. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to let the two-headed race go. The two-headed clan leader was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, he was the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and had the Samsara Sword Shuttle. How could he let the two-headed clan go? Between them, there should have been an irreconcilable hatred. However, Fang Chen didn't think so. So what if I kill you? Fang Chen shrugged. Soon, he would leave the boundless sacred ground. By then, the enmity with the two-headed race would just be a small interlude in his life. Moreover, he also felt the potential of the two-headed race. He was even thinking about whether to take the two-headed race as his own force. Are you really going to let us go? The two-headed clan leader's eyes lit up and asked. Fong Chin shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing this, the two-headed clan leader's attitude towards Fong Chin changed 180 degrees. His eyes were filled with incomparable reverence. He got up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fong Chin. The two-headed race owes you a favor. No matter if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, as long as you say the word, the two-headed race will never back down. The Wind Thunder Platform. The once most terrifying place in the boundless, sacred ground had become incomparably calm. This was because the terrifying vortex in the sky had disappeared, and the power of thunder that permeated between heaven and earth had completely disappeared. Rumble. Many members of the two-headed race were excitedly waiting for the return of their clan leader. Suddenly, they discovered that the Wind Thunder Platform was shaking. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the Wind Thunder Platform. That's a human warrior. Ku Tua was the first to discover Fong Chin, and his anger instantly exploded. The human is not dead. This guy still dares to appear here. The two-headed race members were all enraged. They exuded a vast aura and were ready to attack and kill Fong Chin. However, at this moment, a stern voice gradually spread. Shut up! After the voice fell, the two-headed race members were extremely shocked. They looked dumbfounded as a person slowly appeared behind Fong Chin. This person was the current clan leader of the two-headed race and the strongest person in the boundless, sacred ground. Clan leader. Ku Tua took a step forward and bowed slightly. The two-headed clan leader waved his hand with a somewhat dissatisfied look on his face. He said in a deep voice, "From now on, he is the distinguished guest of the two-headed race. No one is allowed to be rude to him." Everyone was puzzled. He was clearly the enemy of the two-headed race. How did he become a distinguished guest? Wasn't this change too great? Clan leader. Ku Tua struggled internally and asked the question in everyone's heart. The two-headed clan leader said in a low voice, if he had attacked, the two-headed race would have been destroyed long ago. Whoosh! This sentence caused tens of thousands of two-headed race members to be shocked. They were dumbfounded and stared at Fong Chin in disbelief. How is this possible? Some people cried out involuntarily, unable to accept the fact in front of them. They clearly remembered that a year ago they had almost killed him here. However, in just a year, even the clan leader had surrendered. Although everyone was suspicious of Fong Chin, they did not dare to say anything more. After all, the person who said this was the two-headed clan leader. He had a strong deterrent force in the clan. No one dared to refute him. May I know my benefactor's name? The two-headed clan leader bowed slightly to Fong Chin apologetically and then asked, Fong Chin, Lord Fong, would you like to visit the ancestral land of the two-headed race? The two-headed clan leader asked. Fong Chin shook his head. Do you know how to enter the Heaven Heart, Holy Land? Right now, there was nothing in the boundless Holy Land that attracted him. He wanted to enter the Heaven Heart, Holy Land to take a look. After crossing this mountain range, you will be able to enter the Heaven Heart, Holy Land. The two-headed clan leader said, However, I heard that there are 2 great demons in the Heaven Heart, Holy Land. They are extremely strong and have the power of the Heaven Heart, Holy Land. If Lord Fong wants to go, you must be careful. 2 great demons? Fong Chin was surprised. Originally, there were countless great demons in the Heaven Heart, Holy Land. However, tens of thousands of years ago, these 2 great demons appeared out of nowhere. They were extremely cruel and killed their own race. In just half a year, the other great demons in the Heaven Heart, Holy Land all died in their hands. The two-headed clan leader said, and they absorbed the heaven heart, holy land of these great demons. Their strength is unfathomable. They are extremely ambitious and seem to want to take over the entire legendary place. A few thousand years ago, they crossed over to the boundless Holy Land. However, in the end, the two-headed clan joined forces and defeated them with the power of the Wind Thunder platform. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Devouring their own race, these two great demons were too cruel. In order to achieve their goal, they would do anything. Devouring the heaven heart? Fong Chen was even more curious. As the two of them were talking, a terrifying aura came from the mountain range. The green-haired woman in green burned her heart of chaos and used her strongest escape technique to escape at high speed. Not far behind her, the two great demons whizzed over. You can't escape. In the blink of an eye, the two great demons were about to catch up with the green-haired lady. Burn. At this moment, the green-haired woman in green made a crazy decision. She burned the heart of chaos completely. Her speed suddenly increased by 30%. Hoo! In the blink of an eye, the green-haired lady crossed the mountain range and arrived at the boundless Holy Land. At this moment, her body was covered in blood. Her aura was weak and she was on the verge of collapse. Rumble. The powerful aura that came from the mountain range naturally alarmed Fong Chen and the two-headed clan leader. What's going on? Fong Chen frowned and stared into the distance. Not good. The two great demons of the Heaven Heart, Holy Land, are here. The two-headed clan leader said in a low voice. When Fong Chen's gaze shifted to the distant mountain range, he suddenly discovered a figure fleeing miserably. That is, at this moment, Fong Chen's primordial spirit trembled and the anger in his heart burned. How could it be her? Fong Chen shook his head. He could not imagine how much pain she had suffered. Hoo! Immediately after, he realized that behind the green-haired lady, there were two great demons whizzing over. Chapter 3108. Heavenly Heart of the Black Dragon, Condense. The Crimson Great Demon looked at the green-haired lady in green and took the initiative to activate his Heavenly Heart power. As he slammed his palm forward, a boundless black energy surged in the air. The moment the black energy appeared, it quickly condensed into a terrifying black dragon. Swoosh! The black dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the green-haired lady and circled her. In the next moment, the void was imprisoned and the green-haired lady's body stopped abruptly. Although her hair was blocked, one could still see the helplessness and bitterness on her face. Let's see where you can escape to this time. As he spoke, the blue and crimson great demon had already arrived in front of the green-haired lady. Both of them had sinister smiles on their faces. Rumble. However, at this moment, both of them sensed something and raised their heads. They suddenly realized that a dazzling sword light had appeared out of nowhere in the void. This sword light carried with it an endless amount of power as it swooped down. Get lost. The blue and crimson great demon took action together and blocked the attack of the sword light. Crack! However, a crisp sound was heard. Fong Chen appeared out of nowhere and punched out. The imprisoned void was instantly shattered into pieces. The green-haired lady hesitated for a moment as she had used up too much energy. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Fong Chen leaped up and hugged the green-haired woman's body. When the latter felt a pair of big hands hugging her, she wanted to struggle. However, when she turned her head, she was instantly stunned. She had never thought that the person she had been thinking about day and night would appear at the most critical moment. Is that you? The green-haired lady shook her head hard to prove that this was not an illusion. Ching, it's me. When he saw the tears in the green-haired lady's eyes and the scars on her pale face, Fong Chen felt an incomparable pain in his heart. At this moment, he could only hug by Ching tightly in his arms to make up for the guilt in his heart. I've let you down. I'm very happy to see you here. Bai Qingqing cried tears of joy. All these years, she had been missing this man all the time. She had thought that she would definitely die today and would never see him again. Who would have thought that the heavens would arrange for them to meet here? But soon, Bai Qingqing realized that something was wrong. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother about me. She struggled to use her hands to push Fangchen away and let him escape. This time, I won't let go no matter what, Fangchen said in a heavy voice. Boom! The two great demons worked together to shatter the invincible sword art. When they saw who it was, their faces were filled with anger. Human, you dare interfere in our affairs! The Red Great Yao said icily. A human sword cultivator can actually survive in the boundless sacred ground. How interesting! The Big Blue Demon laughed sinisterly. I didn't plan to deal with you, but you came knocking on my door. Since the two of you know each other, that's even better. I can be merciful and let the two of you be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. You can still be together in the earth domain. The auras of the two great demons were strong and constantly suppressed Fangchen. Knowing the strength of the two great demons, Bai Qingqing was very anxious. She was afraid that Fangchen would die. They are too strong. Hurry up and leave, Bai Qingqing said while crying. Fangchen shook his head and still hugged her tightly. You want me to watch them kill you? I can't do that. But if you don't leave, we will all die. Bai Qingqing said, if you leave, you can still avenge me in the future. Fangchen raised his hand and gently pushed Bai Qingqing's green hair away. He looked at her face seriously. Qingqing, you are so beautiful. Bai Qingqing was very anxious, but Fangchen was extremely calm. Don't worry. I will avenge you. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangchen sent Bai Qingqing into a mortal abode mountain with a thought. Human, you are courting death. Seeing Bai Qingqing disappear into thin air, the two great demons were instantly enraged. The prey in their hands flew away, just like that. The two great demons attacked and forced Fangchen to hand over Bai Qingqing. Stop! In the distant sky, an angry voice was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two-headed clan leader came with tens of thousands of clansmen. This is the territory of the two-headed clan. Do you want to give the two-headed clan an explanation for attacking here? The two-headed clan leader looked at the two of them coldly. Two-headed clan leader, you want to attack us for this human sword cultivator? The red great demon stopped and asked in a deep voice. Humph, it seems that you have already forgotten the history of the two-headed clan and betrayed your conscience, the blue great demon said coldly. Lord Fang is the distinguished guest of the two-headed clan. If you dare to attack him, the two-headed clan will definitely stop you. The two-headed clan leader expressed his attitude. Although Fangchen was the successor of the reincarnation Sword Emperor, the two-headed clan was indebted to him. In that case, let me experience the skills of the two-headed clan leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue great demon attacked and fought fiercely with the two-headed clan leader. Seeing this, many clansmen of the two-headed clan glared the red great demon and wanted to encircle him. Just as they were about to act, Fangchen waved his hand to stop them. Leave it to me. Ku Tua opened his mouth and stopped talking. Boy, you are courting death. The red great demon clenched his fist and punched out. The sky collapsed and the earth shook. Too weak. Fangchen shook his head gently, his face full of sarcasm. Dong! He allowed the red great demon's fist to hit him, but it did not cause any waves. Crack! The red great demon felt a piercing pain on his fist, and his body retreated step by step. How is this possible? When the red great demon looked at Fangchen, he was shocked. He can actually withstand it? Swoosh! Sword chi soared into the sky, and rays of light shot out. Fangchen held the hidden star sword and approached the red great demon step by step. The moment you attacked her, the outcome was already decided. Fangchen said calmly, his anger spreading through the void. Two great demons that were comparable to Sector Lords attacked a weak girl. How could Fong Qin not be angry? Moreover, this girl was his confidant by Qingqing. Humph, who doesn't know how to talk big? Do you think you can challenge me with your strong physical defense? The red, great demon sneered. You should be proud to die under my heart of heaven's power. After speaking, the red great demon activated his heart of heaven's power. Layers upon layers of purple light emerged from his body. Then they turned into a purple halo that revolved around his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under his control, the purple halo instantly condensed into a purple spear. My purple gold heart of heaven can break all weapons in the world. I want to see how you can withstand it. The red great demon roared and jumped in front of Fong Qin. He raised the purple spear in his hand and stabbed fiercely. The purple spear drew a perfect arc in the void and quickly approached Fong Qin. Space-time, sword explosion. The seventh move of the invincible sword art was used. The hidden star sword emitted the most dazzling sword light and fiercely clashed with the purple spear. Kacha! With the help of the Emperor Realm physical body, the hidden star sword suppressed the purple spear as soon as the two weapons collided. It seems that your purple spear is only SOSO. Fong Qin sneered and clenched his other hand into a fist and quickly punched out. Dong! The power of the Emperor Realm physical body was not something that ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, the red great demon was focused on resisting the invincible sword art and had no time to care about anything else. However, right at that moment, Fong Qin's most powerful fist ray was hurled toward him. Humph, my purple gold defense is not weaker than your defense. The red great demon did not care about Fong Qin's fist at all. He thought that by breaking Fong Qin's long sword he could kill him. Unfortunately, he was wrong, very wrong. When Fong Qin's fist hit his body, the power of the Emperor Realm completely erupted. Kacha! Unable to put up any resistance, the crimson great demon's body crumbled into pieces. A purple gold heart floated in the middle of the shattered body. However, Fong Qin's fist swept through everything and shattered it with brute force. Dong! The earth trembled and the purple spear was shattered. When Fong Qin withdrew his fist and the hidden star sword, the red great demon had already fallen. The blue great demon, who was fighting fiercely with the two-headed patriarch, felt a strong vibration force. He turned his head to look. His eyes were scarlet red, and his rage soared to the heavens. Second brother, an angry roar came out of his mouth. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3109. The blue great demon roared angrily, a flame of hatred burning in his eyes. He had never been so furious in the past tens of thousands of years. When he saw his second brother's purple gold heaven's heart completely shattered, he went into a state of madness. As a mind cultivator, the most important thing was the heaven's heart. The heaven's heart was the source of power and also the foundation of a mind cultivator. When the heaven's heart shattered, it meant that one's body and soul would be destroyed, and he would not be able to reincarnate. Damn human, I'm going to kill you. The blue demon roared to the sky. His figure flashed and rushed toward Fong Qin. Your opponent is me. The two-headed patriarch bellowed and stopped the big blue demon. Whoever stops me will die. The blue demon did not care so much. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his brother. Therefore, Fong Qin would definitely die. Now that the two-headed patriarch was stopping him, he would kill him first. Two-headed patriarch, you will regret your foolish actions. The blue demon said coldly, when I kill you, your two-headed clan will be completely destroyed in this world. Boom! As soon as the blue demon finished speaking, a mighty blue power appeared in front of his chest. This was his heaven's heart's power. Bluestone spear. The blue demon waved his palm. Suddenly, the heaven's heart's power in the sky quickly condensed into a blue spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bluestone spear carried endless power. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two-headed patriarch. Get lost. The two-headed patriarch clenched his fists. He activated his bloodline power and threw out his strongest punch. However, because he was injured in the battle with Fang Qin, he had not recovered yet. Therefore, after colliding with the bluestone spear, he suffered a heavy blow and his body was sent flying. Roar! The two-headed patriarch climbed up from the ground. His shoulders wriggled, and in the next moment, two heads appeared. He transformed into his original form, wanting to block the attack of the bluestone spear. Die. The power of the bluestone spear did not weaken at all and continued to attack. Crack! When the bluish-gold spear struck the two-headed patriarch's body once again, the latter took his last breath, and his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. What are you going to use to block my heart of heaven's power? The blue great demon looked down at the two-headed patriarch and sneered. The eyes of the two-headed race clansmen in the distance were bloodshot. They rubbed their fists and wanted to save their patriarch, but they were stopped by Fang Qin. Leave it to me. Fang Qin's expression was extremely calm. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly took a step forward. However, his body appeared in front of the two-headed patriarch like a ghost. Whoosh! He gently raised his palm and lifted the two-headed patriarch up. Vast amounts of energy poured into the latter's body. The latter's ferocious expression gradually calmed down. The two-headed patriarch wanted to speak, but Fang Qin shook his head and stopped him. You've done enough. Go rest at the side. With that, Fang Qin waved his hand and sent the two-headed patriarch safely to Elder Ku Tuo's side. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the blue great demon. Human, you killed my brother. Even if I cut you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease my hatred, the blue great demon said coldly. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. A cold light flashed in Fang Qin's eyes as he said coldly, the moment the two of you attacked Qing Qing, you are already destined to die in my hands. Now your brother is dead. It's your turn next. Fang Qin did not hide his killing intent towards the blue great demon. Humph! My strength is not something you can imagine. The blue great demon glared at Fang Qin. All along, his brother's purple gold heart of heaven was weaker than his blue gold heart of heaven. A mere saint realm human dares to speak such arrogant words. What a joke! The blue great demon said, Do you think you're a sector lord? Fang Qin shrugged. I'm not a sector lord, but my strength is comparable to a sector lord. What about you? You're not a sector lord, so the outcome is already decided. You're courting death. The blue great demon finally could not help but attack Fang Qin. Blue gold spear. He still fully activated his heart of heaven's power. A terrifying blue gold aura quickly spread out and shrouded the entire void. Fang Qin and the blue great demon were inside. The people outside could not see the situation at all. Patriarch, will Lord Fang be all right? Elder Ku Tuo asked. After the previous battle, the attitude of the tens of thousands of two-headed clan members towards Fang Qin had greatly changed. In addition, Fang Qin had sacrificed himself to save their patriarch, which made them feel ashamed. Therefore, when they saw the blue great demon using his full strength, they were slightly worried. Don't worry, Lord Fang's strength is not something he can imagine, the two-headed patriarch said calmly. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying an emperor realm physical body was. In the vast blue gold aura, Fang Qin and the blue great demon faced each other. Kacha! Suddenly, a blue gold spear appeared in front of Fang Qin. The blue gold spear was much stronger than the purple gold spear from before. However, it was still unable to break through Fang Qin's physical body defense. Wang. Sword chi surrounded his body, and the chaotic sword body was quickly activated. A terrifying Emperor Realm defense spread out. Kacha! Upon coming into contact with Fang Qin, the extremely powerful bluish-golden spear actually stopped moving forward. No matter how the blue great demon tried to activate it, it could not advance any further. His defense. At this time, the blue great demon also discovered Fang Qin's terrifying defense. I don't believe that your defense can surpass a sector lord's. After saying that, the blue great demon spat out a mouthful of blood and sprinkled it on the blue gold spear. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard. After the blue gold spear absorbed the blood, its power suddenly doubled. Dong dong dong! Fang Qin could clearly feel that the blue gold spear was slowly moving forward and had already pierced his skin. However, it was not enough. Time stop. Fang Qin naturally would not stand there stupidly and let the blue great demon attack. When he spat out these words, everything, including the bluish gold spear, instantly became still. The blue great demon opened his mouth wide and was extremely shocked. Space-time, sword explosion. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared and a dazzling sword light whizzed out. With lightning speed, it pierced towards the blue great demon. At the same time, Fang Qin raised his hand and gently held the blue gold spear. You finished your attack. Now it's my turn to counterattack? He grinned and used his strength to hold the blue gold spear in his hand. In the next moment, the blue great demon was shocked to find that the blue gold spear that he was so proud of was actually crushed by Fang Qin. What kind of terrifying power can do this? The blue great demon's heart was in a perilous situation. Could he be a sector lord in disguise? The blue great demon was suspicious. Otherwise, why would the two-headed race submit to him? Thinking of this, the blue great demon's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. No, I can't die here. The blue great demon's heart had a trace of retreating. Kacha! The bluish gold spear was completely unable to withstand Fang Qin's terrifying strength and was forcefully crushed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue gold power whizzed out and filled the void. Fang Qin took a step forward and came in front of the blue great demon. Kacha! The big blue fey burned his essence blood, and the powerful impact finally weakened the effect of time stop a lot. His body could move with great difficulty now. Go! The blue great demon did not even think about it and fled. However, what welcomed him was an unparalleled and terrifying fist. Dong! As if the end of the world had arrived. The entire ground was trembling. The blue great demon's body was directly crushed by Fang Qin. Only the blue gold heavenly heart was suspended in midair. Fang Qin waved his sleeve and kept it in dark cave mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wind blew, the blue gold aura gradually dissipated. The two-headed race saw Fang Qin in the void and the blue great demon, whose body was crushed. Too strong. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. The two great demons of the heaven heart, holy ground, had fallen. Just like that? To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3110. A mighty wind blew past, and a tall figure stood in the wind. Countless people looked at him with respect and awe. A holy venerate was able to kill two great demons of the sky, heart, holy ground. What kind of strength was that? He was too powerful, too terrifying. The hearts of the two-headed race members were filled with shock. They could not imagine how terrible the consequences would be if they did not listen to the orders of their clan leader and forcibly encircled Fang Qin. If that was the case, the two-headed race would definitely be destroyed. Dead, they are finally dead. Ha ha ha! The two great demons of the sky, heart, holy ground are finally dead. From now on, our two-headed race will dominate this legendary place. With this as our foundation, our two-headed race will definitely be able to regain the strength of the immemorial era. After a short silence, the tens of thousands of two-headed race members exclaimed, their faces filled with joy. Lord Fong. The two-headed race leader walked slowly to Fong Qin, a smile appearing on his pale face. He was very glad that he had chosen to submit back then. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Thank you, Lord Fong, for killing the two great demons and solving the problem of our two-headed race for countless years. Fong Chen waved his hand. There is no need for that. I killed them because they touched someone they should not have. Although Fong Chen said it casually, the two-headed race leader was very curious. What kind of woman could make Fong Chen so angry? However, it was not convenient for him to ask about this matter. In Dark Cave Mountain. At this moment, Bai Qingqing's face was no longer pale after a short recovery. The power of the chaotic heavenly heart was also gradually recovering. Although her injuries were still serious, her life was not in danger. Crash! Fong Qin came to Dark Cave Mountain and looked over. Bai Qingqing was closing her eyes to heal her injuries. Beside her, the immortal scepter and hidden star sword were revolving around her as if they were protecting her. Qingqing. Fong Qin looked at that familiar face, and his heart was in turmoil. He could not help but call out her name. Are you okay? The first thing Bai Qingqing did when she opened her eyes was to size up Fong Qin. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the two great demons were. They were not sector lords, but they were stronger than sector lords. They didn't do anything to you, right? Seeing Bai Qingqing's anxious look, Fong Qin grinned and walked to her side. I'm fine. I've already killed the two great demons. From now on, no one will be able to hurt you. Bai Qingqing nodded. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth suddenly opened wide, and her eyes were filled with a strange expression. What did you just say? You're saying that you killed two great demons? Bai Qingqing asked again in disbelief. Fong Qin nodded. Since they dared to attack you, they should be prepared to die. This, Bai Qingqing's heart trembled. How many years had it been since they last met? This fellow in front of her had already grown to such an extent? But soon, Bai Qingqing felt relieved. Ever since she met Fong Qin, he had never disappointed her. Every time, he would create a miracle. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to do this in such a short period of time. However, he was Fong Qin, the omnipotent Fong Qin. I think you should know that the legendary place is split into two parts? Fong Qin said. Bai Qingqing nodded. Before she came in, Skyheart World Lord had told her. In boundless sacred ground, there's a lightning treasure left behind by the Lightning Lord. I refined it and absorbed its lightning energy. My primal chaos sword body broke through, and my physical body broke through to the Emperor Realm. Fong Qin didn't hide anything from Bai Qingqing and directly told her about his Emperor Realm physical body. Emperor Realm? Bai Qingqing exclaimed. After being in Skyheart World for so many years, she was very familiar with the 9 worlds in the eastern region. Legend had it that Boundless World mainly cultivated the physical body. Boundless World Lord's physical body had reached the terrifying half-step Emperor Realm. Although he hadn't stepped into the Emperor Realm, he was already the first person in the eastern region to cultivate the physical body. On the other hand, Fong Qin had reached the Martial Monarch Realm. Why? You don't believe me? Fong Qin shrugged and chuckled. Bai Qingqing shook her head. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Qin seriously. Of course I believe you. I'm just a little shocked. Indeed, anyone who heard such a thing would be shaken to the core. Oh, right. Back then, when the 3 of you disappeared from Heavenly Sovereign Sea, where did you go? After chatting with Bai Qingqing for a while, Fong Qin asked anxiously. Although he had found Bai Qingqing, he hadn't found Princess Xian and his wife, Star and Moon. This made him very anxious. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing seemed to be immersed in painful memories. Her face was a little distorted as if she had suffered a great deal of pain. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Back then the 3 of us were cultivating crazily in Heavenly Sovereign Sea. who knew that in an accident we would discover a strange place and explore it together, who knew that there would be a world wall and there would be a loophole that would suck the three of us in. When we woke up, we found ourselves in the dark void. There were countless dangers there, and we were about to give up. Suddenly, an expert from immemorial chaotic world appeared. Seeing that the three of us had unparalleled potential, he brought us here. Fong Qin listened quietly. However, the good times didn't last long. Just as we arrived in immemorial chaotic world, a mysterious expert appeared and forcefully took away Star and Moon. That person was too strong, and we couldn't stop him. Even the experts from Sky Heart Realm couldn't stop him and could only let him take them away. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who was it? Who took away Star and Moon? Even the experts from Sky Heart Realm didn't know who that person was. Fong Chen asked anxiously. Bai Qingqing recalled and said, "We could see that that person didn't seem to have any enmity towards Star and Moon. He said that he had waited for countless years for this moment. Anyway, his words were very strange and we couldn't understand. But later, when we returned to Sky Heart Realm, I accidentally heard the Sky Heart Realm Lord mention this matter. He suspected that Star and Moon was the reincarnation of some expert, and that mysterious expert was someone she knew in her previous life who came to receive her." Reincarnation of an expert? Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, then you or shouldn't be in danger." Of course, this was only their guess. No one knew the real situation. What we can be sure of now is that you must have been brought to the northern region by that mysterious expert. Fong Chen muttered, "We should quickly increase our strength and enter the northern region. At that time, we can ask Big Brother Lu Xingxing to help us find out." After understanding Star and Moon's situation, Fong Chen finally felt relieved. "Oh right, where's Princess Xan?" Fong Chen asked. Speaking of Princess Xan, Bai Qingqing's face turned even uglier. What happened? Could it be that Princess Xan encountered some problems? Fong Chen asked anxiously. "Princess Xan and I originally joined Sky Heart Realm together. The Realm Lord thought highly of us and even made us saintesses of Sky Heart Realm. However, everything changed when an expert from the northern region came." Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart tightened. That expert from the northern region is also a heart cultivator. His status is very high, and even Sky Heart Realm Lord is incomparably respectful towards him. When that expert just arrived, he took a fancy to Princess Xan. When Sky Heart Realm Lord saw this, he directly offered Princess Xan to that expert. Bai Qingqing continued, "I wanted to stop it, but there was nothing I could do." Fong Chen clenched his fists. Sky Heart Realm Lord actually offered Princess Xan to an expert from the northern region. Damn it. If anything happens to Princess Xan, I will definitely destroy Sky Heart Realm. Fong Chen said coldly. His body was brimming with killing intent. After that, I didn't have any news of her. I don't know how she is now. Bai Qingqing said worriedly. Fong Chen sank into silence. Whether it was Star and Moon, Bai Qingqing, or Princess Xan, they were all very important to him. He wasn't willing to see any of them get hurt. At this moment, he fully understood that he wasn't strong enough. It's laughable that I was so complacent because my fleshly body broke through to the Emperor realm. Fong Chen shook his head and mocked himself. This matter isn't your fault. You have done enough. Bai Qingqing hugged Fong Chen's arm and said gently. Fong Chen sighed and shook his head. I will definitely go to the northern region to find them. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I won't hesitate. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 30-111 in the Legendary Land. Recently, the place had become completely quiet. After the two great beasts of the Sky Heart Sanctuary were killed by Fong Chen, the two-headed tribe had become the overlord of the Legendary Land. In just half a month's time, they had completely occupied the Legendary Land. In fact, They even found countless cultivation resources in the Heaven Heart Holy Land. To the two-headed tribe that had declined to such an extent, it was simply a treasure that was hard to come by. They were overjoyed, and they were even more grateful to Fong Qin. During this period, Fong Qin had not been idle. He had been protecting Bai Qingqing in the dark cave mountain while she was refining the blue gold Heaven's Heart. It's a pity that the purple gold Heaven's Heart has shattered. Fong Qin sighed as he looked at Bai Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him and refining the blue gold Heaven's Heart. After knowing that Bai Qingqing had the chaotic Heaven's Heart, Fong Qin was shocked. I wonder if refining the blue gold Heaven's Heart can completely awaken the chaotic Heaven's Heart. Fong Qin muttered to himself, "Rumble." At this moment, the blue gold Heaven's Heart around Bai Qingqing turned into countless blue auras and revolved around her delicate body. Under Fong Qin's gaze, the blue auras merged into Bai Qingqing's body completely. In the end, Fong Qin could even vaguely feel the terrifying power of the Heaven's Heart. Is this the power of the chaotic Heaven's Heart? At this moment, there was an even more terrifying aura vaguely appearing on the surface of Bai Qingqing's skin. Even Fong Qin felt his scalp go numb from the aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, the aura stayed on the surface of Bai Qingqing's skin for a while before dissipating. Swoosh! Bai Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, and the aura on her body rose rapidly. "Have you broken through?" Fong Qin asked with a smile. Bai Qingqing nodded, and her face was full of smiles. "The power of the blue gold Heaven's Heart is very strong. I have absorbed it, and my strength has increased significantly. It's a pity that it's too difficult to awaken the heavenly heart of chaos. Just relying on the blue gold Heavenly Heart isn't enough." Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly. Between her frown and smile, there was a hint of charm. In the Heavenly Heart Holy Land, there's definitely a powerful Heavenly Heart energy. I'll accompany you to search for it. Fong Qin smiled. "Lord Fong, where are you going?" The current two-headed patriarch's attitude towards Fong Qin was much better than before. "I will make a trip to the Heaven Heart Holy Land." Finished speaking, Fong Qin brought Bai Qingqing and left the boundless Holy Land. Heaven Heart Holy Land, deep within the dense forest. In front of the mountain stream, the waterfall flowed straight down, making rumbling noises. And here there was a blue stone. "There's a powerful heavens will energy underground." Bai Qingqing pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "Guard me. Don't let anything disturb me. Don't worry, just absorb it." Whoosh! Bai Qingqing came to the green rock and started to absorb the heart of heaven energy underground. With experience from the first time, Zhang Xian was able to absorb the energy with greater ease this time. Buzz! The chaotic heavenly heart kept beating, as if it could awaken at any time. Time passed day after day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Fong Qin had been guarding Bai Qingqing. The heart of heaven energy in her body was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Fong Qin felt extremely gratified. However, one day, Fong Qin discovered something. Fong Qin frowned and stared at the blue stone. He could vaguely sense a familiar aura looming in the air. Immortal star energy? All of a sudden, Fong Qin cried out. He did not expect that there would be immortal star energy underground. Why didn't I feel it before? Fong Qin was puzzled. He had an immortal star core in his body. If there was immortal star energy, he would have felt it immediately. Did you feel it? Fong Qin asked the immortal scepter. The latter pondered for a moment and then said slowly, "There is indeed immortal star energy underground, but I didn't feel it before. The heart of heaven energy is very strong and blocked the aura of immortal star energy." What kind of heart of heaven energy can block the aura of immortal star energy? Fong Qin was puzzled. Go in and see. As soon as the immortal scepter finished speaking, it suddenly turned into a long rainbow and came in front of the bluestone. The immortal star force manifested from its body and resonated with the immortal star force beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, the soil in front of the bluestone loosened and a crack appeared. "Go in." Following the immortal scepter, Fong Chen went in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Fong Chen entered the ground, he felt the vast immortal star energy rushing towards him. At the same time, there was also a strong heart of heaven energy pressing towards his body. Is this the heart of heaven energy underground? Fong Chen looked at the special power in front of him and reached out to touch it. The heart of heaven energy was pressing on his body. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm, so there was no pressure. A powerful mind cultivator once came here. This heart of heaven energy was left by him. The immortal scepter said in a deep voice, "If your physical body had not broken through to the Emperor realm, this heart of heaven energy would have been enough to crush you." Fong Chen and the immortal scepter began to search for the immortal star energy. In the blink of an eye, they stopped in front of a wall. "This is..." Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and his face was full of excitement. The heart of heaven energy formed a strong barrier that isolated the immortal star energy. "If you want to absorb it, you have to break it," the immortal scepter said. "Okay." Fong Chen nodded and began to accumulate power to attack the barrier. It had already been close to 2 years since Fong Chen entered the legendary land. 2 years was not a long time for the warriors in the outside world, but it was not short either. The experts of the 9 great domains in the eastern region vaguely remembered that 2 years ago, in front of the Starlight sacred ground in the true Martial Mountain Range, a fledgling warrior from the Boundless Domain had killed the Heavenly Sun, Lord of the Scarlet Sun Domain, and Chen Hao of the Black Turtle Domain. This battle shocked the world and made the world know his name. Although 2 years had passed since then, when the name Fong Chen was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. Of course, there were also some who hated him to the core and wanted to tear him to pieces. Among them, the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord and the Black Turtle Domain Lord bore the brunt. In the past 2 years, the 9 great domains had undergone earth-shaking changes. The experts who had entered the Starlight sacred ground had all broken through, especially the top geniuses of the various domains led by Xin Jianchen. Their strength had leaped to a new level, the Scarlet Sun Domain. At a glance, the entire city was bathed in a powerful sea of fire. This sea of fire was called the Scarlet Sun Sea of Fire. In the hearts of the people of the Scarlet Sun Domain, the Scarlet Sun Sea of Fire was the divine fire and also their foundation. In the depths of the Sea of Fire, the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him that could isolate the power of the Sea of Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the Sea of Fire surged and a terrifying aura spread out. A fiery figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Sea of Fire. Every step he took caused the Sea of Fire to tremble. This scene made the hearts of many warriors in the city tremble. What had happened? Why was the Sea of Fire trembling? "Did you succeed?" the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord asked. "Yes." Li Qihua's face was ferocious. His entire body was covered in flames, and his pupils were shooting out flames. His entire body seemed to be condensed from flames, and the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. Since the fall of the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord, Li Qihua had become the most outstanding genius in the Scarlet Sun Domain and received the recognition of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. He had gathered all the resources of the Scarlet Sun Domain to cultivate him. Of course, he also understood that the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord wanted to use him for revenge. In the past 2 years, he had been in the depths of the Sea of Fire, using the demonic dragon divine fire to temper himself. After experiencing 81 difficulties, he finally succeeded. No one knew how much pain he had suffered during this period. Good, very good. You have not let down my expectations for the past 2 years. The Scarlet Sun domain Lord praised. The tempering of the demonic dragon divine fire has allowed you to perfectly merge with the flames. You are now the king of flames. Once the flames come out, the world will be burned down. Li Chihua opened his palm and enjoyed the joy brought by the sea of fire. I have been in seclusion for 2 years, immersing myself in cultivation and enduring the greatest pain in the world, all for today. Li Chihua said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, I, Li Chihua, will be the strongest genius in the 9 great domains of the Eastern region." He wanted to use an unparalleled battle to announce to the 9 great domains that he was the true king of the geniuses. Chapter 31:12. Under the ground, there was an extremely strong power. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing in front of the wall, and the vast immortal star energy kept surging. Fang Chen could feel that the immortal star energy seemed to have sensed the immortal star core in his body and wanted to break out of the cage. However, there was an invisible barrier formed by the heart of the heavens energy that stopped them. "Do you want to come out?" Fang Chen said softly, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." As if they could hear Fang Chen's words, the immortal star energy became more agitated and kept attacking the invisible barrier. "Let me help you." Fang Chen clenched his fists and unleashed his Emperor Realm strength. He punched the invisible barrier again and again. Crack! With the impact of his power, the invisible barrier seemed to loosen a little and cracks appeared. "It works." Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed and continued to attack. After a while, the invisible barrier was almost destroyed by Fang Chen. Only the last bit of power was still holding on. At this moment, Fang Chen was troubled. The last bit of origin energy was very tough. Even with his Emperor Realm strength, he could not break it. This also caused the immortal star energy to be unable to break out of the cage. He was lost in thought, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. On the ground, Bai Qingqing was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. She was absorbing the heart of the heavens energy under the ground to activate her heart of the heavens. However, when Fang Chen attacked the invisible barrier, she sensed something and looked down. Through the soil, she saw Fang Chen's actions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bai Qingqing lifted her small, fair hand gently, and a special force gushed into the ground. This was the power of the heart of the heavens, but Bai Qingqing had not fully mastered it. Even so, this power was very strong. Buzz! Just as Fang Chen was troubled, this power suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He stared dumbfoundedly at this power as it devoured the last trace of the origin energy and then disappeared into the darkness. Then he raised his head and looked into Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes through the mud. The two looked at each other and smiled. Bai Qingqing then closed her eyes and continued to awaken the heart of chaos. As for Fang Chen, he laughed mischievously. "Each takes what he needs." After saying that, Fang Chen opened his palm. The immortal star core in his body instantly erupted and frantically absorbed the immortal star energy in the wall. Condense. As the vast immortal star force poured into his body, Fang Chen began to condense his star core. The entire underground space was filled with the power of the immortal star. Fang Chen's body was also shrouded in it. Dong dong dong. The vast immortal star power resonated with the immortal star nucleus in his body. The immortal scepter was helping Fang Chen wholeheartedly. In just a quarter of an hour, a brand new star core was formed. Dong! Fang Chen could feel the power in his body vibrating. His strength had increased rapidly. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His late-stage Holy Venerate cultivation had broken through to the perfected Holy Venerate level. Fang Chen even felt that if he completely digested the immortal star force and condensed another immortal star core, his cultivation could still make a breakthrough. Breakthrough! Fang Chen gritted his teeth and continued to break through. He already had a clear idea in his mind, which was to raise his cultivation to the Tribulation Venerate level while condensing his star core. As time passed, The immortal star core was slowly forming. Half a month later, Bai Qingqing stood in front of the mountain stream. The aura around her body was vibrating. Above her forehead, a gray, chaotic aura instantly spread. The entire earth seemed to be infected. Inside Bai Qingqing's body, there was a gray heart that was moving slowly. The moment she opened her eyes, heaven and earth shook as if the end of the world had arrived. A look of joy appeared on her face. She knew that the heart of chaos had been completely awakened. Is this the power of the heart of chaos? The most important thing for a mind cultivator was the state of mind. With the heart of chaos, there was no threshold to raise one's state of mind. This was something that other mind cultivators could never compare to. Dong dong dong. With a thought, the power of the heart of chaos instantly erupted and condensed in the void. My cultivation has also increased. Bai Qingqing was excited. Oh, right, where's Fang Chen? After a short moment of excitement, Bai Qingqing thought of Fang Chen. She hurriedly lowered her head and looked below the earth. Suddenly, she found that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by terrifying immortal star force. A strong pressure came towards her. A sector lord! Bai Qingqing exclaimed. This pressure was something that she had only felt when facing a sector lord before. And now it came from Fang Chen's body. No, he didn't go through the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. This means that he hasn't stepped into the sector lord realm yet. Bai Qingqing pondered. He must have obtained a strong opportunity and his strength has skyrocketed. No matter what, Bai Qingqing was very happy that Fang Chen was strong. After all, this was the man she liked. Below the earth, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked inside his body. 5 thumb-sized star cores floated side by side, exuding an extremely powerful force. 5 star cores. Fang Chen clenched his fists and was extremely excited. After condensing 9 star cores, he would be able to cultivate the Immortal Emperor's ultimate technique, the Immortal Hand. He was not far away from this step. Of course, what made Fang Chen the happiest was that his cultivation had stepped into the Tribulation Supremacy realm. Junior Tribulation Supremacy. After a lot of hardships, he had finally stepped into the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm. Rumble. Suddenly, he felt the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The 3 calamities of the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm? Whoosh! Fang Chen stomped his foot and rushed out of the ground. Standing on the ground, he looked up at the sky. A Junior Tribulation Supremacy had to go through the 3 calamities, and this was his first calamity. Come. Fang Chen was ready. He fully activated his Emperor Realm body and raised his defense to the extreme. The surface of his skin was covered with sword-shaped runes. He stood quietly on the ground and welcomed the arrival of the first calamity. Dong dong dong. In the sky, lightning flashed and changed unpredictably. In the end, it swooped down with an unparalleled power of lightning. It's too strong. Not far away, Bai Qingqing was extremely worried. Seeing the power of lightning, her heart trembled. However, in the next second, she realized that her worries were completely unnecessary. This was because the powerful lightning did not cause any damage to Fang Chen after bombarding him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the lightning dissipated and the world returned to normal, Fang Chen was still standing quietly. Even his clothes did not show any signs of being tattered. What's going on? Bai Qingqing was stunned. The 3 calamities of the Junior Tribulation Supremacy that everyone talked about were blocked just like that? Isn't this too exaggerated? In fact, Fang Chen was also a little puzzled. He had heard that the world was very afraid of the 3 calamities of the Junior Tribulation Supremacy. However, he had easily blocked them just now. These are the 3 calamities of the Junior Tribulation Supremacy? It's just S.O. Fang Chen shook his head, feeling a little helpless. Your physical body has already broken through to the martial Emperor realm. What are the 3 calamities to you? The Immortal Scepter was a little speechless and transmitted a message. In history, no warrior below the universe god realm has been able to cultivate their physical body to the martial emperor realm. You've broken the record. That's the martial emperor realm physical body. What are the 3 calamities to you? The immortal scepter added. Fang Chen thought about it and nodded gently. That's right. The defense of the martial emperor realm physical body was something that even ordinary universe gods could not do. The 3 calamities were naturally nothing. Since that's the case, why don't I just pass the 3 calamities together? Fang Chen said with a smile. Generally speaking, after passing the first calamity, one would cultivate for a long time and make sufficient preparations before daring to trigger the second calamity. However, Fang Chen was an exception. He had just passed the first calamity and could not wait to trigger the second calamity. Looking at the more terrifying lightning gathering in the sky, Bai Qingqing opened her mouth wide and did not know what to say. Compared to others, the 3 calamities of the lesser tribulation venerable realm were really nothing to Fang Chen. Even the 3rd calamity did not give him a sense of oppression. After a long while, the sky became clear again, and the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body gradually disappeared into his body. After passing the 3 calamities, his aura was even stronger. Now, I can be considered an expert at the complete lesser tribulation venerable realm. Fang Chen grinned. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing walked over quickly, a little worried. I'm fine. The 3 calamities are nothing. Fang Chen waved his hand and said. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Looking at Fang Chen's tall and straight figure, she felt proud and happy. That's right. I forgot that your physical body has broken through to the martial emperor realm, Bai Qingqing said with a faint smile. Fang Chen looked at Bai Qingqing and asked, How's your heavenly heart of chaos? It's awakened, but unfortunately I'm still too weak and can't fully control it, Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen nodded and shrugged. A frightening power surged out of his palm. A trace of sternness flashed in his dark eyes. I've been in the legendary place for a long time. It's time to go out, Fang Chen muttered. Heavenly Heart Realm. Young master, why are you here? Heavenly Heart Realm Lord asked respectfully. In front of him sat a white-robed man. He looked somewhat elegant, but his heart was incomparably ferocious. A few days ago, you brought back a woman from your Heavenly Heart Realm. The upper echelons of the sect liked her very much. There were even elders who directly accepted her as a disciple and wanted to become Tao companions with her. The white-robed man said indifferently, I remember that there's a woman in your Heavenly Heart Realm who has the Heavenly Heart of Chaos. I wonder if she has awakened the power of the Heavenly Heart? The white-robed man's meaning was clear. He wanted to bring Bai Qingqing back to flatter the upper echelons and obtain more. Young master, I've sent the saintess to the Heavenly Heart sacred ground to cultivate. When she comes out, she should be able to awaken the Heavenly Heart. It's just that, after pausing for a moment, Heavenly Heart Realm Lord continued. The saintess is very important to my Heavenly Heart Realm. Can young master? Without waiting for him to finish, the young master impatiently said, I know what you're thinking. Since you helped me, this young master naturally won't treat you unfairly. This is a Heaven's Heart Diamond. Take it first. If this woman can be appreciated by the upper echelons, and I receive a great reward, you will definitely receive a share. After receiving the Heavenly Heart Diamond, Heavenly Heart Realm Lord's heart was filled with excitement. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to young master to decide. The Eternal Swordlord. Chapter 31:13. In less than 2 years, the legendary place had changed greatly. Once, before Fang Chen came in, the legendary place was divided into 2. The 2-headed clan only occupied the boundless sacred ground. Now, with the fall of the 2 great demons of the Heavenly Heart sacred ground, the 2-headed clan completely occupied the legendary place and plundered countless cultivation resources to enrich and strengthen themselves. Seeing the clan prospering day by day, the two-headed clan leader was very excited. In his heart, he respected Fangchen even more. In his view, everything that the two-headed clan had was bestowed by Fangchen, although their clan hated the reincarnation Sword Emperor. That was that. Fangchen and the reincarnation Sword Emperor were fundamentally different. Today, in front of the boundless sacred ground, tens of thousands of two-headed clan members gathered together. Standing at the forefront was the two-headed clan's totem figure, the two-headed clan leader. At this time, the aura on his body vaguely gave people a throbbing feeling. "Are you going to condense the third head?" Fangchen asked with a smile. "I have great confidence that I can condense the third head in the next 10 years. For the two-headed clan, condensing each head was a very important matter. The two-headed clan can have today is all thanks to Lord Fang." The two-headed clan leader cupped his fists and said, "If Lord Fang doesn't mind, the two-headed clan will completely listen to your orders from now on. If you need it, I will take the two-headed clan and leave the legendary place to support you." Fangchen waved his hand. "As long as you have such intentions." Then Fangchen's gaze swept across everyone and said slowly, "The two-headed clan has been declining. Now, it can be said that you have completely fallen to the bottom. With your current strength, even if you follow me out, you won't be of much help. It's better to cultivate in the legendary place. One day, you'll have the chance to go to the outside world and fight again." Fangchen's words were very infectious. Many of the clansmen nodded heavily. The purpose of entering the legendary place has been achieved. "I will take my leave first." Fangchen flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out. When the light arrived in front of the two-headed patriarch, it turned into a spatial ring. "I've left some cultivation resources in this spatial ring. You can take them and use them. Thank you, Lord Fang." His voice shook the heavens, and his aura was like a rainbow. Under everyone's gaze, Fangchen and Bai Qingqing left the legendary place. Patriarch, Elder Ku Tua stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Could it be that you still don't understand?" The two-headed clan leader looked at everyone and said emotionally, be it in terms of potential or strength, "Lord Fang is a top-notch prodigy. Needless to say, he would definitely be able to reach the peak in the future. If we befriend him now, we will definitely be able to obtain his help in the future. But he is the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor," someone in the crowd said. "So what?" The two-headed clan leader shrugged and said, "Back then the Samsara Sword Emperor killed our clan's prodigy. You all know why. And Lord Fang is fundamentally different from the Samsara Sword Emperor. He has already acknowledged us. As long as we don't betray him, we will definitely be able to lead the two-headed clan back to the peak in the future." Even Fangchen did not expect this. Back then, he showed mercy and let the two-headed clan off. In the future, the two-headed clan rose again, and the clan gave birth to the strongest, nine-headed, peerless powerhouse in history. And at the critical moment, he became a great help to him. Of course, this was a story for later. The border mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely vast. The border mountain range, which had been quiet for a long time, was suddenly shaken. Countless beast roars came from it, and some people even saw a beast tide. This scene attracted the attention of the boundless world. The upper echelons of the boundless world gathered and stood side by side on the wilderness outside the border mountain range. Their dark eyes stared at the terrifying mountain range in front of them. "Sector Lord, there is a strange movement in the border mountain range, and the beast tide is erupting. It might threaten our boundless world. I think that before the beast tide erupts, we should strike first." Some people advocated taking the initiative to attack. Of course, there were also some people who felt that it was inappropriate to act recklessly. They should first find out the truth of the matter. Do you all think that the beast tide eruption is related to the legendary place? The The words legendary place caused everyone's expression to change drastically. But soon, someone retorted. Impossible. The legendary place is in a closed state. How could it cause a beast tide? I suspect that the heavenly heart, holy land, did this on purpose. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Realm Lord Wuya. The latter did not speak and stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes stared at the depths of the border mountain range. What is going on? Sector, Lord Wuya thought in his heart. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, Look, there is someone in the border mountain range. Who is that person? He is actually fighting in the beast tide. Does he not want to live anymore? For a moment, many upper echelons were talking, their hearts trembling. Only Sector, Lord Wu Ye's body, trembled when he saw that figure. After that, he practically didn't even think about it. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a black light that drilled into the beast tide. Sector Lord. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, Kacha! Realm Lord Wu Ye had unleashed his strongest physical defense. After entering the border mountain range, he had rampaged through the area. Any demonic beasts that got close to him were all killed. In the blink of an eye, Sector Lord Wu Ye arrived in front of Fongqin. Let's go. Hoo. In just a breath's time, Sector Lord Wu Ye brought Fongqin out of the border mountain range. Roar! The beast tide stopped at the edge of the border mountain range, not daring to take a step out. They roared at the sky, seeming to be very angry. Fongqin. After seeing Fongqin, many upper echelons were surprised. Wasn't this the Hidden Star Palace Lord? Why was he here? Sector Lord. Fongqin greeted Sector Lord Wuya and the elders. How is it? Sector Lord Wuya asked. The legendary place is indeed a good place to temper the physical body. Fongqin grinned. Seeing this, Sector Lord Wuya was curious. What level has your physical body broken through? It should be about the same as Sector Lord. Fongqin said humbly. What? Boundless Realm Lord was greatly shaken, and his eyes were burning with passion. Ha, that's great. Knowing that Fongqin's physical body had broken through, Sector Lord Wu Ye was very happy. The entire Boundless City was holding a banquet to celebrate Hidden Star Palace Lord's return. Fongqin's return this time was almost invincible in the Boundless City. Naturally, Realm Lord Boundless didn't know that Fongqin's words were more or less the same as his. If he knew that Fongqin was the only martial artist in the eastern region to break through to the Emperor realm in billions of years, how would he feel? The beast tide didn't last for long before dissipating. Sector Lord Wu Ye guessed that this should be related to Fongqin coming out from the legendary place. He didn't care too much. At night, the lights were bright. At a glance, countless tables were filled with cultivators, all of them raising their cups and drinking to their heart's content. Fongqin didn't like crowds, so he went to a corner and drank alone. Grand Commander. Sector Lord Wu Ye raised his wine cup and walked over with a smile. With the Grand Commander's potential, I really can't think of anyone in the eastern region's younger generation who can fight with you. Sector Lord Wu Ye finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. Sector Lord is overpraising me. Fongqin said. Sector Lord Wu Ye waved his hand. As a Sector Lord, I have seen all kinds of geniuses, but there has never been anyone like you. Your growth has indeed shocked me. I'm very glad that a genius like you appeared in the boundless world. Without waiting for Fongqin to speak, Sector Lord Wu Ye continued. From today onwards, you will be the core of my boundless world. If I step down, the position of Sector Lord Wu Ye will be yours. If you have any problems, just say it. The boundless world will definitely support you. This time, after Fongqin returned, Sector Lord Wu Ye's attitude changed greatly. Furthermore, he had truly accepted him. It wasn't because of Sector Lord Longxiang or Sector Lord Enstar. It was purely because of Fang Chen's potential and strength. Realm Lord, I really do have something that I would like to consult you about. Fang Chen asked. What is it? Just say it. Sector, Lord Wuya said. I want to make a trip to the Sky Heart Realm. Why are you going there? Sector, Lord Wuya asked curiously. I have a friend who was kidnapped by the Sky Heart Realm Lord. I want to go and get her back. Fang Chen said. Chapter 31:14. In the eastern region, the Sky Heart Realm had always been famous for its mysteriousness. This was because the Sky Heart Realm specialized in cultivating the heart. The Tao of heart cultivation itself was an incomparably mysterious Tao. It came from the same origin, and it was utterly impossible for outsiders to steal its essence. Because of this, the Sky Heart Realm had a transcendent status in the 9 regions. It never participated in the conflicts between the other 8 regions and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, even so, the other 8 regions were incomparably respectful towards the Sky Heart Realm. If Fang Chen wanted to head to the Sky Heart Realm to ask for someone, he would definitely be on the opposite side of the Sky Heart Realm. The other party was the Sky Heart Realm Lord. With Fang Chen's strength, wanting to defeat the other party was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Hidden Star Palace was currently flourishing in the boundless world and had the aura of a latecomer. He himself had monstrous potential, and his fleshly body had reached such a terrifying level. Realm Lord Wu Yu regarded him highly and did not wish for him to take the risk. This was why he said that he wanted to travel together with Fang Chen. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and finally nodded. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Sky Heart Realm Lord. It was just that with Realm Lord Wu around, there might be fewer troublesome matters. Many thanks, Realm Lord. Fang Chen clasped his fists and thanked him. What are you being so polite for? You are the great commander of the boundless world. It's natural for me to stand up for you. Oh, right. When are you preparing to head to the Sky Heart Realm? Realm Lord Wu Yu asked with a smile. Tomorrow. Fang Chen's expression turned solemn as he replied. All right, we will set off tomorrow morning. After a silent night, early the next morning, Fang Chen went to look for Realm Lord Wu Yu. The two of them left the boundless world silently and headed towards the border mountain range. Logically speaking, the 9 regions of the eastern region should all have transfer arrays. However, the Sky Heart Realm is an exception. It has a transcendent status and is not willing to participate in the conflicts of the world. There are also many other reasons that cause the other 8 regions to not have a transfer array that leads directly to the Sky Heart Realm. Realm Lord Wu Yu explained to Fang Chen as they flew. Fang Chen nodded, clearly understanding. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Heart Realm was truly mysterious. For countless years, I've only been to the Sky Heart Realm once when I was young. After that, I've never been there again. Realm Lord Boundless continued. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived in front of the border mountain range. If you want to reach the Sky Heart Realm, crossing the border mountain range is a shortcut. Realm Lord Wu Yu laughed. Although it's extremely dangerous, with our strength, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Hoo! The 2 figures flashed and entered the border mountain range. Arriving at the border mountain range again, Fang Chen was familiar with the route. In the border mountain range, the 2 of them encountered many demonic beasts. However, every time a demonic beast neared, Realm Lord Boundless would take the initiative to release his powerful aura, instantly scaring the demonic beast away. Just like that, the 2 of them moved forward at an extremely fast speed. After about 5 days, they finally crossed the border mountain range. Whoosh! The 2 of them stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. After crossing this mountain peak, we will reach the territory of the Heavenly Heart Realm. Realm Lord Boundless said, Let's go. Realm Lord Boundless knew that Fang Chen was anxious, so he didn't waste any time. The 2 of them crossed the mountain peak and officially stepped into the territory of the Heavenly Heart Realm. Heavenly Heart Realm. Fong Qin clenched his fists tightly as a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he told Realm Lord Boundless that he was here to ask for Princess Exan, only he knew the truth. He definitely wouldn't be able to get Princess Exan because she had been brought to the northern region by a mysterious person. His motive for this trip was to find out the whereabouts of Princess Exan from Realm Lord Boundless Sky. Only then would he be able to find Princess Exan after entering the northern region. Hoo! Between heaven and earth, a vast aura surged over. Fong Qin instantly felt a powerful pressure coming from his body. This pressure originated from the Heavenly Heart energy in the void. As expected of the Heavenly Heart realm, the air is filled with Heavenly Heart energy. Realm Lord Boundless couldn't help but sigh. He then waved his hand and a terrifying energy surged, forcefully dissipating the Heavenly Heart energy in the void. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart already knows of our arrival. Let's go. Realm Lord Boundless suddenly sensed something and said to Fong Qin, Heavenly Heart Realm, Heavenly Heart City. Why would Realm Lord Boundless come here for no reason? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart frowned as he pondered in his heart. He and Realm Lord Boundless didn't interfere with each other's business. He was puzzled. Why did Realm Lord Boundless come here? The person beside him is the Hidden Star Palace Master, who shone brilliantly in the true Martial Mountain range. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart could faintly sense that Realm Lord Boundless had brought Hidden Star Palace Master here for the Holy Maiden. Ha! Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, it has been many years since we last met. You haven't changed at all. Suddenly, a hearty laughter came from the sky. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the void as Realm Lord Boundless and Fong Qin walked out. Realm Lord Boundless, why did you think of coming here? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart waved his sleeves and pointed to a stone bench in the garden. This way, please. Realm Lord Boundless sat on the stone bench without any trace of politeness. He glanced at Realm Lord Heavenly Heart and said, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? Please say it directly. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart asked in puzzlement. Grand Commander, I think it's better for you to say it. Realm Lord Boundless looked at Fong Qin. The latter's pitch-black eyes landed on Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. He took in a deep breath and slowly said, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, I have a friend who once joined the Heavenly Heart realm. However, she was valued by a major character in the northern region and was forcefully taken away. I would like to know where she is now. Boom! Just as Fong Qin's voice landed, a violent Heavenly Heart energy surged out from Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. He stood up and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Fong Qin. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. Realm Lord Boundless was somewhat dissatisfied and said in a low voice, Is this how your Heavenly Heart realm treats its guests? If you are an esteemed guest, my Heavenly Heart realm will naturally treat you with respect. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart forcefully retracted his aura and snorted coldly, Grand Commander Fong, who told you what you just said? Without waiting for Fong Qin to reply, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart continued. If my guess isn't wrong, Grand Commander Fong should have entered the legendary place not long ago. Since you know about this, it means that you must have met the saintess of my Heavenly Heart realm. Xiao, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Qin. His powerful aura pressured Fong Qin as he asked coldly, Speak, what happened to the saintess of my Heavenly Heart realm? Princess Exan was taken away by a major character in the northern region, other than Saintess by Qing. Who else knew about this? There were only two possibilities for Fong Qin to know about this. Firstly, he killed Saintess by Qing and got this information from her. Secondly, he was acquainted with Saintess by Qing. Hand over the Saintess of my Heavenly Heart realm. Seeing Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's aura pressuring Fong Qin, Realm Lord Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer. Boom! He punched out, forcing Realm Lord Heavenly Heart to retreat. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, as a Realm Lord, you actually used force to force a weakling. Don't you find it embarrassing? Realm Lord Wu Yi berated. Also, you are not giving me any face. Do you really think that my boundless world is afraid of you? Facing Realm Lord Wu Ye's berating, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's gaze turned deep. Realm Lord Wu Ye, this matter has nothing to do with you. I need him to give me an explanation. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart coldly spoke. Hand over the Saintess. Fan Qin had never seen such a shameless Realm Lord before. Voila! Dark cave mountain flashed, and the green-robed Bai Qingqing slowly walked out. Realm Lord. Bai Qingqing's red lips opened slightly as she spoke softly. You betrayed the Heavenly Heart realm? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart was enraged. From her expression, one could tell that she had betrayed the Heavenly Heart realm. I joined the Heavenly Heart realm because of you. Now that I've found the person I've been searching for, there's no longer any meaning in staying in the Heavenly Heart realm. Hence, I hope that Realm Lord can tell me where Xian'er is. Bai Qingqing spoke. Humph. You dare to betray the Heavenly Heart realm? You will receive the punishment you deserve. Boom! Realm Lord Heavenly Heart attacked at lightning speed. Violent Heavenly Heart energy shot towards Bai Qingqing. Dong dong dong! Realm Lord Wu Ye's body blocked in front of Bai Qingqing, using his powerful physical body to defend. Chapter 31:15. The eastern region was vast and had abundant cultivation resources. There were 9 great realms in this vast area. Among them, the true martial domain was one of the best. It took the lead and led the other 8 worlds. Even though sector lords were already at the peak of the eastern region, they were still at the peak. However, it wasn't just the 9 domain lords, because in the strongest true martial domain, there were few ordinary domain lords. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the 9 domain lords, they couldn't be underestimated. Domain Lord Wu Ye, as a domain lord, had the same status as Domain Lord Tian Xen. In fact, his strength was a level higher than Domain Lord Tian Xen. This was because his physical body was invincible in the eastern region. With a pair of iron fists, he could sweep through everything. But now he had personally appeared, and Domain Lord Tian Xen didn't give him any face. This was a great humiliation. A grand governor of the boundless world actually abducted the holy maiden of my Sky Heart realm. Now you even came here to demand for her? How laughable! The Sky Heart Realm Lord laughed coldly as he turned to Bai Qingqing. Everything you have now was bestowed to you by me. If I didn't bring you back, you would have died outside. Would you be where you are today? And now, not only are you not grateful, you even colluded with outsiders to create trouble in my Sky Heart domain. How should you be punished? Facing the overbearing domain, Lord Tian Xan, Bai Qingqing wanted to say something, but stopped. She had a complicated expression. When Fan Qin saw this, he pulled Bai Qingqing into his embrace and stared coldly at Domain Lord Tian Xan. Domain Lord Tian Xan, stop pretending. Didn't you force Qingqing to join the Sky Heart domain because of the strong heaven heart in her body? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Domain Lord Tian Xan swung his sleeves, and a vast heaven heart energy whizzed out. Dong dong dong. A layer of sword-shaped runes appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin and easily blocked the attack. Domain Lord Tian Xan was surprised, but he didn't continue to attack. I'll give you a chance. As long as you break off your relationship with this person, I promise to let bygones be bygones and continue to help you increase your strength. Domain Lord Tian Xan said solemnly. Bai Qingqing shook her head as she retreated. I'm sorry, I won't leave, Brother Qin. By Ching Ching's words completely infuriated the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Before this, he had promised that he would let the young lord take Bai Ching Ching away when she returned. But now such a thing had happened. Let's end this quickly. We can't let young master see this. Sky Heart World Lord thought in his heart. Boom! Abruptly, he raised his head and unleashed a terrifying heart of heaven's power, unleashing a fierce and domineering attack on Fangchen. Dong! However, Realm Lord Wia had been paying close attention to the actions of the Heavenly Heart Realm Lord. How could he allow the Heavenly Heart Realm Lord to succeed? Realm Lord Wu Yi channeled his half-step emperor physique and blasted out punches after punches, causing the sky to tremble. The Heaven Heart energy of Realm Lord Tian Xan was all forced back. Your opponent is me. Realm Lord Wu Yi blocked the path of Realm Lord Tian Xan as he coldly spoke. The commotion here naturally alarmed many warriors in Skyheart City. Hoo! Many high-level experts rushed over. When they saw the tense scene, they were a little stunned. Isn't that Fangchen? In the crowd, a black-robed man recognized Fangchen. A sinister look flashed across his eyes. Xiao! With a leap, he arrived in the garden. How dare you cause trouble in my Skyheart realm? You shall die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he released a powerful heart of heaven's power and walked towards Fangchen. At this moment, the Skyheart Realm Lord and Wu Yao exchanged a punch and quickly retreated. If it's a warrior below the realm of Realm Lord, I naturally won't say anything. But if Skyheart Realm Lord wants to attack, my boundless realm will accompany you to the end. Wu Yao threatened. Skyheart Realm Lord's eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted coldly, Blackheart, kill him. Yes, Realm Lord. The black-robed man in front of him was known as the Tribulation Lord Blackheart. He was the strongest warrior among the younger generation in the Skyheart realm. He was also a supreme talent who was on par with Shen Jianchen and Kong Changyue. Previously, he was in seclusion at the Starlight Sacred Ground in the true Martial Mountain Range and missed out on many things. Therefore, he knew nothing about Fangchen. He only heard about Fangchen's deeds from others. At that time, he was extremely unconvinced. He thought that how strong could a Paragon Realm Warrior be? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have already broken through to the Tribulation Lord Realm. Tribulation Lord Blackheart sneered, his face full of ridicule. How dare you offend the Realm Lord? No one can save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tribulation Lord Blackheart slammed his palm. Terrifying Blackheart energy instantly spread out and quickly condensed into a long spear in the void. Blackheart Long Spear, kill all enemies in the world. Tribulation Lord Blackheart roared. With the Blackheart Long Spear in his hand, he charged towards Fangchen, courting death. Fangchen's face was cold as he threw out a punch. Kacha! At first, they thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. However, who would have thought that everything would change when Fangchen's fist collided with the Blackheart Long Spear? Under everyone's gaze, the Blackheart Long Spear shattered. Fangchen's fist seemed to contain the power to split the heavens and earth. Dong! His fist smashed into Tribulation, Supremacy, Blackheart's body with devastating force. Blood spurted out into the sky. Tribulation Lord Blackheart's internal organs were instantly shattered. With a bang, his body fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Seeing this, Realm Lord Skywell's heart was filled with killing intent. How is this possible? Outside the garden, many higher-ups of Skyheart Realm were dumbfounded. He killed Tribulation Lord Blackheart with one punch. Isn't his strength too strong? This strength is comparable to a great Tribulation Lord. Whispers could be heard incessantly. Realm Lord Skywell's face was extremely gloomy. Tribulation Lord Blackheart's importance to Skyheart Realm was self-evident. However, he had died in the hands of Fangchen. You deserve to die, Realm Lord Skywill said coldly. Why? Can't you afford to lose? Realm Lord Wu-ya sneered. I've said before that anyone below the Realm Lord level can fight as they wish. Now that Tribulation Lord Blackheart has been killed by the Great Commander, you can't sit still. What a joke! If the one who died wasn't Tribulation Lord Blackheart, but the Great Commander, should I also seek justice from you? Facing Realm Lord Wu-ya's questioning, Realm Lord Skywill clenched his fists and bared his teeth. However, he was very clear that with Realm Lord Wu around, it was basically impossible for him to take action. Therefore, he placed his hopes on everyone. Whoever can kill this kid will be heavily rewarded. Realm Lord Skywill said in a deep voice, Let me do it. A great perfection, lesser tribulation, Lord Elder stepped out and fought fiercely with Fong Chen. Boom! With another punch, he killed the perfected lesser tribulation, Supremacy Elder. If it was a trick to kill Blackheart, then this battle could fully prove Fong Chen's terrifying strength. In front of a pavilion not far away, a white-robed man quietly watched everything. He could clearly see the battle in the garden. That green-robed lady should be the Saintess of Skywill Realm by Ching-Ching, right? The white-robed man asked. Young Lord, this lady is by Ching-Ching. She's really beautiful. Her appearance isn't inferior to the one we brought back previously. As the white-robed man spoke, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. I originally wanted to use some gentle methods to take her away. Now, it seems that there's no need for that, the white-robed man said. Realm Lord Skywill is really a piece of trash. In such a small place, he can't even settle such a small matter. Young Lord, do you need this old servant to take action? The old servant asked. The white-robed man waved his hand. Realm Lord Skywill is restrained by Realm Lord Wu-ya and can't take action. Looking at the situation, to kill this person, a great tribulation Lord must take action. Let's wait first. Boom! Boom! In the garden, the white-robed man had just finished speaking. Fong Chen had used absolute strength to kill a great tribulation Lord Elder. Voila! The entire Skywill realm was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. They couldn't imagine how a lesser tribulation Lord could do all this. Too terrifying. His strength is infinitely close to a realm lord. What terrifying strength! Even the great elder has fallen. The fall of a great tribulation lord had completely shocked everyone in the Skywill realm. Even the Skywill realm lord was shocked. Chapter 30, 117. Who exactly are you? Bygone's heart trembled when he heard the words, Princess Xan. Where is Princess Xan? Fong Chen did not answer Bygone's question. The aura around him spread out and instantly enveloped Bygone. A powerful force pressed down on Bygone. Crack! The bones in Bygone's body creaked as pain spread through his body. You... At first, Bygone was still stubborn, but he soon submitted. Plop! Bygone fell to his knees and screamed miserably, begging for mercy. She is in Shinshin school. She was taken in as a disciple by an elder, Bygone said. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I, Bygone, will do anything for you. Tell me the address of Shinshin school, Fong Chen said coldly. Whoosh! An aura appeared in Bygone's mind and entered Fong Chen's mind. The map of Shinshin school and all the information in the sect were given to Fong Chen. Can you let me go now? Bygone raised his head and looked at Fong Chen in horror. As long as you let me go, I will take good care of her when I return to Shinshin school. I will not let anyone bully her. Haha. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. If I were not stronger than you, I would have died in your hands. Fong Chen said, just the fact that you wanted to take Ching-Ching away by force is enough for me to kill you. You can't, Baigon panicked when he heard Fong Chen's words. I am a disciple of Shinshin School. My grandfather has a high position in Shinshin School. If you kill me, Shinshin School will not let you go. At this moment, everyone in the Sky Heart Realm was scared out of their wits and retreated. Ah! A miserable cry came from the garden. Baigon's body slowly fell to the ground. Whoosh! A resplendent heaven's heart floated out of his body. Fong Chen reached out and grabbed it. Will there be trouble if you kill him? Bai Qingqing was a little worried. She walked over quickly. Fong Chen handed Baigon's tianqi to him and said, This kind of person acts according to the wind. If he successfully returns to the Shinshin School, Princess Xian will be in danger, so it's better to just kill him. As for danger, the moment the Shinshin School attacked you and Princess Xian, the hatred was already formed. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Dong dong dong. The battle in the sky was finally coming to an end. Boom! With a deafening sound, the void battleground collapsed, and two figures swooped down one after another. Sector Lord. When the people from the Sky Heart World saw the Sky Heart World Overlord, they were filled with joy. Fong Chen was too domineering, suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. Now that the Sector Lord had returned, their Sky Heart World still had a chance to survive. It could be seen that the Sky Heart World Overlord's Heaven's Heart was very powerful. Although Realm Lord Wu Ye's body was strong, he couldn't withstand it. Seeing that Realm Lord Wu Ye's body was about to fall to the ground, Fong Chen stretched out his hand and supported him. Sector Lord, are you all right? Fong Chen asked. Realm Lord Wu Ye gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine. I just didn't expect the Sky Heart World Overlord's Heaven's Heart to be so powerful. I almost fell into his trap. Strictly speaking, in the previous battle, Realm Lord Wu Ye was completely suppressed by the Sky Heart World Overlord. But to an expert at the World Overlord level, defeating was one thing and killing was another. The Sky Heart World Overlord relied on his powerful Heaven's Heart to suppress Realm Lord Wu Ye, but he still couldn't kill him. Young Master? Originally, the Sky Heart World Overlord was very happy when he suppressed Realm Lord Wu Ye. But when he saw the corpses of Baigon and the old servant, his expression changed drastically. What happened? The Sky Heart World Overlord glared at the others and asked in a deep voice, Sector Lord, Fong Chen is too powerful. He's invincible below the World Overlord level. Young Master Baigon was killed by him. Someone said while trembling, What? The Sky Heart World Overlord's heart trembled. He looked at Fong Chen with a sinister gaze. You killed young Master Baigon? The latter was a disciple of the Shinshin School. Moreover, he died in his territory. If the news spread, the Shinshin School would definitely be unhappy with him. The power behind Baigon might even kill him. Damn it! The Sky Heart World Overlord was burning with rage. Originally, he could obtain Baigon's favor and have some authority in the Shinshin School. In the future, it wouldn't be a dream for him to have a meteoric rise. But all of this was destroyed by Fong Chen. I'm going to kill you and take revenge for young Master Baigon. The Sky Heart World Overlord roared. He activated the Sky Heart energy in his body and attacked Fong Chen. I'll hold back the Sky Heart World Overlord. Quickly return to the Boundless World. The Boundless World Overlord said in a deep voice. But Fong Chen wasn't moved. Quickly leave. The Boundless World Overlord roared. But in the blink of an eye, the Sky Heart World Overlord's attack arrived. Seeing this, the Boundless World Overlord sighed. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Fight it out. The Boundless World Overlord gritted his teeth and rushed to the front of the Sky Heart World Overlord to block the attack. Leave it to me. Fong Chen's voice suddenly entered the Boundless World Overlord's mind. Before he could react, he felt a strong suction force pulling him back. You! Seeing Fong Chen's actions, the Boundless World Overlord wanted to stop him. But Fong Chen had already made his move. Boom! His Emperor Realm physical body was fully activated. He took a step forward with his left leg, and his lower body formed the shape of a bow. His fists grabbed the air and clenched together. Dong dong dong! The energy in his body crazily gathered together. Kill! Fong Chen spat out a single word when the Sky Heart, Realm Lord's Sky Heart energy came crashing down. Dong! The fist and the Sky Heart World Overlord's fist collided and instantly exploded. A terrifying force swept across the land. Go and die. The Sky Heart World Overlord sneered. With his Sky Heart World Overlord's full strength attack, anyone below the World Overlord realm would definitely die. However, when he saw Fong Chen standing calmly in front of him, he was instantly stunned. Kacha! He felt a strong force coming towards him. The Sky Heart World Overlord's attack was shattered in front of it. What kind of power is this? The Sky Heart World Overlord was astonished. How did Fong Chen's physical body become so strong? After he steadied himself, his pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chen. His physical body is stronger than World Overlord Wu Ye's. World Overlord Wu Ye's physical body had reached the terrifying half-step Emperor realm. The reason why he was able to establish himself in the eastern region was because of this. But now, a lesser tribulation sovereign's physical body had surpassed World Overlord Wu Ye's. Could it be that his physical body has broken through to the Emperor realm? The Sky Heart World Overlord shook his head. He didn't believe that there would be an Emperor Realm physical body cultivator in the eastern region. At such a young age, his physical body has reached the half-step Emperor Realm. Such talent is really impressive. In the end, the Sky Heart World Overlord felt that Fong Chen's physical body was only slightly stronger than the half-step Emperor Realm. You can't defeat me with just strength. The Sky Heart World Overlord regained his confidence and released a strong Sky Heart World Overlord's body. Kill! This time around, the Sky Heart World Lord unleashed his trump card. His palms danced in the air as a series of complex hand seals condensed into form. These hand seals contained boundless Sky Heart World Overlord's power. You should be proud to die under my trump card. Not far away, the Sky Heart World Overlord was shocked. Be careful, this is the Sky Heart World Overlord's strongest attack. 1. The 5 immortal star cores in Fong Chen's body started to vibrate slowly. Soon, the vast immortal star energy enveloped him. Dong! He clenched his fists tightly and killing intent filled the void. Originally, the Emperor Realm physical body was already strong enough. But now, with the enhancement of the immortal star cores, his strength was even stronger. Whoosh! The hidden star sword surged with sword chi, and an invincible sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, Fong Chen had also activated his strongest power. This was the first time he had used his full strength after breaking through to the lesser tribulation sovereign realm. The 7th move of the invincible sword technique, space-time sword explosion. In addition to the enhancement of the 5 immortal star cores, the power that erupted was unimaginable. The key was that he didn't need to defend. The Emperor Realm physical body was enough to defend against any attack. The void instantly froze, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. In the Sky Heart world, everyone looked on in a daze. Their hearts were boiling. This battle concerned the future of the Sky Heart world, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Moreover, they firmly believed that the Sky Heart World Overlord could suppress Fong Chen and kill him. Dong dong dong! The war drums sounded and the bugle horn sounded. The curtains of a shocking battle were about to be raised. Chapter 31:18. A terrifying aura filled the entire Heaven Heart world. Many martial artists were filled with fear. Is this a battle between realm lords? It's too shocking. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stomped his feet. He stood in the air, and a terrifying sword light shot out from his black eyes. At this moment, his primal chaos sword body and invincible sword art complemented each other and exploded out with the strongest power. Moreover, there were 5 immortal star cores, increasing his power to the extreme. "Let me see how strong a Realm Lord is," Fang Chen said in a low voice. He obviously knew that Realm Lord Heavenheart wasn't an ordinary Realm Lord, but an extremely powerful one. However, the current him was fearless. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. Be careful of Realm Lord Heavenheart's power. Not far away, Realm Lord Wu Ye's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to have reached such a terrifying level. However, he still reminded Fang Chen. After all, the latter was a genius from Boundless World. If he were to fall here, it would be a great loss. Go and die. The Sky Heart World Lord waved his palms as numerous palm imprints appeared in the sky. Each of the palm imprints contained his powerful Sky Heart energy. Ultimate palm print, kill. Following Realm Lord Heavenheart's roar, the dense palm prints that contained boundless Heavenheart's power whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, these palm prints completely enveloped Fang Chen. The powerful aura was pressuring Fang Chen. However, at this crucial moment, Fang Chen made a crazy move. He gave up on defending and attacked with all his might. Is he crazy? Many people opened their eyes wide and cried out. Even Realm Lord Wu trembled. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. However, in the next second he came to a realization. Kacha! Countless palm prints, under the control of Realm Lord Heavenheart, landed on Fang Chen's body. However, to everyone's surprise, the latter's body was completely unharmed. On the contrary, every time those giant handprints came into contact with Fang Chen's body, they would automatically disintegrate and the power of the Heart of Heaven would directly dissipate. Seeing this scene, Realm Lord Boundless was simply too shocked. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. In the vast 9 great realms of the Eastern region, if one were to talk about who had the strongest attainments in the path of the fleshly body, it would be none other than Realm Lord Boundless. His fleshly body had reached an unprecedented level. However, he had only reached the half-step martial emperor realm. However, the physical strength of the person before him had already surpassed the scope of his imagination. Is that the physical body of an emperor? Realm Lord Wu involuntarily screamed. He didn't dare to believe that he would actually be able to see the body of an immortal emperor in his lifetime. To be able to disregard World Overlord Tian Xian's attack. This is definitely the body of an emperor. After a brief moment of shock, Realm Lord Boundless forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. His pitch-black eyes seriously sized up Fang Chen. Finally, he could say with certainty that Fang Chen's physical body had indeed reached the Emperor realm. At this moment, even his breathing was a little hurried. Breaking through to the Emperor realm with his physical body, breaking the record of the Boundless World and the entire Eastern region. Too strong. His previous worries were swept away in an instant. He even faintly hoped that Fang Chen could defeat World Overlord Tian Xian with his Emperor realm physical body. Truly powerful, Realm Lord Boundless was full of praises for Fang Chen. On the battlefield, for the first time, Fang Chen unleashed the strength of his Emperor realm physical body and easily blocked World Overlord Tian Xian's attack. As for the star-hidden sword in his hand, it carried an invincible sword aura as it swiftly rushed towards Yixuan. Space-time, sword explosion. Fang Chen roared and instantly executed the space-time sword explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The space around the Sky Heart Realm Lord suddenly shattered. Terrifying sword chi surged from all directions. They only had one target, and that was the Sky Heart Realm Lord. How is this possible? World Overlord Tian Xian's body was forced to retreat. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. His physical body is much stronger than World Overlord Boundless. World Overlord Tianxian was shocked that his heaven heart attack couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. However, the most important thing now was to block Fang Chen's attack. Scram! World Overlord Tianxian forcefully activated the heaven heart energy in his body and enveloped himself. At this time, the hidden star sword rushed over, and the tip of the sword pierced the heart of the sky halo. Kacha! The heaven heart halo's defense was extremely strong, and the star-concealing sword stopped abruptly. Time stopped. Just at this moment, Fang Chen spat out 4 words. Instantly, the vast void quietened down. Everyone, including World Overlord Tianxian, was dumbfounded. The heaven's heart halo around the heaven's heart world Lord instantly stopped. After stopping, the halo's defense was greatly reduced and gave the star-concealing sword an opportunity. Kacha! The star-concealing sword brought along boundless sword Dao energy and pierced into World Overlord Tianxian's body. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out and World Overlord Tianxian was injured. Dong dong dong! At the same time, Time Stop lost its effect and World Overlord Tianxian's body was forced to retreat. As expected, Time Stop doesn't have much effect on World Overlords. Seeing the situation, Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "Against World Overlords, Time Stop could only be used to catch them off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a threat at all." World Overlord Tianxian was at a disadvantage this time, but he wouldn't be tricked the next time. However, he wasn't just this little bit of ability. Boom! A boundless energy surged out from World Overlord Tianxian's body. His eyes were scarlet red and he opened his hands. A scarlet red heart emerged from his chest. The moment the scarlet heart appeared, the entire sky changed color. "I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. But if you think that you can defeat me, the Sky Heart World Overlord, with just this, you are wrong." World Overlord Tianxian said solemnly. He had been cultivating in the Heaven Heart world for countless years, and the outside world didn't know how strong he was. All along, he was known for being mysterious. Even the true martial world Overlord hadn't fought with him before. "After so many years, you are the first person to force me to use my full strength." World Overlord Tianxian said, "You should be proud to die in my hands." In reality, to the Sky Heart World Lord, he had already lost this battle before it even started. After all, his opponent was just a lesser Tribulation Sovereign. On the other hand, he was a World Overlord who had cultivated for countless years and possessed the terrifying power of Heaven Heart. However, this wasn't a battle but a life and death battle. Hence, the battle would only end when his opponent died. Furthermore, young Master Bygone had died in the Heaven Heart world, and he had to give the Shinshin school an explanation. And Fang Chen's head was the best way to explain it. His gaze swept across the miserable scene below, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. If someone had told him before that a Tribulation Sovereign could fight against a World Overlord, he wouldn't have believed it. But now he believed it. The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Those who could be called peerless geniuses could erupt with shocking power at the crucial moment. Everything should end now. World Overlord Tianxian said eerily, "Let me help you." World Overlord Wu, you wanted to help Fang Chen, but he spat out a mouthful of blood just as he circulated the energy in his body. Obviously, he was heavily injured in the battle with World Overlord Tianxian. "I alone am enough to deal with him," Fang Chen said indifferently without turning his head. Looking at Fang Chen's back, World Overlord Wu, you had a complicated expression. Who would have thought that Fang Chen could grow to such a level in just 2 years? "I'm not as good as him." World Overlord Wu sighed and shook his head. The student had surpassed the master. Fang Chen was undoubtedly a model example. From the way he forced World Overlord Tianxian into such a miserable state, his strength had already surpassed his own. "I'm old." World Overlord Wu smiled bitterly. In the sky, The two experts faced each other. World Overlord Tian Xan summoned his strongest heaven heart and wanted to fight one last time to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen naturally knew that World Overlord Tian Xan was desperate, so he was already prepared. He slowly opened his palm and the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared. Looking at the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fang Chen's lips curled up. Your heaven heart is indeed strong, but I have the reincarnation sword shuttle. Boom! The reincarnation sword shuttle suddenly opened up and a terrifying power surged out. Chapter 30, 119. Reincarnation Sword World. The inner world of the reincarnation sword shuttle was also known as the reincarnation sword world. Fang Chen had been here before. After 100 reincarnations, he had comprehended the supreme Sword Tao. Today, he activated the reincarnation sword world once again. Swoosh! Streaks of terrifying sword light filled the void. Under the dark night sky, Fang Chen stood in the air with a hidden star sword in his hand. What is this place? Being sucked in by the reincarnation sword shuttle, Realm Lord Tian Xan panicked. He looked around and exclaimed, "This is my territory." As soon as Fang Chen finished his words, the reincarnation sword world seemed to be responding to him. A terrifying sword Tao aura instantly filled the air. "Humph, do you think you can kill me here?" Realm Lord Tian Xan sneered. His scarlet heart sword instantly shot out. The terrifying heart sword energy turned into a long rainbow that streaked across the sky and shot towards Fang Chen. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen executed the 7th move of the invincible sword art, space-time sword explosion. In the reincarnation sword world, his invincible sword Tao had been greatly enhanced. The space-time sword explosion's attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Kacha! The hidden star sword carried boundless sword Tao power and struck the Scarlet Heart sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the Scarlet Heart sword exploded with unprecedented power. Dong, dong, dong. When the two collided, the Scarlet Heart sword emitted a terrifying scarlet force that instantly shrouded the hidden star sword. However, in just a breath's time, the hidden star sword broke free from the restraint of the scarlet aura and knocked the Scarlet Heart sword away. How is this possible? Realm Lord Tian Xan was shocked. He could clearly sense that the Scarlet Sky Heart's origin source power had been greatly depleted after just one exchange. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, Realm Lord Tian Xan knew that something was wrong. He shook his head violently and gritted his teeth. He opened his palm and controlled the Scarlet Heart sword again. Scarlet Heart sword, origin energy killing. He looked up to the sky and roared. In the next moment, the entire heaven and earth was covered in a sea of blood that swept across the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the Sky Heart World Lord was extremely aware of how terrifying Fang Chen was. I have ignited the source of my heavenly heart's power. If I can't kill you, how can I continue to cultivate? Realm Lord Sky Heart had completely entered a state of insanity. A layer of powerful flames appeared around the Scarlet Heaven's heart, burning its origin. Fang Chen could feel the strength of the origin of the power of the Heart of Heaven. Unfortunately, this was the Samsara Sword Realm, his territory. Dong, dong, dong. His Emperor Realm physical body was pushed to the extreme, causing the entire Reincarnation Sword Realm to tremble. At the same time, Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and the 5 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated. The power of the space-time sword explosion was instantly raised to the extreme. When the hidden star sword burst out, the power of the sword principle in the Samsara sword realm merged with it. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Scarlet Heart of Heaven. Crack! The hidden star sword carried absolute power and pierced into the heart of Scarlet Sky. However, this time, the Scarlet Heart of Heaven ignited its origin, increasing its power by countless times. For a moment, The hidden star sword couldn't do anything to it. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong your potential is, what's the use? In the end, aren't you going to die in my hands? Realm Lord Sky Heart laughed maniacally when he saw the hidden star sword being trapped by the scarlet heart of heaven. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he could already see the scene of Fong Chen's tragic death. You think you can kill me like this? Fong Chen took a step forward and stood in the air, emitting an imposing aura. His pitch-black eyes stared down at the Skyheart World Overlord. His voice was like thunder as it rumbled. This is my territory. Everything is under my control. You, on the other hand, are just a stepping stone in my cultivation process. Your weapon is trapped by me. What other abilities do you have? Realm Lord Sky Heart sneered. It's useless to talk. No matter what, you will die today. Fong Chen's lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. He opened his palm, and the immortal scepter slowly appeared. Whoa! Immortal star energy was instantly emitted. Fong Chen looked at Realm Lord Sky Heart. Today, I will kill you in the world of reincarnation. If it wasn't for Realm Lord Sky Heart, Princess Exian wouldn't have been forcefully abducted by the people from the Shinshin school. Hence, Fong Chen placed all his hatred on Realm Lord Sky Heart. This is the first time I've used my full strength since I started cultivating. You should be proud to die under the immortal scepter. Realm Lord Sky Heart thought that the hidden star sword was Fong Chen's trump card. He didn't know that Lin Fan's true trump card was the immortal scepter. Emperor Realm Weapon. CSISI. Fong Chen clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the immortal scepter. That is, Realm Lord Sky Heart, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly saw this scene and he was shocked. What a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his heart was in turmoil. He knew that the weapon in Fong Chen's hand was actually an Emperor Realm weapon. No. Realm Lord Sky Heart's heart was filled with fear. He kept retreating and frantically attacked the reincarnation sword world, wanting to escape from this place. However, this was Fong Chen's territory, and Fong Chen was the ruler. Kacha! The immortal scepter was fully activated, and Emperor Realm energy crazily surged. A crisp sound rang out, and Scarlet Heaven's heart, which was entangled with the hidden star sword, was instantly shattered. Without any resistance, Scarlet Heaven's heart was shattered. Pucci! Realm Lord Sky Heart spat out blood, and his face was pale. How could this be? He was extremely disappointed, and he could feel the arrival of death. Extinguish! The immortal scepter instantly expanded and pressed down, causing the reincarnation sword world to tremble, and miserable shrieks could be heard. Hoo hoo hoo! The air was filled with scarlet aura. The world was in chaos. A Realm Lord had fallen, just like that. Even Realm Lord Sky Heart himself didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lesser tribulation sovereign. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Fong Chen looked at the place where Realm Lord Sky Heart's body was shattered and said softly, in the outside world, Realm Lord Wuya and Bai Qingqing were extremely anxious. Voila! At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, the reincarnation sword shuttle retracted its aura and disappeared. Realm Lord Wu Ye was overjoyed to see Fong Chen return safely. Are you all right? Bai Qingqing directly rushed into Fong Chen's embrace, a teardrop hanging from the corner of her eye. Everything is over. Fong Chen gently stroked the latter's hair as he spoke in a gentle voice. Outside the garden, many Realm Lord Sky Heart experts looked at each other, waiting for Realm Lord Sky Heart to appear. Where's Realm Lord Sky Heart? Realm Lord Wu walked over and asked softly. I've already killed him, Fong Chen said. Realm Lord Wu instantly fell into a daze when he heard this. Waves of shock surged in his heart. One of the 9 great Realm Lords, Realm Lord Sky Heart, a powerful Realm Lord who specialized in the Heart Tao, had actually fallen in the hands of a lesser, tribulation venerable. He knew better than anyone that if this news were to spread out, the entire eastern region would be shaken. After a long time, Realm Lord Wuya slowly shook his head. There were talents in every generation, and the new generation replaced the old. He originally thought that this world belonged to the Realm Lords, but now it seemed that the rising stars had the momentum to surpass them. I'm old. Realm Lord Wu sighed in his heart as he looked at Fong Qin with a complicated expression. The Realm Lord won't die. That's right, you're lying. Some Realm Lord Sky Heart experts couldn't accept this fact and roared at Fong Qin. However, under Realm Lord Wuya's powerful suppression, Sky Heart World instantly collapsed. In just half a day, Sky Heart World had completely submitted. On a high platform, Fong Qin hugged by Qing Qing. Qing Qing, wait for me to head to the northern region. I'll definitely save Princess Xan, Fong Qin said softly. And, as long as I'm with you, I'll do anything. Bai Qing Qing obediently laid on Fong Qin's chest, her face filled with joy. Dang, dang, dang. Realm Lord Wu Yi walked over from afar and said, The fall of Realm Lord Sky Heart is a huge matter. Soon, the entire eastern region will be shaken. At that time, it will definitely set off a storm. With your current strength, you're completely qualified to become a Realm Lord. But this matter can only be decided after the 9 great Realm Lords have a discussion. Of course, with your relationship with Realm Lord Jinwu, it shouldn't be a big problem. Fong Qin nodded. He had taken the most important step in the eastern region and had his own force. Chapter 3120. The news of the Heaven Heart Realm Lord's death swept across the entire eastern region like a hurricane. When all the martial artists heard the news, they all fell into a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't imagine that the Heaven Heart Realm Lord would die in the hands of the Boundless World's Grand Commander. What's going on? Everyone was surprised and tried to find out the truth. The various Realm Lords were also shocked. What? The Heaven Heart Realm Lord was killed by Fong Qin? The true Martial Realm Lord was shocked when he heard the news. This news came from the Heaven Heart Realm. It shouldn't be fake. Qi Zhan nodded and said softly, even though he already knew, he was still shocked when he heard it from his mouth. That was the Heaven Heart Realm Lord. Even Qi Zhan couldn't do it, let alone Fong Qin. This guy. Qi Zhan shook his head with a bitter smile as a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Although the Heaven Heart Realm Lord wasn't the strongest among the 9 Realm Lords, he cultivated the Tao of the heart and was mysterious. His Heaven Heart Realm Lord was extremely powerful, and even I didn't want to offend him. The true Martial Realm Lord muttered, To be able to kill the Heaven Heart Realm Lord, it means that Fong Qin's strength is above the other Realm Lords. The true Martial Realm Lord fell into silence. He remembered that 2 years ago in front of the true Martial Mountain Range, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord and the Black Underworld Realm Lord had threatened him. But now he had killed the Sky Heart World Overlord with his own strength. Such a rate of growth was simply too astonishing. Even if the true Martial Realm Lord boasted about his shocking potential, he was nothing in front of Fong Qin. The true Martial Realm Lord didn't doubt the news that Qi Zhan brought back. The Heaven Heart Realm Lord has fallen and the Heaven Heart Realm has no leader. It's time to convene the Realm Lord Conference. The true Martial Realm Lord said softly. Qi Zhan had interacted with Fong Qin for a longer time and understood Fong Qin better. When I was in the Starlight Sacred Ground, I could see that this guy's future was boundless. Most importantly, I found out that there was immortal star power in his body. Qi Zhan said, Immortal star power? The true Martial Realms Lord was stunned for a moment before he said, The successor of the Immortal Emperor? If that's the case, it wouldn't be too surprising for him to kill the Sky Heart World Overlord. Realm Lord, what do you plan to do? Qi Zhan asked. Fong Qin's strength is already qualified to stand on equal footing with us. Since he has killed the Sky Heart World Overlord, he shall be the new world overlord of the Sky Heart World. This way, the chaos in the Sky Heart World can be quelled and the overall strength of our eastern region will increase by a lot. The true martial world overlord laughed. Inform the other sector lords to head to the Sky Heart Realm and hold a sector lord conference. Yes, sector lord. Chi-Jean nodded, and then he left swiftly. Looking at Chi-Jean's departing figure, the realm lord of the true martial realm curled up his lips and revealed a brilliant smile. As expected of the heaven's pride that absolute star boundary Lord thinks highly of. Such potential really makes me sigh in amazement. The true martial realm lord murmured. He knew some of the secrets of the northern region. There were countless geniuses there, and experts were as common as clouds. Among the younger generation, the most outstanding ones were Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. However, he knew that even Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua's potential wasn't comparable to Fang Chen's. I'm very curious. When you step into the northern region, where experts are as common as clouds, how powerful will you be? At this moment, the true martial realm lord made a very important decision. The entire eastern region was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were in an uproar, especially in the boundless world. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Under such a scene, Chi-Jean had already arrived at the Sky Heart world ahead of the other realm lords. Brother Fang, it's only been 2 years since we last met, and you've already caused such a huge commotion. When Chi-Jean saw Fang Qin from far away, he grinned and said. Seeing Chi-Jean's arrival, Fang Qin stood up from the high platform and smiled. I didn't expect that the first one to come to the Sky Heart world would be senior. Chi-Jean waved his hand. Your current strength is even stronger than mine. Don't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you can just call me old brother. Fang Qin didn't pretend and directly called out, Old brother Chi-Jean. Ha ha ha, quickly tell me, how did you kill the Sky Heart World Lord? Actually, Chi-Jean was the one who was truly curious about this point. Fang Chen briefly explained the battle process, and then asked, Old brother Chi-Jean, how much do you know about the northern region? The words northern region caused Chi-Jean's expression to turn solemn. You know, Chi-Jean raised his head and looked at Fang Qin. The reason why the Sky Heart World and True Martial Realm can command so many heroes in the eastern region is because of the terrifying power behind them. Chi-Jean slowly said, The power behind the Sky Heart World is the Shinshin School in the northern region. My True Martial Realm also has a backer in the northern region. Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded his head. Actually, he guessed it earlier. If one didn't have any backing, then how could a mere world lord, realm, cultivator occupy a territory? But don't worry, the Sky Heart World is just one of the countless vassal forces to the Shinshin School. Although you killed the Sky Heart World Lord, the Shinshin School won't even pay attention to this matter. Chi-Jean smiled. He was worried that Fang Chen would feel pressured, so he explained. Of course, with your current strength, there's almost no one in the World Lord realm who can kill you. Chi-Jean could already tell that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the great circle of the minor tribulation realm. He was even more shocked in his heart. To kill the Sky Heart World Lord as a minor tribulation realm, who in the eastern region could be a match for him. Many world lords will probably come in the next few days. When the discussion is over, you will be the new Sky Heart World Lord. Chi-Jean said. On the 3rd day after Chi-Jean's arrival, the clear sky suddenly became extremely gloomy. Immediately after, an extremely cold aura filled the entire void. In the blink of an eye, the cold aura completely enveloped Skyheart City. Dong dong dong. In the sky, the cold aura rapidly gathered together, and a vibrating force swept over. The entire Skyheart City fell into a state of panic. Fang Chen, who was talking with Chi-Jean, felt the cold aura in the air, and his expression changed slightly. It's the Black Underworld Lord. Chi-Jean said, Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he walked out of the meeting hall. With a stomp of his foot, he floated in midair. The dignified Black Underworld Lord is actually using such a method. How laughable! Fang Chen's voice rang out clearly. In the next moment, he flicked his finger, and a dazzling flower shot out rapidly, rushing into the cold sky. Dong! The flower exploded, and a terrifying wave of fire instantly erupted. In just a breath's time, the cold aura in the sky was completely dispersed. After not seeing you for 2 years, that weak fellow actually grew to such a stage. In the void, a figure emitting a gloomy aura gradually appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. However, do you think that you are qualified to become the new Sky Heart World Lord just because of this? The Black Underworld Lord's next sentence instantly caused the surrounding air to freeze. Everyone stared at him angrily. It was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. Qi Zhan's face was unhappy, and he looked at Fang Chen. The latter was still very calm, and his expression was very calm. He glanced at the Black Underworld Lord and said, "Why? Is a big shot like the Black Underworld Lord still brooding over the matter of me killing Chen Hao?" The 2 words Chen Hao were an injury to the Black Underworld Lord. Boom! Coming from Fang Chen's mouth, it was especially ear-piercing. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from the Black Underworld Lord's body, pressing towards Fang Chen. "You are courting death." The Black Underworld Lord's cold eyes stared at Fang Chen. Chen Hao cultivated an evil technique and killed his own kind. He deserves to die. Qi Zhan spoke. "Black Underworld Lord, as the Lord of a world, you should consider the big picture. An evil cultivator deserved to be killed. Hence, it was reasonable for the Black Underworld Lord's Chen Hao to be killed by Fang Chen. It has nothing to do with Chen Hao. I just don't like Fang Chen and want to challenge him. Why? Does the true martial domain want to interfere?" How could Qi Zhan not know that the Black Underworld Lord was looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Fang Chen? Chapter 30:121. Humph! Although it was a kind reminder, it was actually a threat to the Black Underworld Territorial Lord. He wanted the Black Underworld Territorial Lord to know the difference in strength between him and Fang Chen. No matter how strong the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was, he couldn't be stronger than the Sky Heart Territorial Lord. This seemingly harmless fella in front of him was someone who had even defeated the Sky Heart Realm Lord. However, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was blinded by hatred. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to infuriate Fang Chen and take the opportunity to kill him. "Why? You don't dare to make a move?" The Black Underworld Territorial Lord looked at Fang Chen and sneered. "If you don't even dare to accept my challenge, what qualifications do you have to be the new Sky Heart Territorial Lord?" Facing the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's aggressiveness, Fang Chen gave a strong reply. "If I make a move, I will definitely kill. Are you sure you want me to make a move?" Shameless boasting. The Black Underworld Territorial Lord's words had just left his mouth when his figure suddenly flashed. A vast aura rushed towards Fang Chen. The extremely terrifying gloomy aura seemed to be corroding the entire Sky Heart City. Seeing this, Fang Chen raised his palm and slowly opened it. Sword runes flickered. "Condense." Fang Chen bellowed as countless densely packed sword lights appeared in his palm. These sword lights gathered together to form an extremely terrifying sword formation. "Break." Fang Chen suddenly stomped his foot. Immediately, the densely packed sword lights whizzed out and pierced into the void, where the barrier formed by the extreme Yin Qi was in the void. "Kacha!" The resplendent sword lights brought along boundless power and pierced into the barrier. Even though this barrier was the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's proudest move and was fused with the powerful extreme Yin aura, it was useless. However, in front of Fang Chen, it was completely useless. "Kacha!" The void barrier only existed for a second before it was completely destroyed by Fang Chen. Kill. In the next moment, the black underworld territorial lord's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Scram. Seeing this, Fang Chen suddenly punched out. Dong dong dong. The boundless fist light collided with the black underworld territorial lord's body. In the blink of an eye, the black underworld territorial lord's defense was broken and forced back. In Skyheart City, everyone saw the black underworld territorial lord's body. Their hearts trembled. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. He was so strong that he could sweep through the entire eastern region. Qi Zhan could not help but praise. He could see that Fang Chen's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. As expected of an expert who came from the boundless world, such attainments in physical body are simply unprecedented. Humph! The Black Turtle Territory Lord is simply courting death. Realm Lord Wuya sneered, his face full of mockery. It's time to end this. A gust of wind blew. Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the black underworld territorial lord. Dong! He clenched his fist in the air. His Emperor Realm's strength burst out instantly. Clang! The black underworld territorial lord's body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. The ground cracked and the armor on his body shattered. Isn't he too strong? At this moment, even Qi Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. He recognized the armor on the black underworld territorial lord's body. It was the supreme treasure of the black underworld territory. It was called the Black Underworld Armor. The Black Underworld Armor was created by generations of unparalleled experts of the Black Underworld territory. They used the Black Underworld aura and supreme comprehension to create it. The Black Underworld Armor combined with the Black Underworld aura greatly increased one's combat strength. All along, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord had relied on the Black Underworld Armor to dominate the eastern region. And now, the Black Underworld Armor was shattered. The most terrifying thing was that Fang Chen only punched once and shattered the Black Underworld Armor. How much strength did that require? Could it be that his physical body has broken through to the Emperor Realm? Qi Zhan's heart trembled as stormy waves arose. Of course, it was just a suspicion. After all, an Emperor Realm physical body had never appeared in the history of the Eastern region. He didn't believe that such a young martial artist could reach the Emperor Realm physical body. The entire Sky Heart world was silent. One could even hear a pin drop. Fang Chen retracted his aura and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the Black Underworld Territorial Lord. Back then, I risked my life to kill evil cultivator Chen Hao. As a high and mighty territorial lord, you wanted to kill me because of your selfishness. Fang Chen said slowly, if it wasn't for the clear dust territorial lord of the true martial boundary, you would have torn off your disguise and attacked me. Fang Chen's every word was like a thunderbolt that struck the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's heart. At this moment, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was trembling. His face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. However, he didn't have the courage to attack. Fang Chen's punch didn't just shatter the Black Underworld armor. It also shattered the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's arrogant heart. Looking at Fang Chen, it was as though he had seen a devil. How could he be so strong? Now, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord could finally confirm that Fang Chen had the ability to kill the Sky Heart Territorial Lord alone. Thinking of this, he mocked himself. A loss is a loss. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. The Black Underworld Territorial Lord closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The atmosphere in the air was heavy. Everyone was looking at Fang Chen. They wanted to see if Fang Chen would kill the Black Underworld Territorial Lord after killing the Sky Heart Territorial Lord. Taoist Fong, give me some face and let this matter end here. The void rippled and countless terrifying auras appeared. Then a group of people appeared. The person in the lead was the true martial boundary lord that Fong Qin had met before. True martial boundary lord. Seeing this, Fong Qin cupped his fists. When he was weak, the true martial boundary lord stood up for him. He was grateful. His gaze swept past the true martial boundary lord, and the other boundary lords also arrived. How does everyone feel? The true martial boundary lord nodded at Fong Qin and asked for the others' opinions. Ha ha ha! Taoist Fong is so strong that even the black underworld armor couldn't withstand his punch. There's naturally no problem for him to be the new Sky Heart Territorial Lord. I agree. The person who spoke was the Blood Demon Boundary Lord. In the Eastern region, the Blood Demon Boundary was a little special among the 9 boundaries. Many demon races gathered here. The Blood Demon Boundary Lord was one of the best in the demon race. He was very strong, and even the true martial boundary Lord didn't dare to underestimate him. Since ancient times, the Blood Demon Boundary had been known for their physical defense. However, after seeing the battle between Fong Qin and the Black Underworld Territorial Lord, the Blood Demon Boundary Lord felt inferior. If the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was replaced by him, he wouldn't be able to withstand Fong Qin's punch. Therefore, he agreed readily. I don't have any objections, the soul-chasing boundary Lord said with a smile. His body was shrouded in a dense soul Tao aura. The Void Boundary Lord, the Pill Boundary Lord, and the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord nodded one after another, especially the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord. There was some fear in his eyes. He had once vented his anger on Fong Qin because of the death of Heavenly Sun Supremacy. In front of everyone, he wanted to kill Fong Qin. In the end, the true martial boundary Lord intervened and stopped him. If Fong Qin held a grudge, he would definitely attack him. Taoist Fong, there were some misunderstandings between us. However, that's all in the past. I hope Taoist Fong won't take it to heart. Thinking of this, the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord took the initiative to speak and pointed out the misunderstanding. Fong Qin nodded and didn't intend to pursue the matter. After all, it was very easy for him to kill the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord with his current strength. Moreover, he had to give the true martial boundary Lord face. Ha ha ha! I really didn't expect that a monstrous genius like Taoist Fong would appear in our eastern region. It's really an honor. After the boundary lords finished speaking, the true martial boundary Lord laughed loudly. Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Fong Qin will officially be the new Sky Heart Boundary Lord. He will rule the Sky Heart Boundary and jointly govern the eastern region with the other 8 boundaries. The true martial boundary Lord looked at everyone and announced. The entire Sky Heart Boundary was filled with cheers. Everyone was shouting Fong Qin's name. In the crowd, Bai Qingqing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a touch of happiness on her face. Fong Qin, an unknown human martial artist. In the eastern region, he rose rapidly and became an expert on par with the true martial boundary lord. Once the news came out, a storm rose in the eastern region. Chapter 31:24. Soldier Creation with a Thought. It was no stranger to any craftsman. It was the most sacred and unfathomable crafting method in the crafting world. It was said that if one could comprehend soldier creation with a thought, he would definitely become the emperor of the crafting world in the future. Master Spirit Tamer was already stunned on the spot. His eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. Alchemy and Alchemy Realm Lord and Grandmaster Dan Ling stared at Fong Qin with burning eyes. Soldier creation with a thought. No one knew the importance of soldier creation with a thought better than Master Danling. In a trance, he fell into a deep memory. Millions of years ago, he had just come into contact with crafting. At that time, he met a big shot. This big shot was an unparalleled expert in the crafting world. He realized that he had the potential to craft weapons, so he took him in as a disciple and taught him how to craft weapons from then on. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he had been working hard to learn how to craft weapons. Finally, his hard work paid off. When 100 years passed, his master let him go down the mountain. However, before he went down the mountain, his master said something that was still fresh in his mind after millions of years. In this world, there are countless ways to refine weapons. However, your master has spent his entire life to pursue the supreme method of refining weapons. His master said, "Master, what is the supreme crafting method?" At that time, Master Danling and Master Danling didn't quite understand, so he asked, "Could it be that the crafting methods of those unparalleled experts are not supreme?" Hearing this, his master grinned and gently stroked Master Danling's head. He said softly, "In this world, there is only one method that can be called the supreme crafting method. It is called soldier creation with a thought." "Master, what is soldier creation with a thought?" Master Danling continued to ask. However, his master didn't continue. Instead, he waved his hand and asked him to go down the mountain. "One day, when your crafting skills reach a certain level, you will naturally know." At that time, Master Danling and Master Danling was very confused. However, many years later, he finally knew what soldier creation with a thought was. The supreme refining method that Sherzuin spent his entire life to pursue. After a short silence, Master Danling and Master Danling and Master Danling muttered. His face was filled with a complicated expression as his head kept shaking. All this while he had always thought that soldiers with a single thought only existed in legends. For this reason, he had read through countless books and records. He clearly knew that ever since the end of the Battle of Gods in the ancient times, there had never been an army of thought in the primordial chaos. But now, World Lord Tion Xan had actually executed soldier creation with thought. Sector Lord. In a trance, Realm Lord Dan and Smith heard someone calling out to him. He suddenly came to his senses and looked up at Fong Qin. Realm Lord Sky Heart. He quickly walked in front of Fong Qin and bowed to him. Then he clasped his fists and said, "I never thought that I would be able to see an army of thought in my lifetime. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Realm Lord Skyheart, I was too impulsive earlier. I apologize to you and take back my words." The Grand Master Spirit Tamer at the side finally regained his senses. He had a complicated expression as he apologized to Fong Qin. He was thoroughly convinced of his loss in this battle. It's not shameful to lose to an unparalleled genius in the blacksmith world. At this moment, the Grand Master Spirit Tamer believed that Fong Qin would definitely become an emperor-like figure in the blacksmith world in the future. Possessing soldier creation with thought, this was too terrifying. Even if he were to head to the highest stage of the primordial chaos alone, he would still be able to survive and become a core disciple of those major powers. After all, that was soldier creation with thought. It's fine. Fong Qin shrugged. He didn't hold any grudges towards the Grand Master Spirit Tamer's bad attitude. "I never thought that not only is Realm Lord Sky Heartstrong, but your attainments in blacksmithing are also so high. It's not wrong for me to lose." Fong Qin nodded. He glanced at Realm Lord Dan and Smith and said, "Realm Lord Dan and Smith, I hope that you can keep this a secret for me." "Don't worry. Soldier creation with thought is too important. If the outside world knows about it, some people will definitely have evil intentions." Realm Lord Dan and Smith promised. After this battle, Fong Qin's position in the hearts of the three skyrocketed. Realm Lord Dan and Smith couldn't wait to call Fong Qin brother. He was even more convinced that his previous decision was correct. He would try his best to rope in Fong Qin and befriend him. The next day, back mountain of Dan and Smith City, Fong Qin and Realm Lord Dan and Smith walked side by side. Their surroundings were filled with the vast energy of alchemy and blacksmithing. In the depths of the back mountain there was a stone. From its appearance, it looked like a meteorite. Realm Lord Skyheart. This stone is the legendary weapon stone. Realm Lord Dan and Smith smiled. Previously, I was worried that the weapon stone was too hard and Realm Lord Skyheart wouldn't be able to destroy it. But now, I feel that Realm Lord Skyheart will definitely be able to destroy it. If one wanted to destroy the weapon stone, not only did they need to have great strength, they also needed to have sufficient understanding of blacksmithing. If one could even comprehend soldier creation with thought, what was a mere weapon stone? Let me try. Fong Chen walked in front of the weapon stone and circulated the energy in his body. Dong, 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 dong. His chaotic sword body was fully circulated and Emperor Realm energy surged crazily. The entire heaven and earth was filled with a heavy aura. Fong Chen slowly raised his palm and clenched his fist. Rumble! He suddenly punched out, and a deafening sound quickly spread out. Open! Fong Chen let out a low growl as his fist violently smashed onto the stone. A terrifying energy drilled into the weapon stone. At the same time, Fong Chen felt a vast energy of blacksmithing from the weapon stone. With a thought, a powerful energy surged out from his body and clashed with the energy. Kacha! Under Fong Chen's powerful attack, a crack appeared on the weapon stone. Huff! Huff! Fong Chen's figure was knocked a few steps backward. He took a deep breath and stabilized his figure. He looked at the weapon stone. Although there was a crack on it, it wasn't broken. Even so, Realm Lord Dan and Smith was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. As expected of World Overlord Tian Exen, such strength is truly shocking. At least in Realm Lord Dan and Smith's opinion, if he fought with Realm Lord Tianxian, he would definitely end up like Realm Lord Xianming. He might even be killed on the spot. No wonder he could rely on his own strength to kill the Heavenly Heart World Overlord. Realm Lord Dan and Smith sighed when he saw this. At the same time, he was even more curious. How strong was Fong Chen's potential? Even Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua weren't as strong when they were young. Boom, 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 boom. He threw out 3 consecutive punches with his Emperor Realm strength. Finally, after the third punch, the weapon stone shattered into pieces. The entire back mountain was swept up by the terrifying energy that surged out from the weapon stone. Not good. Realm Lord Dan and Smith exclaimed when he saw this. He stomped his feet and an invisible barrier appeared around the back mountain. Following that, the back mountain protective array covered the entire back mountain. The energy that surged out from the weapon stone is too strong. If it is allowed to spread, it will definitely affect the entire Dan and Smith city. After doing all this, Realm Lord Dan and Smith heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he finally focus his attention on the broken artifact stone. Ha ha ha. Realm Lord Dan and Smith was very excited when he saw the shattered pieces on the ground. With the help of these weapon stones, he would have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. Many thanks, Realm Lord Tian Xan. Realm Lord Dan and Smith suppressed the excitement in his heart and clasped his fists to thank him. It's nothing, Fong Chen said. Voila! Realm Lord Dan and Smith waved his sleeves and swept up some of the shattered pieces on the ground. I only need this much. You can take the rest. Realm Lord Dan and Smith said straightforwardly. Fong Chen didn't pretend and quickly kept all the remaining weapon stones on the ground. Many thanks, Realm Lord Dan and Smith. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, the weapon stone wouldn't have been shattered and I wouldn't have been able to fulfill my wish. Realm Lord Dan and Smith was very happy. Not long later, the terrifying energy dissipated and the back mountain returned to its peaceful state. After the back mountain protective array was removed, Realm Lord Dan and Smith pulled Fong Chen to the City Lord Mansion and ordered a big banquet to celebrate. At the same time, the Pill and Smith Sector Lord also asked Fong Qin for some insights on soldier creation. Chapter 31:25. In Dark Cave Mountain, the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter were absorbing the stone fragments. You're already an Emperor-level weapon. Absorbing this won't be of much use. Given a little. Fong Qin said with a smile. The star-concealing sword emitted a dazzling light and a loud sword chime, as though it was responding to Fong Qin's words. Although I've recovered to the Emperor level, there's still a gap between me and an ordinary Emperor-level weapon. Some of my internal strength has been sealed. If I want to unlock it, I'll have to absorb enough energy. The immortal scepter said, and this stone is very important to me. After all, it was a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor in battle. If the world knew that the immortal scepter's attack power was so weak, they would definitely laugh at it. It would never allow anyone to question the immortal emperor. Fong Qin had obtained about 30% of the stone fragments. Seeing the stone fragments being absorbed by the two weapons, Fong Qin grinned. The trip to the alchemy and blacksmith world had come to an end. Although the alchemy and blacksmith world lord had urged him to stay, Fong Qin still chose to leave. Not long after, Fong Qin returned to the Sky Heart world silently. You're back. Seeing Fong Qin return, the green-clothed green-haired Bai Qingqing smiled excitedly and rushed into Fong Qin's arms. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Fong Qin smiled brightly. There was still some time before the World Lord Conference half a year later. During this period, Fong Qin didn't slack off. He had been cultivating and trying to raise his cultivation level. Although he could kill a sector lord with his current strength and was considered a top expert in the eastern region, he was nothing in the northern region. There were many experts who were stronger than him. To establish a foothold in the northern region, I'll have to raise my cultivation level to the Sector Lord Realm. The Sector Lord Realm and the Tribulation Master Realm were two completely different levels. After stepping into the Sector Lord Realm, one would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth and come into contact with the supreme law. However, no matter how strong a tribulation paragon was, he was still at the level of a god. In essence, there was a huge gap between him and a universe god. Now that my physical body has reached the Emperor realm, it will be difficult for me to break through in a short period of time. My primordial spirit has also reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Stepping into the Emperor realm is no different from ascending the heavens. Fong Qin said in a low voice, for now, I should focus on the invincible sword technique. All these years, Fong Qin's trump card was the invincible swordsmanship. The more he comprehended, the more Fong Qin realized that the invincible sword principle was too powerful. It was even more powerful than any sword principle he had ever seen. In his heart, the invincible sword Tao contained everything. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be truly invincible and stand above all living beings. Of course, all of this was just his current thoughts. How difficult would it be to truly achieve this goal? However, people had to have goals. Otherwise, they would be no different from salted fish. Fong Qin took a deep breath and began to comprehend the invincible sword Tao. In the eastern region, the 9 realms had each regained their peace. Now, Fong Qin's name was being praised by all the warriors. Whenever someone mentioned the Sky Heart realm, they would inevitably talk about Fong Qin. The situation in the eastern region changed because of Fong Qin. The warriors who were related to Fong Qin benefited because of this. The cloud-piercing sect, where Fong Qin had once risen, had now become the important place of the Hidden Star Palace. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sect master, Wu Pan, and the others had become the guests of honor of the upper echelons of the boundless world. Deputy Palace Master Shuizhan and Shan Hong were also summoned to the boundless city and became high-ranking generals. Some of the palaces that had once had grudges with Fong Qin were directly banned by the boundless world lord. In short, the boundless world had undergone a great change. With the arrival of the Realm Lord Conference, the realm lord of true martial realm, and the others also went into seclusion one after another. At this time in the distant southern region, Tian Shu Yuan. Back then, when Feng Qin left, he arranged for his doppelganger to cultivate in Tian Shu Yuan. Now, Tian Shu Yuan was under the protection of the ancient Cold sect and the Ling family. Basically, no forces dared to provoke them. Of course, all of this was thanks to Feng Qin. For this reason, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan and many of the upper echelons were extremely excited. However, today, the entire Tian Shu Yuan was anxious. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, and a terrifying aura spread out. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan and many high-level experts appeared one after another. They looked into the distance, and a dark and terrifying aura gradually swept over. "Dean, what should we do?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan asked in a deep voice. "Have you contacted the Ling family and the ancient Cold sect?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan asked. "I've already contacted them. The Ling family is also restrained by them and can't get away at all. It seems that they should have been plotting for a long time." The first elder shrugged and said helplessly, "It's just that I don't understand. In the southern region, there are spies of the ancient Cold sect and the Ling family everywhere. How did they cultivate such a powerful force without anyone knowing? The aura on their bodies is very evil. I seem to think of a legend." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan said leisurely, "What legend?" The first elder asked hurriedly, "Corpse demon!" As soon as these three words came out, the upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were all shocked. "What? Corpse demon? Impossible! Wasn't the corpse demon exterminated a long time ago? How could it appear?" Many of the upper echelons didn't believe that the corpse demon was attacking Tian Shu Yuan this time. The power of the corpse demon is beyond our imagination. This is only a small branch of the corpse demon. If the corpse demon army is mobilized in full force, it will inevitably cause chaos in the ancient times, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said in a low voice. He knew that once the corpse demon, which had been dormant for countless years, made a move, it would not stop until Tian Shu Yuan was destroyed. "Are they not afraid of the upper echelons of the human race?" the first elder asked. "Since they dared to make a move with such great fanfare, they must have left something behind," Ancestor Han said. "Right now, the Ling family is restrained by them, and Tian Shu Yuan is completely isolated. Pass down the order. We will fight a bloody battle." Dong, dong, dong. As he spoke, a vast evil aura instantly emerged. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan's pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. The person in the lead was a powerful corpse demon. "Destroy or submit." The powerful corpse demon stood in the air and shouted at Tian Shu Yuan. This was not the first time they had attacked Tian Shu Yuan. The previous few times were just probing. This time they were going all out. The remnants of the corpse demon are so arrogant. "Do you really think that Tian Shu Yuan is a pushover?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan scolded angrily. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die." The powerful corpse demon raised his arms and shouted. Countless corpse demon clansmen swarmed forward. "Kill! I would rather die in battle than surrender." The upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were the first to make a move. Crack! A terrifying battle broke out in an instant. However, the corpse demon was too powerful. As soon as they started fighting, many of the upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were killed or injured. Splat! Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The ground soon became a pool of blood. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain. Damn it! The chief of Tian Shu Yuan and the first elder joined forces to besiege the corpse demon leader. Hee. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader stretched out his big hand and slapped at the first elder. Crack! The first elder's arm was broken, and his body flew backward. "You overestimate yourself." As soon as his voice fell, the corpse demon leader attacked the chief of Tian Shu Yuan like a storm. Miserable screams could be heard all over the world. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back. The corpse demon is too arrogant. The person who spoke was Feng Chen's avatar. Before his original body left, he left his avatar in Tianqiyuan and asked it to cultivate the army of wild monsters in the demon ceiling tower. Now that Tianqiyuan had suffered heavy losses and the corpse demon had reappeared, his avatar naturally came out of seclusion. Back then, the corpse demon tried to destroy the universe. If they succeeded, all my family and friends would die, the avatar said. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. He once swore that if he encountered the corpse demon in the future, he would draw his sword and kill it without hesitation. Now, the corpse demon dared to attack Tianqiyuan. It's time to let the world know the power of the wild monster army, Feng Chen murmured. Then he took a step forward and came to the battlefield. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light split the battlefield into two halves. The chief of Tianqiyuan and the first elder, who were fighting fiercely, quickly retreated. Chapter 31:26. In Dark Cave Mountain, the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter were absorbing the stone fragments. You're already an emperor weapon. Absorbing this won't be of much use. Give in a little. Feng Chen said with a smile. The star-concealing sword emitted a dazzling light and let out a loud sword hum, as though it was responding to Feng Chen's words. Although I've recovered to the emperor realm, there's still a gap between me and an ordinary emperor weapon. Some of my internal strength has been sealed. If I want to unlock it, I'll have to absorb enough energy. The immortal scepter said, and this stone is very important to me. After all, it was a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor in battle. If the world knew that the immortal scepter's attack power was so weak, they would definitely laugh at it. It would never allow anyone to question the immortal emperor. Feng Chen had obtained about 30% of the stone fragments. Looking at the fragments being absorbed by the two weapons, Feng Chen grinned. The trip to the alchemy and blacksmith world had come to an end. Although the alchemy and blacksmith world lord had urged him to stay, Feng Chen still chose to leave. Not long after, Feng Chen returned to the Sky Heart world silently. You're back. Seeing that Feng Chen had returned, the green-haired Bai Qingqing revealed an excited smile on her pretty face. She immediately rushed into Feng Chen's arms. And, looking at the beautiful lady in front of him, Feng Chen smiled brightly. There was still some time before the World Lord Conference half a year later. During this period, Feng Chen did not slack off. He had been cultivating and trying to raise his cultivation level. Although his current strength could kill a sector lord and he was considered a top expert in the eastern region, he was nothing in the northern region. There were many experts who were stronger than him. To establish a foothold in the northern region, I must first raise my cultivation level to the Sector Lord Realm. The Sector Lord Realm and the Tribulation Master Realm were two completely different levels. After stepping into the Sector Lord Realm, one would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth and come into contact with the supreme law. However, no matter how strong a tribulation paragon was, he was still at the level of a god. In essence, there was a huge gap between him and a universe god. Now that my physical body has reached the Emperor Realm, it will be difficult for me to break through in a short period of time. My primordial spirit has also reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. Stepping into the Emperor Realm is no different from ascending the heavens. Feng Chen said in a low voice, for now, I should focus on the invincible sword technique. All these years, Feng Chen's trump card was the invincible swordsmanship. The more he comprehended, the more Feng Chen realized that the invincible sword principle was too powerful. It was even more powerful than any sword principle he had ever seen. In his heart, the invincible sword Tao contained everything. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be truly invincible and stand above all living beings. Of course, all of this was just his current thoughts. How difficult would it be to truly achieve this goal? However, people had to have goals. Otherwise, they would be no different from salted fish. Who? Fang Qin took a deep breath and began to comprehend the invincible Sword Dao. In the eastern region, the 9 realms had each regained their peace. Now, Fang Qin's name was being praised by all the warriors. Whenever someone mentioned the Sky Heart Realm, they would inevitably talk about Fang Qin. The situation in the eastern region changed because of Fang Qin. The warriors who were related to Fang Qin benefited because of this. The cloud-piercing sect, where Fang Qin had once risen, had now become the important place of the Hidden Star Palace. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sect master, Wu Pan, and the others had become the guests of honor of the upper echelons of the boundless world. Deputy Palace Master Shuizhan and Shanhong were also summoned to the boundless city and became high-ranking generals. Some of the palaces that had once had grudges with Fang Qin were directly banned by the boundless world lord. In short, the boundless world had undergone a great change. With the arrival of the Realm Lord Conference, the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm and the others also went into seclusion one after another. At this time, in the distant southern region, Tian Shu Yuan. Back then, when Fang Qin left, he arranged for his clone to cultivate in Tian Shu Yuan. Now, Tian Shu Yuan was under the protection of the ancient Frost sect and the Ling family. Basically, no forces dared to provoke them. Of course, all of this was thanks to Fang Qin. For this reason, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan and many of the upper echelons were extremely excited. However, today, the entire Tian Shu Yuan was anxious. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, and a terrifying aura spread out. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan and many high-level experts appeared one after another. They looked into the distance, and a dark and terrifying aura gradually swept over. "Dean, what should we do?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan asked in a deep voice. "Have you contacted the Ling family and the ancient Frost sect?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan asked. "I've already contacted them. The Ling family is also pinned down by them and can't get away at all. It seems that they should have been plotting for a long time." The first elder shrugged and said helplessly, "It's just that I don't understand. In the southern region, there are spies of the ancient Frost sect and the Ling family everywhere. How did they cultivate such a powerful force without anyone knowing? The aura on their bodies is very evil. I seem to think of a legend." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan said leisurely. "What legend?" the first elder asked hurriedly. "The corpse demon." As soon as these 3 words came out, the upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were shocked. "What? The corpse demon? Impossible. Didn't the corpse demon go extinct a long time ago? How could it appear?" Many of the upper echelons didn't believe that the corpse demon was attacking Tian Shu Yuan this time. The power of the corpse demon is beyond our imagination. This is only a small branch of the corpse demon. If the corpse demon army moves out in full force, it will inevitably cause chaos in the primordial chaos, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said in a low voice. He knew that once the corpse demon, which had been dormant for countless years, made a move, it would not stop until Tian Shu Yuan was destroyed. "Are they not afraid of the upper echelons of the human race?" the first elder asked. "Since they dare to make a move with such great fanfare, they must have a backup plan," Ancestor Han said. "Right now, the Ling family is pinned down by them, and Tian Shu Yuan is completely isolated. Pass down the order to fight a bloody battle." Dong dong dong. As he spoke, a vast evil aura instantly emerged. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan's dark eyes stared straight ahead. The person in the lead was a powerful corpse demon. "Destroy or submit." The powerful corpse demon stood in the air and shouted at Tian Shu Yuan. This was not the first time they had attacked Tian Shu Yuan. The previous few times were just probing. This time they were going all out. The remnants of the corpse demon are so arrogant. "Do you really think that Tian Shu Yuan is a pushover?" The chief of Tian Shu Yuan scolded angrily. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can all die." The powerful corpse demon raised his arms and shouted. Countless corpse demon clansmen swarmed forward. "Kill! I'd rather die in battle than surrender." The upper echelons of Tianqi Yuan were the first to attack. Crack! A terrifying battle instantly broke out. However, the corpse demon was too powerful. As soon as they started fighting, many of the upper echelons of Tianqi Yuan were killed or injured. Splat! Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The ground quickly turned into a pool of blood. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain. Damn it! The chief of Tianqi Yuan and the first elder joined forces to besiege the corpse demon leader. Hee! Seeing this, the corpse demon leader stretched out his big hand and slapped at the first elder. Crack! The first elder's arm was broken, and his body flew backward. "You overestimate yourself." As soon as his voice fell, the corpse demon leader attacked the chief of Tianqi Yuan like a storm. Miserable screams could be heard all over the world. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back. The corpse demon is too arrogant. The person who spoke was Feng Chen's clone. Before his original body left, he left his clone in Tianqi Yuan and asked it to cultivate the wild demon army in the demon ceiling tower. Now that Tianqi Yuan had suffered heavy losses and the corpse demon had reappeared, his clone naturally came out of seclusion. Back then, the corpse demon tried to destroy the universe. "If they succeeded, all my family and friends would die," the clone said. "This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable." He once swore that if he encountered the corpse demon in the future, he would draw his sword and kill it without hesitation. Now, the corpse demon dared to attack Tianqi Yuan. It's time to let the world know the power of the wild demon army. Feng Chen murmured. Then he took a step forward and came to the battlefield. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light split the battlefield into two halves. Chapter 30, 127. Rumble. When the resplendent sword light descended from the sky with boundless power, the entire void seemed to have been sliced apart. It was vast and trembling. Hiss! Hiss! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Countless, miserable screams could be heard. An evil aura kept emerging in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! This sudden scene completely stunned everyone. The battle came to an abrupt end. The mayor of Tianqi Yuan and the first elder, who were fighting fiercely with the corpse demon leader, quickly retreated. When they turned around and saw the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts became incomparably excited. Tianqi Yuan is saved. The mayor of Tianqi Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and murmured in his heart. The atmosphere in the air was very solemn. Feng Chen stepped out and came to the sky above the corpse demon. He looked down at them like a god. "Corpse demon, you're really haunting us." Feng Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Who are you?" The leader of the corpse devil clan asked coldly as he steadied himself and stared at Feng Chen with his scarlet eyes. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that the corpse demon dares to attack Tianqi Yuan. You should be prepared to be destroyed," Feng Chen said. Wishful thinking. The corpse demon leader sneered when he heard this. "I, the corpse demon, have been preparing for this attack for countless years. How can I give up just because of a sentence from you? Today, Tianqi Yuan will be destroyed, and no one can stop it. The Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect. These two giants can't even protect themselves, let alone come to your rescue. So, you should obediently surrender." The entire southern region was enveloped in the flames of war. The corpse demon's plan was very simple. First, it would contain the two giants, the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect. Then the corpse demon's clansmen would spread out and destroy the other small forces with lightning speed. At that time, it would gather all its forces and destroy the two sects. Tianqi Yuan was one of the targets. Fong Qin shook his head, his face full of mockery. It was as if the corpse demon was an ant in his eyes. With me here, the corpse demon's plan won't succeed. Fong Qin sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as it finished speaking, the corpse demon chief stomped its foot and rushed in front of Fong Qin. Its aura was like a rainbow as it suddenly punched out. Dong dong dong. Wherever his fist passed, the void trembled. However, Fong Qin didn't move at all. There was still a faint smile on his face. Die. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader became even more enraged. With a loud roar, it increased its strength and blasted towards Fong Qin. Boom! However, under everyone's gaze, just as the corpse demon leader's fist was about to reach Fong Qin, the void in front of the latter suddenly rippled. 100-foot-tall demon beast suddenly appeared. As soon as this demon beast appeared, there was a mighty pressure in the air. Crack! The corpse demon leader's attack was blocked by this demon beast. If I had made a move, you would have been dead. While everyone was stunned, Fong Qin said leisurely, Let's practice with these brothers of mine. Damn it. The corpse demon leader clenched its fists, its anger soaring to the sky. This puny human martial artist in front of it actually used the corpse demon as a practice partner. Damn it. However, before it could make a move, a mighty aura came from the forbidden area in the back mountains of Tianshiyuan. Even the mayor of Tianshiyuan was completely stunned. What is this? The first elder and the others cried out involuntarily. In the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, numerous powerful beasts were rushing out in a frenzy. Roar! Under the leadership of 100-foot-tall big demon, they rushed into the battlefield. Kill! The corpse demon leader felt the pressure. It roared and fell into a fierce battle. After so many years of hard work, it's time for the savage demon army to appear. Fong Qin murmured. Roar! The big demon that helped Fong Qin block the attack was called the Torvosaurus. It was the leader of the savage demon army. Under its leadership, the savage demon army quickly destroyed the corpse demon's defense line. Isn't this too strong? The higher-ups of Tianshiyuan were trembling in their hearts. When did Fong Qin have such a powerful savage demon army? At a glance, the overall strength of the savage demon army was much stronger than that of Tianshiyuan. Thinking of this, the mayor of Tianshiyuan looked at Fong Qin with flickering eyes. This guy. The mayor of Tianshiyuan exclaimed in his heart. Over the years, the cultivation resources left by the original body were all used to train the savage demon army. Now, there was finally a result. The savage demon army rampaged. They grabbed the corpse demon with their claws and tore it apart, leaving it no chance at all. Run! Finally, after stubbornly resisting for a while, the corpse demon leader roared in horror and took the lead to escape. You want to run. The Torvosaurus flickered and turned into human form, chasing after it. Crack! Miserable cries rang out incessantly. In just a few breaths of time, the war was completely over. When the last corpse demon was killed by the savage demon army, blood flowed like a river on the ground and smoke filled the air. Dong! 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 The savage demon army neatly came in front of Fong Qin. They respected Fong Qin very much. They were able to achieve what they had today because of the help of the human in front of them. The corpse demon leader has escaped. There will be endless trouble in the future. The war was over. The mayor of Tianshiyuan sighed. The only regret was that the corpse demon leader had escaped. If he had sent the news to the corpse demon headquarters, Tianshiyuan would have gone through a lot of trouble. However, as soon as his voice fell, the Torvosaurus's figure quickly rushed over. Upon closer inspection, he was holding a black shadow in his hand. It was the corpse demon leader that had just escaped. Bang! The Torvosaurus threw the corpse demon leader to the ground. The latter's face was ashen, and he was terrified and trembling. Where is the corpse demon lair? Fong Chen asked. You dare to slaughter my corpse demon clansmen. Wait for my corpse demon army to arrive, and you will all die. Although it was captured, the corpse demon leader was still threatening Fong Chen. I don't want to repeat myself. With a flick of his finger, Fong Chen removed one of the corpse demon leader's arms. A miserable scream came out of its mouth. Blood sprayed out. The corpse demon leader's face was hideous as pain swept through its entire body. You crack! Before it could speak, its other arm was removed. The corpse demon leader almost fainted. Master, let me do it. The Torvosaurus took a step forward and arrived in front of the corpse demon leader. He stretched out his big hand and pressed it against the corpse demon leader's back. Dong, dong, dong. His body was faintly emitting a strange light. No. Suddenly, the corpse demon leader cried out in alarm. Its pupils were constantly dilated as it felt the aura of death approaching. I'll talk. The corpse demon leader roared. The lair in the southern region is in the Dragon Worship Valley. Hearing this, the Torvosaurus stopped. How strong is the corpse demon? Fong Chen asked. You want to destroy the lair in the southern region of my corpse demon leader? Stop dreaming. It's impossible. The corpse demon leader shook its head crazily and fell into a deranged state. The Torvosaurus attacked again. The corpse demon leader's whole body twitched. After a quarter of an hour of torture, the corpse demon leader finally revealed the specific situation of the lair in the southern region. Pucci! Fong Chen waved his hand and killed it with a karate chop. From the beginning, he didn't intend to leave it alive. Fong Chen, thank you very much. The Tian Shuyuan leader cupped his fists and thanked him. If it weren't for Fong Chen, his Tian Shuyuan would have been destroyed. You don't have to be so polite, leader. I used to cultivate here. Tian Shuyuan was also my first stop in the ancient chaos. I can't just sit by and watch the corpse demon attack. Fong Chen said. However, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret. Don't worry. The leader of Tian Shu Yuan nodded heavily. After a few words with the leader of Tian Shu Yuan, Fong Chen left Tian Shu Yuan with a savage beast army. Since the corpse demon had started a full-scale war, the ancient cold sect and the Ling family must be in danger. In the void, Fong Chen flew quickly. Beside him, the Torvosaurus transformed into human form and flew side by side with him. The other beast army had already returned to the demon's ceiling tower to rest. Master, with our current strength, we have the ability to sweep the southern region, the Torvosaurus said. Fong Chen shook his head. The corpse demon is a great enemy of the human race. It can exist for countless years. Its foundation must not be underestimated. First, we should resolve the crisis of the ancient cold sect and the Ling family. Then, we should join forces with the two forces to destroy the corpse demon's lair. Chapter 31:28. A few days later, Fong Chen and Tu Long arrived at the ancient frigid sect. The ancient frigid sect was currently surrounded by the corpse demon. Smoke was everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. From afar, one could see that the ancient frigid sect master and Ancestor Han were fighting fiercely. Their bodies were stained with blood. Ancestor, you go first. While the corpse demon was preparing to attack, the ancient frigid sect master shouted, "The corpse demon is attacking. If the battle continues, the ancient frigid sect will be annihilated. Only you have a chance to escape." Ancestor Han was the strongest person in the ancient frigid sect. He was also the foundation of the ancient frigid sect. As long as he was alive, the ancient frigid sect would have a chance to rise again. As long as Ancestor Han is alive, the ancient frigid sect will exist forever. The ancient frigid sect's upper echelons shouted in unison, "You're talking nonsense." Hearing this, the leader of the Corpse Devil clan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong! 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 That punch caused the sky to change color. Even Ancestor Han's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Ancestor Han pulled Sect Master Han Gu back with all his might. Then he resolutely rushed to the leader of the Corpse Devil clan. No! The ancient frigid Sect Master screamed and fell into a state of madness. At the same time, the ancient frigid sect was also in a state of war. Countless disciples of the ancient frigid sect died at the hands of the corpse demon. It's been a long time since I tasted human blood. Many of the corpse demon's people were extremely cruel and killed the disciples of the ancient frigid sect. The disciples of the ancient frigid sect, who had once cultivated with Fong Qin, died one after another. In the blink of an eye, the ancient frigid sect lost more than half of its disciples. There was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. However, when the earth-shattering sound resounded, they were completely numb, because they saw Ancestor Han's body fly out like a kite with a broken string. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. His vitality was fading. Old fart, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The corpse demon leader's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He stomped his feet and leaped to Ancestor Han's side. Die! He raised his hand and power surged around him. A terrifying, evil aura instantly enveloped Ancestor Han's body. The entire ancient frigid sect was in an uproar. Countless martial artists shook their heads frantically. They couldn't accept the scene in front of them. Ancient Cold Sect leader even spat out a mouthful of blood. Is the ancient Cold Sect going to be destroyed? He said in a daze. Don't. However, just as everyone thought that Ancestor Han was going to die, a voice suddenly rang out. A sudden change occurred. The leader of the Corpse Devil clan's fist landed on a huge figure. Roar! The figure let out a furious roar toward the sky. Then he threw out a punch. Crack! The corpse demon leader felt as if it had been struck by lightning and blood spurted out. This sudden scene caused the people of the ancient frigid sect to be instantly shocked. What's going on? Ancient cold sect leader's eyes widened. Could it be that a human expert has come to rescue us? The corpse demon should be killed. Torvosaurus dragged his huge body and took a step forward. He came to the front of the corpse demon leader. His attack was too strong. The corpse demon leader couldn't block it at all. You're from the demon race. Why are you working for the humans? The corpse demon leader was sent flying again. He roared hysterically. Die! Torvosaurus ignored him and continued to attack. Let's go. The corpse demon leader felt the strength of Torvosaurus. He didn't dare to fight him head-on. Instead, he chose to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! The corpse demon leader's body flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Ancient frigid sect, wait for my corpse demon army to destroy you. Crack! However, just as he finished speaking, a crack appeared in the void. Then a powerful attack quickly landed on his body. A loud sound was heard. The corpse demon leader, who had escaped, appeared again. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. That was because the powerful leader of the Corpse Devil clan had died. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure walked out of the void. The people of the ancient frigid sect opened their eyes wide. Their hearts were in turmoil. Fong Qin, he's back. Ha ha ha, our ancient frigid sect is saved. The crisis is finally over. Countless people cheered. Torvosaurus started to kill the remaining corpse demon leaders. After a while, all the corpse demon leaders that attacked the ancient frigid sect were dead. Is it really you? Ancient frigid sect leader and ancient frigid sect leader came to Fong Chen's side and asked excitedly. I'm sorry I'm late. Fong Chen bowed slightly and said apologetically. We're happy that you're willing to step forward at the critical moment, ancient frigid sect leader said. Countless people in the ancient Frigid sect were chanting Fang Chen's name. From this moment on, Fang Chen's name became a legend in the ancient Frigid sect. After a short conversation with ancient Frigid sect leader and the others, Fang Chen continued to rush to the Ling family. Under the powerful attack of Fang Chen and the savage wilderness demon army, the crisis that engulfed the entire southern region was finally resolved in half a month. Countless people were chanting Fang Chen's name. They even gave Fang Chen a resounding title, Demon King. Although he wasn't a demon, the savage wilderness demon army he led was too powerful. In the process of quelling the corpse demon crisis, the savage wilderness demon army played a very important role. Therefore, he was worthy of the title of Demon King. In the vast southern region, Fang Chen was the leader. After the war, there were many things waiting to be done. The Ling family, ancient Frigid sect, Tianshu Yuan, and many other sects were in the midst of a long period of recovery and reconstruction. During this period, Fang Chen also joined forces with the Ling family, ancient Frigid sect, and other experts to go to the Dragon Worship Valley. The southern region was near the east at the edge. There were few people here. Usually no one would come here. On the wilderness, a group of experts suddenly appeared. Demon King, are you sure that the corpse demon's nest is in the Dragon Worship Valley? Ancient Frigid sect leader asked in a low voice. Although Fang Chen didn't like it, ancient Frigid sect leader and the others were very insistent. They believed that with Fang Chen's current strength, he was worthy of being the strongest in the southern region. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him Demon King. I can vaguely sense the corpse demon's aura in the air. I think it shouldn't be wrong, Fang Chen said. Everyone's hearts trembled. What a terrifying sense of smell. Yunling, Uri's cultivation was now even stronger. She had even touched the threshold of the Realm Lord realm. However, she was still very respectful to Fang Chen. They've discovered us. Let's go in directly. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face darkened. His figure flashed and disappeared into the Dragon Worship Valley, Eastern Region, Skyheart Realm. Fang Chen, who was in the midst of his cultivation, suddenly woke up. Demon King? Not bad. Fang Chen muttered. He already knew what happened in the southern region. Moreover, he was very clear that with the strength of his clone and the demon army behind him, they were enough to deal with it. After dealing with the corpse demon, it's time to make a trip back to the western region. He clearly remembered that he had been forced to come to the eastern region. The third ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion wanted his daughter Fang, she's all fusion body. For this, he didn't hesitate to fall out with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I just don't know how the Weapon Pavilion is now. Fang Chen sighed. If it wasn't for the Imperial teacher secretly helping him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I hope the Weapon Pavilion is safe. The Imperial teacher had promised him that after he escaped, he would do his best to take care of the Weapon Pavilion. Soon, I'll be able to take revenge with my own hands. After saying that, Fang Chen got up and quietly left the Skyheart realm. While Fang Chen's original body was heading to the western region, his clone was leading many experts in the southern region to slaughter the corpse demon's nest. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. An evil aura filled the sky. Damn humans! How dare they slaughter my corpse demon's people? Countless corpse demon roared at the sky. They were fighting a bloody battle, wanting to kill all the human cultivators. However, the humans were too strong and had come prepared. They had no power to resist at all. Quickly take the corpse demon king's statue away. Someone shouted. One of the leaders, who was injured, hid in a cave. Even if we die, we must take the statue away. The leader hurried forward and soon reached the depths of the cave. It was brightly lit and a huge statue stood in the middle. The entire cave was filled with a demonic aura. Chapter 30:1-29. The corpse demon was once a race that could compete with the human race. This race was very unique. They could absorb any race in the world and then inject the blood of the corpse demon into the bodies of other races, turning them into their own race. Once in the ancient times, the corpse demon had multiplied to its peak. They relied on the fact that there was an unparalleled expert in their race who was comparable to a dominator. They wreaked havoc in the ancient times and massacred human warriors. However, the good times didn't last long. After the Battle of Gods broke out, the corpse demon was completely involved in the war. In the end, after suffering great losses in the Battle of Gods, the corpse demon gradually declined. At this time, the human experts led a mighty army to wipe out the corpse demon. After tens of thousands of years, the corpse demon was finally defeated. There were countless casualties and the rest fled. In the following time, the corpse demon hid in the dark and didn't dare to appear in the human world. As long as someone found traces of the corpse demon, they would encircle and annihilate it. As time passed, more and more members of the corpse demon came. Now, the corpse demon was almost extinct. In the southern region of the corpse demon division, the strongest expert was only a half-step universe god. The corpse demon's talent was very strong. Even a half-step universe god could fight against a human sector lord. However, he met a monster like Fang Qin. Although the physical body of the doppelganger was not as strong as the martial emperor realm, he could still use time stop, invincible sword arts, and other trump cards. In a few breaths, Fang Qin severely injured Corpse Han. "Hurry up!" Corpse Han, who was in a black robe, was in a hurry as he anxiously collected the statue. In the depths of the cave, a majestic statue stood tall. In front of the statue, there was a pool of blood. Blood kept flowing out of the statue, and evil aura kept pouring into the statue. Whoosh! Bubbles kept popping out of the pool of blood as if it was nurturing the statue. "Commander, we've worked so hard for countless years. The corpse demon king is about to be revived. Are we going to give up just like that?" A few corpse demon in front of the blood pool asked in confusion. They were unwilling to give up the fruits of countless years of hard work. The reason why they were hiding in the southern region was to revive this corpse demon king. A corpse demon king was of great significance to a corpse demon. These corpse demon kings had all fallen in the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times. Once resurrected, the corpse demon's strength would definitely skyrocket. The situation has changed. The human world overlords are rushing over. If we don't leave, the corpse demon king statue will be destroyed. Shere Han roared. As the person in charge of the corpse demon in the southern region, he didn't want to see such a thing happen. However, he had no choice but to do so. Hoo! A terrifying sword chi rushed toward him. Shere Han, who was in the midst of collecting the sculpture, suddenly jolted. It was obvious who had arrived. "You guys take the corpse demon king statue. I'll hold him back." Shere Han abruptly turned around, a violent energy surging out as he confronted Fang Qin. "Who are you?" Shere Han asked in a deep voice. "You'll know when you see the king of hell." After Fang Qin saw the sculpture and the blood pool, he felt something was wrong and quickly attacked. Time stop. Before Shere Han attacked, Fang Qin used time stop. Instantly, the entire cave fell silent. The bubbles in the blood pool were instantly trapped on the surface of the blood pool. The evil aura around the sculpture froze. Time-space sword explosion. The red glass sword swung, and the time-space sword explosion whizzed out. Kacha! There was almost no resistance. The red glass sword pierced through Shere Han's body. Dong! Shere Han's body flew out and crashed into the sculpture. Blood spurted out from his chest, and his face turned pale. "Lord Commander." Seeing this, the Corpse Devil clan members who were collecting the statues roared angrily and rushed towards Fang Qin recklessly. Kacha! The red glass sword drew a strange arc. When it got close to them, it shot out a few rays of sword light and killed them. "Damn human, you ruined our corpse demon's plan. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." At this point, he could no longer bring the corpse Demon King statue back. Since that was the case, he would fight until the end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shere Han suddenly cut open his palm and dripped his blood onto the corpse Demon King statue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, the corpse Demon King statue started to change. A terrifying aura surged out. The blood in the pool in front of him was boiling, and a frightening power surged out from it. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the blood pool was crazily pouring into the corpse Demon King statue. Oh no, what is he summoning? Although Fang Chen did not know what Shere Han was doing, he knew that he had to stop Shere Han. Otherwise, once the sculpture was revived, the southern region would face an even greater disaster. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen held the red glass sword and jumped out. He came to the top of the blood pool and slashed at the sculpture. His invincible swordsmanship had actually suffered a setback. What's going on? A mere sculpture had blocked Fang Chen's strongest attack. Ha ha ha, stupid human. I'm burning my blood essence to activate the corpse Demon King's power. Just wait to be annihilated. Shere Han laughed wildly. Although the aura in his body was dissipating, the corpse Demon King statue's power was getting stronger. I sacrifice my body to summon the Eternal King, the great corpse Demon King. Awaken! Shere Han shouted loudly. At the same time, he used the last of his strength and injected it into the corpse Demon King statue. Dong! Suddenly, the corpse Demon King statue trembled. However, at that instant, the power of the black hole bloodline burst out from Fang Chen's body and surged into the blood pool at lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. As soon as it entered, it cut off the connection between the blood pool and the corpse Demon King statue. Feeling that the corpse Demon King's power was recovering slowly, Shere Han's face changed drastically. Damn it! Shere Han gritted his teeth and burned the last of his blood essence. I sacrifice my body to summon the Eternal King, the great corpse Demon King. Awaken! He screamed madly and sacrificed his body. Whoosh! Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, a sword light shot out and pierced through his broken body. The great corpse Demon King will avenge me. After saying this, Shere Han died completely. Dong! The corpse Demon King statue trembled again, but it did not fully awaken. Buzz! An extremely evil aura surrounded the corpse Demon King statue, as if it could explode at any time. I've already cut off the connection between the blood pool and the statue. Why is the statue still recovering? Fang Chen asked in surprise. This is the statue of the ancient corpse Demon King. Before the corpse demon died, it sacrificed itself and activated a portion of the corpse Demon King's power. Although you used the black hole bloodline to cut off the blood pool, its power is still recovering. It's just that it's much slower. Yunling quickly walked over. If the ancient corpse Demon King's power was allowed to recover, the southern region would be flooded with blood. No matter what, Fang Chen didn't want to see this happen. This blood pool contains countless types of bloodline power, which the corpse devil race has secretly gathered from various major races over countless years. These bloodlines merge together to form a powerful blood pool that can awaken the ancient corpse Demon King's bloodline power. Yunling said, if you want to fully control the ancient corpse Demon King's power, you need to suck away all the blood water in the blood pool. Just suck it away? I have to remind you that the blood water in the blood pool is formed by the fusion of countless bloodlines. It's also tainted with the ancient corpse Demon King's aura. It's extremely corrosive and almost no one under the Sector Lord can resist it. If you lead it to the outside world, the southern region will be turned into ruins. Yunling warned. Whoosh! Whoosh! Time was of the essence, so Fang Chen immediately made a decision. Are you crazy? The corrosive power of the blood water is enough to burn your body. You're courting death. Seeing Fong Chen's actions, Yunling yelled, "This guy is actually sucking the blood water into his body. Isn't he courting death?" Chapter 31:30. The corrosive power of the blood was too strong. Even with Fong Chen's strong body, he could not resist it. Crack! After Fong Chen stored a large amount of blood in his body finally began to corrode. The surface of his skin showed signs of corrosion. His face was a little pale. He clenched his teeth. His reason told him that he could not give up. The blood will completely corrode your body. Give up. Seeing Fong Chen's situation, Yunling screamed. After all, it was Fong Chen who woke her up. Otherwise, she might have fallen into eternal slumber. From the bottom of her heart, she was very grateful to Fong Chen. Seeing Fong Chen in such a state, she naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, Yunling made a crazy decision. With a light tap of her foot, she jumped and arrived in front of the blood pool. Compared to Fong Chen, her body was more fragile. She did not dare to touch the blood at all. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to provide Fong Qinyuan with an endless supply of energy. Her small white hand quickly pressed against Fong Chen's back. Suddenly, a scorching aura rushed toward her. Through her palm, she could clearly feel the terrifying, corrosive power of the blood. Dong! 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 The talisman power in Yunling Er's body surged wildly, constantly drilling into Fong Chen's body. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this, Fong Chen shouted. He had now reached a critical point. If he continued to persist, he would not be able to resist. No, Yunling Er's attitude was very firm. If she left, Fong Chen would definitely die. Roar! At this critical moment, the corpse Demon King statue, which was isolated by the power of the black hole bloodline, suddenly trembled. Then, an ancient roar came from its mouth. Yunling Er's face was pale. She was extremely shocked. The power of the ancient corpse Demon King has recovered. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Yunling said hurriedly. Her heart was trembling. At the same time, the battle in the Dragon's Sacrificial Valley was nearing its end. After the chief of the southern region, Han, died, the entire corpse demon was thrown into chaos. Under the strong encirclement of the Ling family and ancient cold sect, the corpse demon members kept dying. Miserable screams came from the Dragon Sacrificial Valley. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, and a gloomy aura filled the entire Dragon Sacrificial Valley. In an instant, the Dragon's Sacrificial Valley turned into ruins. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. However, this was only just the beginning. Kill! Ancestor Frost and Sect Master Ancient Frigid took the lead and attacked madly. Wherever they passed, the corpse devils fell to the ground one after another. As soon as the war began, it was a one-sided situation. In just an hour, the battle was completely over. Where is Fong Chen? After killing the last enemy, Ancestor Han and Ancient Cold Sect leader looked at each other and exclaimed, "When I was fighting earlier, I discovered that Fong Chen chased after the leader of the Corpse Devil clan and entered that cave," the Ling family patriarch said in a low voice. Lord Yun also chased after him. Let's go in and take a look. Now that the battle outside was completely over, Ancestor Han was a little worried about Fong Chen. All of you, stay outside and take care of the battlefield. As he spoke, Ancestor Han, Ancient Cold Sect leader, and Ling family leader quickly came into the cave. What a terrifying bloody aura. As soon as they entered the cave, Ancestor Han felt the horrifying bloody aura. He frowned and suddenly saw the scene in the depths of the cave. That is, when the three of them came to the depths of the cave and saw the situation of Fong Chen and Yunling, they cried out, "Lord Yin, are you okay?" Ling family leader hurriedly called out, "The ancient corpse Demon King has recovered. This place will become hell. Let's go." Yunling Er's face was pale as she spoke with difficulty. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes were tightly closed. His entire body was covered in blood. The surface of his skin was constantly festering, and his internal organs seemed to be damaged. Roar! Another angry roar came from the mouth of the corpse Demon King statue. Then the entire cave kept shaking as if the end of the world had come. Retreat! Ancestor Han was shocked and quickly retreated. Rumble! The corpse Demon King statue slowly moved, and in an instant the cave collapsed. Fong Chen and Yunling were instantly submerged in the debris. Dong! 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 A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Many warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield were completely stunned when they saw the scene. What happened? Someone cried out in alarm, feeling extremely confused. Cough! Cough! At this moment, 3 miserable figures crawled out of the rubble with great difficulty. Let's go! Ancestor Han spat out blood and shouted. However, it was too late. Dong! The earth shook, and an extremely terrifying force suddenly burst out. It's over. Seeing this, Ancestor Han closed his eyes in pain. Who would have thought that the corpse demon would have such a method? That was the ancient corpse Demon King. Its attack power was so strong that it could destroy the entire southern region in minutes. With the strength of Ancestor Han and the others, it was tantamount to suicide. Is the Grim Reaper here? Everyone's hearts trembled as they retreated. They felt a huge pressure in the air. In the depths of the rubble, a huge statue slowly walked out. Crack! Every step the statue took caused the earth to shake. At the same time, as the statue walked, cracks appeared on its surface. Following that, the cracks grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the statue shattered and a huge figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. Corpse Demon King! Ancestor Han exclaimed. The ancient corpse Demon King had really awakened. Did the heavens want the southern region to be destroyed? Boom! Just as the ancient corpse Demon King awakened, the pile of rubble exploded, and 2 figures shot out from it. Whoosh! Fan Qin threw the unconscious Yunling to the head of the Ling family. Take her away, Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Just now, when the ancient corpse Demon King's power was awakened, Yunling activated the original power of the talisman puppet in her body to form a powerful defense that enveloped Fang Qin. Because of this, she was severely injured. Fang Chen would remember this kindness in his heart. At this moment, only he had hope of stopping the corpse Demon King. Soon, hold on a little longer. His original body was already on the way. As long as his original body arrived, no matter how strong the corpse Demon King was, it would be destroyed. But now he could only endure. Crack! A crisp sound came from within his body. Cracks appeared on his bones, and his internal organs were also severely injured. Damned bloody water! Fang Chen breathed with difficulty as he raised his head to look at the ancient corpse Devil King. Puny human, do you want to stop me? The corpse Demon King looked down on humans and said coldly, Your power has not fully recovered. You have not recovered to your peak strength. Fang Qin said loudly. At the critical moment, he used the power of the black hole bloodline to isolate the blood pool. The corpse Demon King did not have enough blood to support it and could not fully recover its power. It could be said that it was a miracle that it could recover a small part of its power. Kiki, after so many years, puny human, you still think you are invincible. The corpse Demon King sneered. He did not put Fang Qin in his eyes at all. Dong! Dong! The corpse Demon King was approaching. Fang Qin did not care so much. He activated the last bit of power in his body and rushed crazily at the corpse Demon King with the red glass sword in his hand. Dong! However, the corpse Demon King sent him flying with a punch. Your body is not bad, but unfortunately it is almost completely destroyed by the blood pool. The corpse Demon King said eerily I feel a familiar bloodline power in your body. Devouring, you will make up for my lack of power." As the corpse demon king spoke, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly, "Let's stop the corpse demon king together." With Ancestor Han as the leader, many experts moved together to block the corpse demon king's attack for Fang Chen. Stupid human. The corpse demon king waved his hand. Ancestor Han and the others were all sent flying and fell to the ground, dying. "Now who will come to save you?" The corpse demon king took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chen. He looked at him carefully as if he was admiring his prey. "I have not tasted human flesh for a long time." The corpse demon king smiled eerily and reached out his hand. However, at this moment, the corpse demon king's expression changed drastically. Chapter 31-32. Without seeing Little Mouse and the others, Fang Chen did not think too much about it. So far, the corpse demon in the southern region had basically been destroyed. Moreover, such a big thing had happened. The high-level human powerhouses in the ancient chaos should have noticed it. The corpse demon would have to think twice if it wanted to take revenge. After staying in Tian Shuyuan for a few days, his main body and avatar were ready to leave. "I don't know when I'll return." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the southern region, in addition to the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect, there was a special area where countless powerhouses gathered. Countless martial artists were fighting to come here. Fang Chen had also been here before and had even killed a tribulation supremacy. The current Nile continent was led by Nethermoon City. Among the 4 powerhouses, the Lord of Nethermoon City was the strongest. And now, she had a new title, Nethermoon Queen. However, the current situation in Nethermoon City was not very optimistic. Nethermoon Queen, the immortal divine mountain, is about to open. These people are clearly coming for the immortal divine mountain. "We don't need to fight with them," the white-robed illusory Swordlord said. Beside him, the fat tribulation supremacy also nodded. "These people are very strong. Our Nile continent alone can't resist them." Not long ago, a very strong team appeared in the Nile continent. As soon as they arrived, they massacred the martial artists of the Nile continent. This action directly angered Nethermoon Queen. As the strongest powerhouse of the Nile continent, she could not sit idly by. This directly ignited the fuse, leading to a war between the two sides. There were only about 20 people on the other side, but they were all tribulation supremacies. They were extremely strong, and most importantly, the weapons in their hands were extremely powerful. The Nile continent was gradually losing ground. Now, the enemy had already arrived at the city and was clamoring outside the city. If it were not for the powerful restriction of Nethermoon City, it would have fallen. Nethermoon Queen, dressed in a purple robe, had a curvaceous figure and a layer of frost on her beautiful face. She looked down at the city from above, her fair little hands clenched into fists, her heart filled with anger. Although their goal is the immortal divine mountain, they want to enslave the warriors of our Nile continent. This is simply a dream. Nethermoon Queen said angrily, especially when he thought of the humiliating words that the leader of the other party said to him. He was incomparably furious. At this moment, outside Mingwa City, the white-robed old man's eyes lit up when he saw the Nethermoon Queen. "Nethermoon Queen, it's your honor to be able to become my Tao companion. Do you know where we come from?" The white-robed old man asked. "We're from the Imperial Armament Pavilion, the strongest force in the Western region. In our eyes, the Nilua continent is just a barbarian land. You're so beautiful, you shouldn't be in the Nilua continent. Follow me to the Imperial Armament Pavilion, and I can give you an Emperor-level weapon." Western Region, Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Ever since Fang Chen had plotted to kill the 3 progenitors, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's deterrence had been decreasing. Moreover, with the help of Imperial Teacher Xinbing and Great Master Dongfang, the Weapon Pavilion's reputation was rising steadily, and it seemed like it was going to replace the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was naturally unwilling to see such a scene. They had a deep grudge against the Weapon Pavilion. It was only because of the existence of Imperial Teacher Xinbing that they could not destroy the Weapon Pavilion. Recently, they heard that the Immortal Divine Mountain was about to open, so they sent a group of experts to the Nilua continent. The white-robed old man in the lead was called Great Master Ku Yun. His refining skills were extremely powerful, and he had an extraordinary status in the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The first time he saw the Nethermoon Queen, he fell in love with her and wanted to take her as his Tao companion. However, the Nethermoon Queen refused. "Old man, you're too shameless, aren't you?" The fat Tribulation Supremacy's voice came from the city. "Nethermoon Queen, you've seen the current situation. Now it's time to make a choice." Great Master Ku Yun's face became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "If you surrender, you'll still be the Nethermoon Queen. If you resist, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will raze Nethermoon City to the ground, kill everyone, and capture you. At that time, you'll be subjected to endless humiliation. I'll wait for your choice." After saying that, Great Master Ku Yun closed his eyes. It seemed that everything was under his control. Behind him, many people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion had mocking smiles on their faces. A mere barbarian place dared to go against the will of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. They were courting death. However, there were also some cautious people who thought that this was inappropriate. The situation in the southern region is complicated now. The Corpse Demon has launched a large-scale attack. We'd better hurry to the Immortal Divine Mountain and not cause more trouble, a gray-robed old man said in a low voice. "It's okay. This little bit of time won't affect anything." In the Nethermoon City, the Nethermoon Queen stood quietly. Her body was cold, and there was no expression on her face. Illusory Sword Master and the others looked at her with complicated expressions. "Have you decided?" Illusory Sword Master asked. "Even if I die, I won't allow anyone to humiliate me," the Nethermoon Queen said coldly. "Okay, then let's fight to the death," the fat Tribulation Supremacy said. Conflict was unavoidable, so let's fight to the death. In the Nilua continent, Fong Qin happened to pass by when swords were drawn. The Nilua continent. Fong Qin saw the Nilua continent in front of him. It was very familiar. "Once, I entered the Immortal Divine Mountain here and met Brother Lu Xingxing. From there, I entered the Immortal Academy of Creation and received the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor," Fong Qin said with a smile. "After so many years, I wonder how the Nethermoon City Lord and the others are doing." Whoosh! Whoosh! While talking, Fong Chen's figure had already arrived in the sky above the Nilua continent. However, when his divine sense spread out and covered the entire Nilua continent, he happened to find the people of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Why are they here in the Nilua continent? And it seems that they want to attack the Nethermoon City. Seeing this, the corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. "I haven't gone to find you yet, and you've delivered yourself to me?" After he put his doppelganger into the cave Dragon Mountain, he continued to shuttle through the void and arrived in the sky above the Nethermoon City. Nethermoon City Lord. Fong Chen's voice broke the confrontation between the two sides. The Nethermoon City Lord raised her head, and a touch of joy suddenly appeared in her cold eyes. When she saw who it was, her delicate body trembled. "It's you!" The illusory Sword Master and the fat Tribulation Master also recognized Fong Qin. After so many years, Fong Qin actually came back. Back then, even the evil Tribulation Master died in his hands. They did not expect that he would come back at this critical moment. "I was passing by and saw that you were in danger," so I came to take a look, Fang Qin said. The beautiful eyes of the Nethermoon Queen flickered, and a ripple appeared in her heart as she looked at Fang Qin seriously. Fang Qin's words were naturally heard by Master Ku Yun and the others. Humph! A kid dares to interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. You're courting death. Master Ku Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shot out as he said coldly. Fang Qin slowly turned around, and his attitude was very tough. If you weren't from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, you might still have a chance to live. Fang Qin grinned. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Boom! Fang Qin's body exuded a vast power. He flicked his finger, and countless sword lights burst out. The Nethermoon Queen and the others stared at Fang Qin without blinking. They were very curious. They had not seen the evil tribulation for many years. So how powerful was he now? You're courting death. Seeing this, Master Ku Yun sneered and rushed toward the sword light. Crack! However, when his weapon came into contact with the sword light, it could not withstand a single blow and shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Master Ku Yun cried out. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Pucci! The sword light pierced through the head of the evil Tribulation Master and killed him. This sudden turn of events had completely stunned everyone. Isn't this too exaggerated? The fat Tribulation Master widened his eyes in disbelief. Illusory Swordlord's body was trembling. No one knew better than him how incredible Fang Qin's comprehension of the sword principle was. Sword principle can be used in this way. Illusory Swordlord was extremely excited. Beside him, the Nethermoon Queen clenched her fists, and her expression changed. Her heart was in turmoil. The evil tribulation of the past was still the evil tribulation. They had not seen each other for many years, but he was still as powerful as ever. Buzz. Chapter 30-133. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was the top force in the Western region. Although the three ancestors had fallen and their foundation was damaged, their foundation was still there. With their outstanding craftsmanship, the entire Western region was basically under the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's rule. In the vast primordial chaos, weapons were something that every martial artist needed. Therefore, craftsmen were very popular. Some powerful craftsmen could even gather countless experts with a raise of their arms. Fang Qin's establishment of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had seriously affected the business and prestige of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Moreover, Fang Qin had plotted to kill the three ancestors. He had already become an enemy of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Now, in his territory, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion dared to be so arrogant. How could he sit back and do nothing? Several experts, including Nethermoon Queen, were dumbfounded. How long had it been since they last met? This guy's strength had grown to such a level. Wasn't this too terrifying? However, in everyone's mind, they recalled the opening of the Immortal Hall of Creation in the Immortal Divine Mountain. Coming out of the Immortal Hall of Creation alive and obtaining a great opportunity, his future achievements would not be too low. He's back! Illusory Swordlord's body trembled with excitement. In terms of sword principle attainments, he was the strongest among everyone present. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the sword principle that Fang Qin had just displayed was. Even the sword principle realm lord is only SOO. Illusory Swordlord sighed in his heart. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the city wall of Nethermoon City. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Who exactly are you? Master Ku Yun is an elder of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He has a high position and authority. How dare you kill him? You're dead. Prepare to suffer the endless wrath of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The remaining people stared at Fang Qin angrily, their mouths full of threats. However, they were too naive. If Fang Qin was afraid of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, would he have killed Master Ku Yun? Now, shouldn't you think about how to escape from me? Fong Qin shrugged and looked at the people in front of him as if he was looking at an idiot. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. They exchanged glances, and their eyes were full of fear. "Brother, for the sake of the Imperial Armament Pavilion, how about you let us go?" One of them lowered his posture and begged for forgiveness. "That's right. We, the Imperial Armament Pavilion, rule over the entire Western region. We're the strongest armor sect. If you let us go, we'll give you an Emperor-level weapon." Queen Nethermoon's expression changed drastically when she heard the words Emperor-level weapon. To them, a ruler weapon was too important. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, it was just a piece of trash that he could casually refine. "Ridiculous." Fong Chen sneered. "As far as I know, the Imperial Armament Pavilion is not the strongest power in the Western region, and you don't have the strength to rule the entire Western region. The Armament Pavilion's strength doesn't seem to be weaker than yours, right? Since you know about the Weapon Pavilion, you should also know that the Weapon Pavilion has offended our Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Not long after, they will be removed from the Western region. At that time, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will still be the overlord of the Western region. Nobody will be able to shake us." Fong Qin shook his head. "If you want to live, give me an Emperor-level weapon in exchange." Hearing this, the faces of the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion became completely gloomy. Fong Chen's words were tantamount to telling them that he had no intention of letting them go at all. "You, an Emperor-level weapon, is precious. Even the Imperial Armament Pavilion can't take it out, but you're asking for an Emperor-level weapon. Are you crazy? Is an Emperor-level weapon something you can touch? Ha!" Fong Chen smiled eerily. Immediately, a vast power emerged from his body. The terrifying aura that covered the sky and earth directly enveloped everyone. The powerful aura made it difficult for them to breathe. Everyone from the Imperial Armament Pavilion should die. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly punched out. The martial artist closest to him was instantly smashed into pieces. "Run!" The others couldn't care less and fled in a sorry state. Whoosh! Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and attacked again. Dazzling sword light burst out in an instant and danced in the sky, chasing after the crowd. Right when the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion thought that they would be able to escape with their lives, their bodies suddenly stopped moving. "Time stop." A voice came out from Fong Chen's mouth. In the next moment, the world was silent and the void was still. Pucci! Only the dazzling sword light that filled the sky was still whistling forward. In a flash, these sword lights intertwined and rushed to the front of the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Pucci! One sword light after another. In just a few breaths of time, the people's lives were reaped. When the last figure fell to the ground, the void returned to calm. Those dazzling sword lights also disappeared. Outside the Nethermoon City, blood flowed like a river and a gloomy aura filled the air. The hidden star sword returned to Fong Chen's hand, and he kept it. He then turned his head and looked at Nethermoon Queen and the others. "How have you been?" Fong Chen grinned. The fat tribulation master jumped up and down, admiring Fong Chen. "Brother Fong, when I first saw you, I knew that you would be a great man in the future. It's just as I expected. Fat Tribulation Master, can you be more shameless?" Illusory Sword Master said coldly, but as soon as he turned his head, he smiled at Fong Chen. "Originally, I thought that my understanding of the Sword Dao had reached a certain level. However, today I see your attainments in the Sword Dao, and I am really amazed." Illusory Sword Master smiled. "You are indeed a peerless genius from the Immortal Academy of Fortune. Such potential in the Sword Dao is the best of all time." Nethermoon Queen, who was wearing a purple dress, had a little smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and the light in her eyes was moving. She looked at Fong Chen, nodded gently, and opened her red lips. "You are getting stronger and stronger," she sighed in her heart. The first time they met, she was still the lord of Nethermoon City, one of the 5 great experts of the Nile continent. The second time they met, the latter had already shown his great talent, and this time, the latter's strength had left her in the dust. Recently, the southern region has not been peaceful. You guys protect the Nile continent. Fang Chen nodded. The crisis of the Nile continent had been resolved, so he naturally would not waste time. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a powerful array fell from the sky, covering the entire Nethermoon City. No one below the Realm Master can break this array. With it, Nethermoon City will be safe. After doing all this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Amazing, really amazing. The fat Tribulation Master kept sighing. The array he casually set up can withstand any attack below the Realm Master. I seem to have seen a rising star. I believe that in the near future, I will hear of his legend and see him standing at the top of the primordial chaos, Illusory Swordmaster said. Only Nethermoon Queen stared ahead with her beautiful black eyes. Her heart was in turmoil, and she was speechless for a long time. The incident in the Nile continent was just a small interlude. In the following time, Fang Chen hurried on with his journey. He crossed the southern region and came to the western region. Phew! Standing in the sky above the western region, Fang Chen took a deep breath with a complicated expression. It's time to settle all the grudges of the past. This time, both his true body and clone were here. Unless the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had a transcendent Realm Master, there was no way to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a few breaths' time, Fang Chen arrived at Blood City. Blood City. The current Blood City had undergone some changes before he left. However, the Weapon Pavilion was still there. The Imperial Teacher is not here? Fang Chen scanned with his consciousness and found that the Imperial Teacher was not here. Only Master Dongfang was in charge. Fortunately, the Weapon Pavilion is fine. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the Weapon Pavilion was built by him. He could not accept it being destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared on the streets of Blood City. This figure was in a sorry state. His aura was weak and his body was covered in blood. Fang Chen took a closer look. It was the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. What happened? Why is the Imperial Teacher injured? Fang Chen saw the Imperial Teacher rushing back to the Weapon Pavilion headquarters to meet up with Master Dongfang. Could it be that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has already launched their attack? Fang Chen's expression changed. Important notice, please use our free app. No ads, anti-piracy. Fast updates. Members can sync with your bookshelf. Please follow the WeChat account AppXid to download the free reader. Chapter 30-134 Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. Seeing the Imperial Teacher covered in blood, Master Dongfang exclaimed. He quickly walked to his side and supported him. Did the negotiation fail? Master Dongfang asked with a heavy expression. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher nodded and sat on the stool, panting heavily. Pass down my order. The Weapon Pavilion will enter the highest alert state and prepare for battle. Who exactly beat you up like this? Master Dongfang was shocked. In the western region, other than the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master, who else could be a match for Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher? However, even if the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master personally made a move, he would at most be able to fight to a draw with the Imperial Master. There's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher's next words shocked Master Dongfang. What? Master Dongfang exclaimed. He couldn't imagine why a Realm Lord would appear in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. How is this possible? There's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Master Dongfang shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to believe it, but after seeing Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher injured, he had no choice but to believe it. So you're saying that you were injured by a Realm Lord? Master Dongfang suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher nodded. I originally wanted to negotiate with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Who would have thought that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master would show such a strong attitude and even threaten to have me submit to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? I naturally wouldn't and fought with him. A mere Emperor Weapon Pavilion Lord naturally wouldn't be able to defeat me. However, at the crucial moment, a World Overlord acted and heavily injured me. If it wasn't for the fact that I sacrificed a half-step immortal Emperor weapon, I most probably would have died in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. Master Dongfang was in a daze. A realm lord was too strong. Any one of them could rule the entire western region. The strongest person in the Weapon Pavilion was only Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. However, even he couldn't be compared to a realm lord. Where did the Imperial Weapon Pavilion find a realm lord? Master Dongfang couldn't understand. I'm not sure. However, from the tone of that world overlord, it seems that he has reached some sort of agreement with the Imperial Armament Pavilion. He wants to help the Imperial Armament Pavilion completely eradicate our Armament Pavilion. The Imperial Preceptor panted and said, I'm seriously injured. I don't have the strength to escape. You should take the core disciples of the Weapon Pavilion and escape from the Western region. The further the better. As long as you don't die, the Weapon Pavilion will not be destroyed. Great Master Dongfang wanted to speak, but was stopped by Imperial Tutor Xanbing. Damn it, I can't fulfill Fang Chen's request. At this point, the Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor suddenly stood up. His blood-stained clothes fluttered without any wind. His body was filled with boundless energy. What do you want? Master Dongfang asked cautiously. I'll cover your retreat. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Grandmaster Dongfang insisted. I, Dongfang, am not someone who is afraid of death. When I lost to the Pavilion Master, I swore that from then on, I would be a member of the Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, when the Pavilion Master fled, I promised that as long as the Weapon Pavilion exists, I will exist. Do you want me to be a traitor? Faced with Great Master Dongfang's questioning, the Imperial Preceptor was speechless. He was stunned for a moment before he nodded heavily. All right, since that's the case, let's fight to the death. Voila! However, just as the two of them were about to die, a voice suddenly came from the void. The Weapon Pavilion will not be destroyed, and the two of you will not die. Immediately after, a figure flashed out. Palace Master? After seeing Fang Chen, Great Master Dongfang called out excitedly. On the other hand, the Imperial Preceptor frowned slightly. Why did you come back? Wasn't he courting death by coming back at such a crucial time? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion has found a sector, Lord Expert. If the Pavilion Master knows that you're back, he will kill you at all costs. The Imperial Preceptor urged. Back then, he had escaped with great difficulty. Naturally, he did not wish to see Fang Qin die in the hands of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Fang Qin shook his head, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This time, I won't abandon you, or the Weapon Pavilion, and run away. Fang Qin said calmly, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion wants to destroy my Weapon Pavilion. Let them try. You, Fang Qin stopped the two of them from talking and said, my main purpose of coming back is revenge. From now on, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will cease to exist. But they have a sector, Lord Expert. The Imperial Preceptor said. A sector, Lord? Fang Qin turned around and waved his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the void. I've killed one before. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the crack in the void. At the same time, a voice could be heard. The Imperial Preceptor and Great Master Dongfang looked at each other. What should we do? Great Master Dongfang asked. Pay close attention to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. At the same time, send everyone to launch an attack on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. No matter what, they could not let Fang Qin take the risk alone. In the void, Fang Qin flew rapidly, and his clone appeared beside him. Lead the savage beast's army, and assist the weapon pavilion to kill all the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The main body said, "Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape." After saying that, the clone separated from the main body and led the savage beast's army to kill the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. At the same time, in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Realm Lord Kuhan, should we launch an attack on the Weapon Pavilion now? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said with a smile. The old man called Realm Lord Kuhan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. He's just the Imperial Preceptor. If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago." The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was surprised. In the previous battle, I purposely let him escape. Otherwise, how could a mere half-step Martial Emperor Realm weapon block my attack? Realm Lord Kuhan sneered. Although the Imperial Preceptor's strength is slightly weak, his forging skills are the best in the entire Western region. Even in the Northern region, he would be able to establish himself there. I need such talents the most. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master finally understood what Realm Lord Kuhan meant. He wanted to take the Imperial Preceptor in as a servant. He should have returned to the Weapon Pavilion by now. I can imagine how the people of the Weapon Pavilion will feel when they know that there's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. They will lose without a fight. At that time, I'll send out a kill order, and the Imperial Preceptor will naturally beg for mercy. As a Realm Lord, he was high and mighty. After coming to the Western region, he thought of himself as the ruler. He looked down from above, overlooking all living beings. A single word from him could decide the lives of everyone in the Western region. Hence, he never thought that the Imperial Preceptor would be able to escape from his hands. Making people feel fear is much better than killing them directly. Realm Lord Kuhan grinned and said, "When Ku Yin returns from the imperishable Academy of Creation, I'll bring him to the Northern region. During this time, I can help the Imperial Weapon Pavilion unify the Western region." "Thank you, Realm Lord Kuhan." Hearing this, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was delighted. Rumble. Just as the two were talking, a shockwave came. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's face changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in the air, staring ahead. "Who?" Realm Lord Kuhan followed closely behind and arrived in the air. Trying to act mysterious. Looking at the shockwave in front of him, Realm Lord Kuhan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong! The vast fist radiance smashed against the ripples in the void and exploded instantly. The entire sky was trembling. However, at this moment, Realm Lord Kuhan's pupils constricted and his body trembled. A figure walked out from the terrifying shockwave. "Is this all you've got?" "It's only SO." Fong Qin said casually. When the shockwave came close to his body, it turned into nothingness. "Who are you?" Realm Lord Kuhan asked. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's face changed drastically, and he cried out, "It's you? You dare to come back?" Anger burned in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's heart. He looked up to the sky and roared furiously. "Damn you! You schemed to kill the third ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. If it wasn't for Imperial Teacher Xen Bing buying time for you, you would have died in my hands." The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said angrily, "I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I know that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion won't rest until I'm dead, but I still dare to come back. Isn't this enough to prove the problem?" Fong Qin shrugged. "To be honest, I'm back for revenge." Fong Qin raised his finger and pointed at Realm Lord Kuhan. "As for your so-called backer, you can't stop me from taking revenge. G_Cup Female Idols, first video_V Champion. Please follow our WeChat account. Mainvlu123. Press for 3 seconds to copy." Chapter 3135. Kuhan came from the northern region. In his eyes, the western region's martial Tao was backward and was considered a barbarian land. How could a decent martial artist appear in such a barbarian land? Therefore, the moment Fang Qin appeared, he did not even bother to look him in the eye. But now, he seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The complete minor tribulation realm martial artist in front of him dared to say that he was not afraid of a sector lord? Was he crazy? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ku Han slowly raised his head. Killing intent flowed in his dark eyes, as expected of a barbarian from a barbarian land. You can't imagine how terrifying a sector lord is. Someone like you, I can crush you to death with one hand. Ku Han's attitude was arrogant as he constantly mocked Fang Qin. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master also stared at Fang Qin angrily. Kid, I let you escape in the past. Let's see who will save you today. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master roared and leaped into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a vast fist radiance whizzed out. Dong! 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 The fist radiance tore through the sky, carrying boundless power as it blasted towards Fang Qin. Looks like you haven't improved much over the years. Fang Qin gently shook his head, his face filled with disdain. He stood quietly and did not move his body. He secretly activated the chaotic sword body, and sword runes flickered on the surface of his skin, putting on an act. Seeing that Fang Qin didn't dodge, nor did he attack, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master coldly laughed. After which, with a loud shout, a powerful fist whistled through the air. Dong! When his fist hit Fang Qin, the terrifying fist radiance instantly engulfed Fang Qin. It's over. You can only blame yourself for offending the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's eyes were filled with mockery as he said. Then he increased his strength, and all the power in his body surged out. He wanted to completely destroy Fang Qin. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. In the next second, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's heart trembled. He felt that his fist was unable to move. Furthermore, the berserk energy that had drilled into Fang Chen's body had been cut off from him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of Fang Chen's skin quickly gathered on the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's fist. The strong corrosive power made the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master pale with fright. Not good. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master shouted inwardly and wanted to pull out his fist. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. Crack! The sword-shaped rune ignored the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's defense and quickly wrapped around his fist. In just a breath's time, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's fist had turned into a pool of blood. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's mouth. He roared in anger. His face was malevolent and his heart was trembling. Bang! He endured the pain and slapped his own wrist, breaking his palm and retreating quickly. Blood sprayed into the sky. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's aura was weak, and his body was battered and exhausted. How is this possible? The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's eyes were wide open as he stared at Fang Qin. His defense is very strong. Don't fight him in close combat. The Realm Lord Ku Han's indifferent voice came from the side. Although Fang Chen's physical defense was out of his expectation, it was not enough to make him cry out in alarm. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's palm was broken because of his carelessness. I'm going to kill you. As expected, after a short moment of anger, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master regained his composure. He opened his other hand, and a long saber appeared. Buzz! Layers of powerful energy flowed on the long saber. The long saber was the strongest weapon in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, and it was the closest weapon to the Emperor Realm. In a sense, it could be called an Emperor Realm weapon. However, it lacked the spirituality of an Emperor Realm weapon. Therefore, it was still a peak half-step Emperor Realm weapon. Kill! With the long saber in his hand, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's aura rose to the peak. He stomped his foot and merged with the long saber, turning into a ray of light and shooting out. Too weak. Fang Qin shook his head. It was as if he was a peerless expert looking down on the world. If this is all you've got, then the battle should be over. Fang Chen said softly. Then, just as the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master was about to attack, he slowly raised his hand and extended a finger. The long saber in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's hand was now at its strongest. Wherever the long saber passed, the space would be torn apart. A terrifying aura quickly spread out, shaking the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Look, the Pavilion Master is fighting. Who is that guy? He dares to fight against the Pavilion Master. Who cares who he is? Anyone who dares to challenge our Imperial Weapon Pavilion must die. Countless disciples had blind faith in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. They shouted from below, cheering for the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. Die! The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master roared. He gathered all his strength on the tip of his spear and stabbed it towards Fang Chen's head. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen suddenly extended two of his fingers and slashed toward the long blade. What is he trying to do? This was the thought in the hearts of all the disciples below. However, in the next moment, Fang Chen gave them an answer. His fingers landed on the tip of the long saber and clamped down. Kacha! The long saber that carried boundless strength was actually clamped down by Fang Chen's fingers. Destroy! The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master sneered. It's useless. The strength of my long saber is not something you can withstand. He continued to increase his strength, attacking Fang Chen with his strongest attack. However, the long saber seemed to be imprisoned in the void, not moving at all. What's going on? Seeing this, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's expression changed. He tried to pull the long saber back. However, the long saber was held in place by Fang Chen's fingers, unable to move. No. Seeing this, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master cried out. He could not accept this fact. His attack with all his strength was unstoppable by anyone below the Realm Lord realm. However, it was stopped by a complete minor tribulation sovereign with just a finger. The moment he shook his head, Ku Han's expression became completely gloomy. Half-step martial emperor realm physical body? Ku Han said coldly, licking his dry lips. I did not expect such a genius to appear in such a desolate place. It's a pity that only death awaits those who go against me. As he spoke, Ku Han made his move. It's over. Fang Qin said indifferently, slightly exerting force in his hand. Kacha! The long saber of the half-step martial emperor realm was crushed by his fingers. The long saber turned into countless fragments and shot towards the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. Stop! Ku Han's angry roar came from behind. He stretched out his hand, wanting to block the fragments for the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. Time stop. However, just as he stretched out his hand, the world suddenly fell silent and the void stopped. However, Realm Lord Ku Han quickly reacted and used all his strength to break free from the bindings. However, in just a few seconds, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master was pierced by the fragments and was in a sorry state. I can't accept this. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master dragged his broken body and said the last sentence with difficulty. Then he fell to the ground. Dong! Dust flew as a violent force swept across the land. At this moment, the entire Emperor Weapon Pavilion was dead silent. The invincible Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master in the western region had fallen. This scene was too shocking. Inside the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, every disciple's heart was in turmoil. Right at this moment, a furious roar broke the silence of the earth. I told you to stop. Ku Han said angrily, You shouldn't have killed him. Fang Qin shrugged and looked directly at Realm Lord Ku Han. So what? Back then, when I was weak, they imprisoned my daughter. I spent a lot of effort to save her, but they chased after me. Now I'm back for revenge. Why can't I? He deserves to die." This sentence said what Fong Qin was thinking. From the moment the Emperor Weapon Pavilion imprisoned Fong Qin had already decided the fate of the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. Back then he had fled in a sorry state. He had only managed to escape with the help of the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. However, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master had destroyed the teleportation formation and almost killed him.